you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night? Maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes that change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that change your destiny.
Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Oh my god, why did I start stream with, like, I'm dissolving some vitamin B12 under my tongue, and it's probably making my voice sound weird. Is it? I feel like it is. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Okay, so, I'm gonna throw you for a loop here. Alright? I'm not sure if I should cover this. Have people heard? Do people know about the leaks? I might be about to tell you a story, to break some news. Right? You know nothing. Okay. Well, I just found out about this, right? I don't know, maybe it's better to go straight to Twitter. Are they confirmed? I don't know. Maybe I should go straight to Twitter, because, like, this is breaking news, and, you know, I don't want to get anything wrong. But something has kind of developed in terms of the Keffals story. Alright, so there's the Keffals hashtag again. Right, with my post there. I tweeted out, like, I tweeted out this tweet, right? Want to reduce trans people's S-side rate? Don't socially ostracize people from a community that serves as a life support system for so many people. At some point, a poor, mentally ill trans woman with substance abuse issues is going to say the R slur, and you will be the reason that they end it. Now, I mean, obviously, there's a lot wrong with that post. But when I read this, I, you know, thought this was just, you know, here's what I posted. Kind of odd, Keffals, the exact same person who's been targeting harassment at her enemies to excise them, is worried about going too hard on the R slur, so, you know, as to ostracize edgy for trans, right? That tweet is the most Twitter of all tweets. Yeah, it is. And it's I mean, there's some irony, there's a lot of hypocrisy, there's a lot wrong with that tweet, right? But I think there might have been a subtext that I wasn't entirely aware of. Do we all remember Mommy Big D? Oh wait, actually I'm not finding this user. Like, this was the lore request on Keffals Reddit the other day. on this person that, okay, wait, there they are. Oh, mommy with a 0. Mommy with a 0. Now I got it. Okay. Okay, so this is the person that was targeted. Oh my god, I should be careful clicking on... I'm so lucky that was just a sexy picture and not anything more. Um... Let me just show you, like, every day we have drama. Today it's extra serious. Drama being a bad word for the situation. Yeah, I mean, stuff did get kind of serious, right? Oh my god, I don't even know. There was another tweet by this person. Let me just go with the Left at London version of things. So, now that the story is kind of leaked, I guess I'm gonna just say this. Okay, now this is Left at London, awesome musician, former friend of Keffals. You'll DM me the first tweet. Oh, did I just need to scroll up on that? Okay, so the information that leaked got leaked because of Keffals going after Mommy Big D. Well, here, let me read it to you. This is what, okay, wait, let me see, let me check with Natalie Marie's, Natalie Marie might have a, oh, yep, wait. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess this is the background. Oh my god, I'm just trying to tell the story in the most, the way that makes the most sense, because there's a lot of moving parts here. Okay, so she's at it again. Keffals posted the tweet on the left, on her alt, replied from her main, and then realized she forgot to change accounts and deleted the original tweet. Okay, so that's not like an alt that's like trying to hide itself. Like that's very clearly Keffals, right? Uh I got the lore. Turns out she tried to sexually coerce a woman and made her incredibly uncomfortable on top of other things. I was asking for information because I thought I remembered her doing some incredibly messed up things. And this is scummy too. Because like if you thought that thought you remembered somebody doing incredibly messed up things, why were you, friends with them? Like, right? And the fact that this stuff comes out like after the fact, that it's like you have a falling out and now you remember the messed up things. That's weird, and that happens all too often. Like, remember this happened in the Twitch drama with Miskiff and Trainwrecks, right? Trainwrecks wasn't gonna say anything about something that he knew that was really messed up about Miskiff that Miskiff had done until Miskiff called him out for something. It's weird. It's weird how people's memories work, right? Everybody's cool with being friends with the scumbag until the scumbag scumbags you. And then you remember stuff about the scumbag, right? I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? People can get mad. So this was deleted. People can get mad at me for doing quote unquote Kiwi far. I'm trying not to say that word. KF shit. KF stuff. My job entails doing internet sleuthing in order to find out a person's past. They can laugh at me all they want, but I am not verging on the behavior of a sexual predator like she is. I'm just doing research on people. Okay. Okay, right. Just conveniently remember this when you have falling out with a person. Right. So this is kind of what started. Oh my God. Tweet deleted by author. Tweet deleted by author. Was this Keffals? Okay, so this is more of the person. Here, wait. Can you all see this? Okay. Do we need to go to like a bigger screen? Yeah. Let me just see if I can get a better, bigger, easier to see screen going here. Like that. Then scoot that over here. I need to just have like a full-time Twitter, like a specific scene that is just for Twitter. Because Twitter, like I'm ending up reading a lot of Twitter lately. And it's very different than the kind of window I want for YouTube. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a closer look. Huh? Oh my God, that looks so weird. Sorry, I'm weirded out by my own scene, but here it is. Hey, what's up, Campos? What's up, L? All right, so this is the follow-up tweet. Now, there's 4 tweets deleted by author right here. I don't know if these are by maybe these are by this person because I don't know, or maybe this was by Keffals. If anybody knows, let me know. Like, who are these tweets? Tweets deleted, tweet deleted, tweet deleted, tweet deleted. 4 tweets deleted, right? I'm not trying to make. They're not replying to anybody here, so it's gotta be tweets that that Mommy Big D deleted. Then, okay. So let's see here. I'm not trying to make an own. I'm not trying to do discourse. I'm saying. If there is anyone who can intervene and get her the... Oh my God, okay. So these were deleted, I think, because, we're talking about addiction now. Right? And, maybe these tweets, which were the leaks that revealed that addiction, anti-war rally going on. Where, Mike Mushroom? These tweets that revealed the that revealed the addiction issue that had apparently been going on, maybe were thought to be, not great. Can you all hear that? Can you all hear the lovely construction going on while I'm trying to stream? This went from 0 to 100 really fast. Wait, okay, now I'm confused. If there's anyone who can intervene and get her being Keffals the care she needs, please do so. Addiction is hell. I wish the best for her. However, I will not let her KF me over this Twitter BS. Cannot see that. Scoot it back a little bit more. There we go. Oh my God. Okay. So I see so this is really personal. I don't even want to look at this tweet for very long. I hadn't seen it before, and as you can see, it reveals some really personal information that is couples talking about the kind of the origins of the addiction, right? And I don't want to, dwell on this. This is not a okay, I get it. Um So what was revealed is that this is not in the past anymore, right? This is an issue that's been ongoing for Keffals. And I'm trying to be as sensitive as possible. Please remember that you know, addiction is a really hard thing to deal with. It doesn't make somebody a bad person. Keffals, the stuff that Keffals did makes Keffals a bad person. But we're not trying to, judge Keffals over any of this, right? Um, okay, so I think this must have gotten deleted because this was like, I don't know, this was not the way that it was revealed was bad. But like, I mean, do you see the situation we're dealing with? This person's just been accused of SA. Yeah, this person's I mean, there doesn't seem to be any, any sort of like the person right, this isn't the person who was the victim of this coming forward. This is Keffals just saying that that she dug around and she found some essay in the history, or something that bordered on essay, I guess is the way that Keffals put it. Bordering on predation in the history of Mommy Big D, right? God, I'm just trying to like I'm sorry, chat. Just like understand that this is breaking news. I'm trying to figure it out. There's a very good chance that I'm not gonna cover Keffals anymore, because of the nature of what's being revealed here, and you're gonna see more, okay? And you're gonna see why I'm not sure if covering Keffals is like a good idea going forward. Okay, so this is Marina X Dove. Marina was, I don't remember if Marina was the person who tweeted at Keffals over platforming. There was somebody that Keffals platformed that was accused of essay against a friend of Marina Dove's, and excuse me. And this is what Mommy Big Dick is responding to, considering she platformed him in capital letters. So that's who's being talked about here. I had to figure out who they were talking about. Yeah, this is somebody that Marina used to be on a Twitch stream with, and that someone else said that this person crossed some boundaries and like pushed her into something that she wasn't comfortable with. So we haven't gone over that because that's a whole ass thing, and I don't know, like, right. But yeah, Keffals did have this person on stream with her, platformed this person after the fact. So that's what they're reacting to there. I hate woke skulls who criticize people for dumb stuff. Also, my job is to look up people's past and put them on blast for stuff that they've done. I mean, like, that sounds like some Keemstar shit, doesn't it? Yeah, you're like, some of chat knows who we're talking about. Marina uses they them. Thank you. I'm sorry. Marina goes by they them, not she hers. You can't hear the construction. Wow, that's amazing. My Bernie Sanders is not speaking at oh my god. Mike Mushroom, are we talking about a Jimmy Dore thing here? Is there a chance that maybe Bernie's not speaking at something because Jimmy Dore and like other LaRouches are involved? And Bernie's not trying to get sucked into the Nazgul vortex, maybe? I don't know. Oh my god. Okay, so this is No Comment Chick handling all the breaking news of the day without like knowing a single thing. Yeah, that's wild. I was idly watching this unfold, step in for like 2 hours, and suddenly I'm the main character. Okay, so this is, yeah, talking about being put under the crosshairs through the subreddit request to do research on her. This is Mommy Big D saying that. All right, so here is what I've been kind of tiptoeing around. The Left at London tweet. Okay, so this is going to explain everything, right? So a little bit more revelation about the a little bit more revelation about the situation with the subreddit and the attempt to do research, discover lore, right, about somebody. Seemed pretty sus. A lot of people were saying this sounds like a request to dox. Keffals maintains that it is not a request to dox, and indeed, Reddit does not allow doxing. So, you know, it's against terms of service, so why would you even say that? Well, here's the thing. Like, when you ask for information about people and you're not really specific, like, right, you might get sent, you know, some real personal stuff about people, even if you're not trying to put it out on your Reddit, right? But yeah, so there was something that came up. Keffals didn't link any sort of receipts or any sort of, you know, even the person, you know, who was involved, who, you know, you'd expect, like, when allegations get made, it needs to be, like, by the person involved. When it's, like, somebody else, you know, speaking on behalf of that person, then, you know, it leaves some questions, right? So here's Left at London. Like I said, great musician, former friend of Keffals, got off the Keffals bus when the whole Pickeroo invasion and Arsler scandal hit, right? So here we go. So since this story kind of leaked, and what they're talking about is those tweets that are deleted, that's where the story leaked, right? And again, I don't know why they were deleted. I'm guessing that, you know, the consensus was that the tweets went too far and got too personal and touched on something that is, you know, like I said, addiction is not a character flaw. Addiction is not, you know, a fault. Addiction is something that a lot of people deal with, and I want to be sensitive to that, right? And we got to hold that separate, though, from the harm that Keffals has caused. You know, like, right? It also doesn't excuse harm caused, you know, even during the period when somebody's dealing with the addiction. But again, I want to be really, you know, I want to really emphasize to everybody in chat that we don't, like, have a go at people over addiction, right? Yeah, addiction is a health issue. Yeah, absolutely, right, V? So this account made accusations of... Wait, of MBD? No, Keffals, like, made an accusation at Mommy. Oh yeah, MBD, yeah, Mommy Big D, yeah. From Keffals' alt, but it's not like an alt that's like a secret alt. It's not like its name is like Keffals backup, right? So it's a backup. More, I guess backup would be a better word than alt. Right? It's a very, you know, clear backup account, right? Okay, so I knew Keffals got addicted to yeah. Sometime after the swatting attempt, I offered to help her get the resources she needed to kick the addiction. She wasn't ready to accept my help then. When she did stream defending the Pickeroo and Arsler garbage, I reached out and I sent her a long message saying, "Hey, you're burning out, and I think your addiction is feeding into your desire to use your platform this carelessly and vice versa. You should step away from online for a bit to take care of yourself. I'm going to unfollow, but you have my number. I encourage you to hit me up." Right? So Left at London didn't want to have anything to do with Keffals anymore after the Pickeroo invasion, after the Arsler thing, understandable, but was still, you know, made sure that Keffals knew that Left at London, she, her pronouns, that Left at London was was there if she needed somebody to reach out to, right? Okay, so she messaged back just to say she didn't read anything I said, and she didn't read anything I said, and called me a Tinder queer for unfollowing. After that, I felt like I couldn't do much but move and block on. But trying to sourcelessly accuse, okay, so this is what we're talking about with Mommy Big D. Sourcelessly accuse a trans woman of SA as an own is a new low. Hence why I'm saying all this. I sincerely hope she gets the help she needs. I hope at some point she snaps out of whatever the hell this is. I hope she can prioritize her health over the attention. But until then, beyond this, I'm no longer getting involved, and I encourage y'all to do the same. My suggestion: no more quote tweets, no more indirect mentions. Anything that puts her name on more people's timelines is actively dangerous for her and has no positive effects for anybody else. Her health is her responsibility. Yeah, and that's the other part of what I'm saying is, right, this is not a fig leaf over anything that Keffals has done bad. The actions that Keffals did, the harm that Keffals did, she needs to own that, right? But really, this has more implications for how I'm going to cover, this what's been like, I don't know, it feels like it's going on 3 weeks of just like a constant barrage of who did Keffals attack this time? What did Keffals do this time, right? What's going on now, right? And I've been, covering it, especially when, she's hurting people that I care about, like Jessie Gender. But, this is kind of questioning, like, should any of us be giving her the attention? And like, I didn't know, and we didn't know, but I don't know. I don't know how to handle this, right? I don't know how to cover this responsibly anymore. And I'm sort of leaning towards like not covering anything to do with Keffals anymore. Like, I mean, she's not a good person. She's done horrible things. She's hurt a lot of people. And she's damaged the left. Like, she's damaged the movements that she's a part of. She has put wedges between communities and all the rest, right? And I've covered this, and none of that changes, okay? But, I'm just wondering if me covering this is becoming part of the spiral. Because what we're talking about is somebody that that is dealing with addiction, and there is some suggestion that addiction might be responsible for her need for money to the point where she's doing this out of control drama, to the point where she's saying ridiculous stuff, right? That the money that Keffals raised may have already been spent, may have been consumed by that addiction. Now, I don't know anything, this isn't confirmed, but I just don't want to be a part of whatever this is anymore. Like, it's making me sick. And I don't know how to responsibly cover it, right? There is a good in letting people who don't understand the harm that Keffals has done know what that harm is, know who Keffals has hurt, know what she's doing. Because there's some people just like, came in, became a part of our community, supported the cause, were on board, and maybe checked out and don't really know, what she's doing anymore, or are still like in support of her, or still tacitly supporting her. It is important to reach out to those people and let them know that they are not, that their support isn't helping anyone, and in fact is probably enabling a lot of harm to be done. But at the same time, she wants to be talked about. She wants to be trending. She wants to be the character of the week on Twitter, the character of the month, the character of the year on Twitter. And every time every time I talk about her, am I contributing to that? I don't know, Chad. I'm really looking to you also for, what you think about this. Right, and that's why the stream title changed at the last minute, and that's why this beginning has been so rocky and so weird because I'm literally just finding out about this. Like, right, I'm literally trying to put this together with you and decide, what the responsible course of actions is for me now. I'm really conflicted about this. I'm not exactly convinced of the link between addiction and oh no, that's not like a link. Okay, so like right, that I'm not making a link there. Like I said, the harm that Keffals did is something that Keffals has to own. And that's true about addiction, right? You don't get to say I was addicted, I was under the influence, and therefore, I am absolved of my actions. That is absolutely not what I'm saying. I do not agree with that. Okay, so I'm not cutting Keffals any kind of break. This isn't me feeling sorry for Keffals or, like I haven't changed my paradigm of Keffals from being an abusive person to being a victim, right? And that's not a dichotomy either, right? You can be both. So just so that's really clear, right? But I just don't know. Like, I mean, when I'm talking about her on Twitter or on Twitch, like, am I unwittingly helping to feed some kind of drama social media strategy that she has that is, harmful, in addition to being very harmful to a lot of people, and that's what I've covered, is this also like a self-destructive pattern and spiral that she's in? My suggestions: no more quote tweets, no more indirect message, anything that puts her name on more people's timelines is actively dangerous for her and has no positive effects for anybody else. That's my concern. I don't think it's a link of behavior, but addiction can cause people to act impulsively. Yeah. And I mean, like, look, the right thing to do, I feel like Left at London's, seems to be, like she needs to get help. And she needs to step away. I'm talking about Keffals here, right? And there's like so many apologies. There's, and people don't have to take those apologies. And some people aren't going to take those apologies, and they shouldn't feel obliged to take those apologies, right? But, I mean, that feels like where we're at now. Are there any addiction support resources we can link in in chat? I don't know any, but chat, if you want to suggest some. Lore could be easily be interpreted to include the name of, people's names and stuff like that. Knowing horseshoe centrist Reddit moderation, though. Oh yeah, true. I doubt that Keffals intended to dox, but it's so ridiculously irresponsible that she made. Yeah, and if you the way, and like the other thing too is that like it's so scummy that like she seemingly knew stuff or says she knows stuff about this person and like was wasn't going to say anything until this person was like had come out against her. If it's true that she had relapsed, then her possible erratic behavior is an issue. Not yeah exactly. I agree. I struggle with addiction induced by anxiety. I can definitely sympathize with her being driven down a substance abuse road by her harassment. And there was another part that I didn't read, but maybe some of you in chat caught. Like there's a lot of sadness that she's dealt with. I'm not saying that to excuse her, right? But it does sound like Keffals to attack people for attack people expressing concern for her. Addiction is not an excuse to cause harm. Many people have addiction. Yeah, exactly. Many people have addiction and don't act shitty to others. She needs help, but it's not a pass for the things that she's done. I agree. Giving her attention is probably harmful to her at this point, regardless of intent. That's what I'm coming to. Yeah, that's the conclusion that I'm starting to come to. Keffals is harming other people I don't think we should stay silent and let other people suffer because she is suffering. However, I think we need to stick to the harm she's doing and not attacking her personally. I massively agree with that, right? A White Leaf Network is complacent in causing her addiction by enabling her, huh? I haven't thought about that. I think we should not talk about it until Keffals herself talks about it. She is responsible for her own behavior. Even if she's ill, we can be sympathetic to her, but the addiction didn't cause her to be racist. Abusers often pin their self-harming behaviors on anyone who calls them out. I don't think that's on you. Hey, what's up, Another Lost Druid? We shouldn't match them. Everybody that follows her, like, we shouldn't match. Wait, this is a quote, right? Shouldn't match them. Everybody that follows her like she would have. Yeah, not lowering yourself to that level is a good idea. What's up, Nick? Nixwin started following her a month before the SWAT. It was awesome. Yeah, she helped ruin KF. Yeah, had dipped in and out of her streams over the last 2 to 3 weeks and noticed something was not right. After the R word stuff and the FD signifier video, I decided it was the time to unfollow. It hurts. It hurts the cause. Yeah. What was she addicted to beyond drama? I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's appropriate for me to discuss. I mean, I know the answer to that, right? But something that a habit costs a lot of money. It's something that may have indeed like consumed like all of the all of the money that she had accumulated, right? And so the theory being that that she started doing the stuff that just doesn't make any sense, right? The stuff that is just pure, turning into like a creature of drama, like might have, stemmed from that. So, do you cover her takes on Jessie gender? Yeah, we did that yesterday. Sorry, yeah, wait, yesterday, and I feel like we've covered it Thursday as well, right? Let's not mass ban everybody that follows her like they would have. Oh, that's what they're saying. Okay, okay. I think that people generally should reduce talking about Keffals for now. That's, yeah, what I kind of want to do. Like, if she goes after anybody and makes false allegations and, if I could do anything to push back on those narratives, I will. But, yeah, I'm going to try to not, just not engage, just not talk about her. I want this to be, like, the last, time that I cover her, but I also wanted people to understand why. So it's not just this weird mystery of she just stopped, covering this all of a sudden. And also there's some implications, for what, how we should all act, right, on Twitter and in general. That there might be this might necessitate a change in how we're all dealing with Keffals, right? Yeah, if it's a broader clout network thing, that makes sense, Robin C. I'll cover it if it's a broader clout network thing. And there's a lot to talk about when it comes to the clout network. Keffals, in some ways, the stuff that she's been saying that's so harmful, it's implicit in what a lot of the Drama Network members say. That they're not backing away from her. They are egging her on, they are clapping, they are cheering, like they see her as their based queen. Right, and so there's a lot to talk about with Vosh and the rest of the Clout Network members, even members that people don't even like. People don't know the Serfs are White Leaf members, right? There's a lot holding this garbage, this weird little social core of harassment called White Leaf up, and I feel like some of those people might give a second thought to that now. Should give a second thought to that now, right? And, if they don't, spotlight's on you now, okay? Like this is, White Nervosa and Vosh have been harming people on the internet ever since what happened with Vosh's victim on Discord, right? It's been going on. And it hasn't stopped. And it's the same strategy, right? Vosh hurts somebody, Vosh does something really messed up, and then the rest of these jerks cover for him and enable him and keep him going and you know what I mean? It's the same. And I mean, you could see some parallels between this and Keffals. She had a fundraiser money when she couldn't break 200. She should pay it all back. I mean, I don't know. Were the serfs in bed with those harassers? The serfs are part of the White Leaf Network, right? This is White Nervosa's project. This is the website, right? You know how Keffals has KGG, how Vosh has VGG, Demon Mama has a website, Xander Hall has a website. They all have a website through Vosh's sysop, right? They are all supporting this business that is, you know, I mean, they call it a cooperative, right? But it's a business that's tangential to Vosh, right? And because they support Whiteleaf, they are unable to speak freely on any harm that Vosh causes, right? So that's how they're kind of, you know, tied up with it. And I only say the serfs because I feel like, Lance, this isn't who you are. All right? I knew Lance before he was part of this. And this isn't who he is. And like I feel like ever since he did that debate with Lauren Southern, he's just been compromised. And I want to think at some point that he'll recognize what he's become a part of and he'll withdraw. And I think stuff like that might be the key to unwinding the White Leaf harassment network, okay? The Vosh harassment network, right? Sick of hearing about her, to be honest. I thought she used that to pay rent. Yeah, there was some thought that she was going to, I mean, you know, she probably used it for a lot of things, right? Oh yeah, yeah. She still, yeah, owes Zara an apology, and a lot of people apologies. There's like probably, yeah, a lot of people with drug addictions are victimized by people who say they aren't reliable narrators of their own trauma. The way she's using oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking about Mommy Big D. Well, like here's the deal with the allegations against Mommy Big D, right? They come from Keffals. That's as far as I know, that's the only person putting those forward, right? And they're not allegations by Keffals. This is Keffals speaking on behalf of someone else, right, who has not asked Keffals to do so, as far as I know, right? That's the problem. It's a lot like the Lavloon situation, right? As much as I dislike Keffals, I'm not believing this until they post pictures of her. Well, I mean, they're I don't, you know, so Mommy Big D, I guess, deleted some tweets, and maybe there's some thought that, like, you know, there was some, you know, I mean, I didn't capture those tweets. I don't know what those tweets were, so I can't tell for sure. You know, was there something irresponsible that Big D did in those tweets, right? But yeah, you know, it's really ironic after how White Nervosa treated Senator Hall's ex. Or Denims? Wait, what's... Oh, Denims is on the White Leaf Network too. Yeah, there are people on the White Leaf Network that I don't know what they're doing there, right? I mean, I get the financial incentive, but I don't see why these people would want to morally compromise themselves like that. I don't see why they would want to be a part of something as toxic as and you know, there is some we got to talk about Vosh as an enabler. I feel like we do. I feel like we need to talk about Vosh as an enabler in this. Vosh was pushing her to go further and further and to attack his enemies and to attack her enemies, to start drama, to mine clicks, to farm engagement, right? I feel like there's, some responsibility on Vosh, not for anything that, not for Keffals' addiction, but like this kind of, I feel like the harassment is part of his social media game, if not monetization game, right? And this is the person who's been giving Keffals advice. This has been Keffals' mentor through all this stuff, right? This has been who Keffals has gone to, is Vosh. Let's have made choices. That is who he is. I mean, you might be right. It was supposed to replace the stuff that, yes, so she did buy back some of the wait, that's right, because the police did give her back the confiscated stuff. Yeah, good point, Dragon Princess. It doesn't help that Keffals deleted the tweet to Big Joel a couple of days ago. She never posted that tweet. Yeah, that's right. She started to make that tweet. Her chat, actually. Her chat were the ones that said, don't post this, don't do this, like, right? So, like, I mean, and that's something that I'm noticing about these communities, is there are people in Vosh's community, there are people in Xanderall's community that know what's going on is wrong. And yet, because of the sort of social nature of how these communities work, they don't say anything. Or because they think that this is their best bet, that they do believe in these people as saviors, and they feel like that anything that they say that is contrary to what the savior is doing is gonna get in the way of the savior saving us, right? So I am starting to see more and more of those people stand up, and that's encouraging, right? I would encourage you, if you're out there and you feel like you don't want to be a part of this, you're not wrong, okay? You're not wrong for thinking that this stuff is wrong and that you don't want to be a part of this. Like, you need to listen to those feelings. Seeing those tweets, and she was clearly angry and accusatory. I understand why she deleted. You're talking about the tweets of MBD. Okay. Someone close to Keffals reached out to her about the addiction. Okay. So MBD deleted the tweets, with the understanding about the... I sent you a MBD tweet apologizing on Discord. Money makes morality flexible. Yeah, I've seen that before. These communities are too important to them to leave, even if the streamer is toxic. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is that, like, and there is, like, during the pandemic especially, but even just like normally for trans people, a lot of us are in need of a community. A lot of us don't have a community in real life that we can be a part of that gives us that, the kind of positive social interaction that we need. And that is part of how people get sucked into the Vosh community or Keffals community, any of these other toxic, horrible places, right? Said it before, and I'll say it again. Vosh was pissed that Shu left him, and he wanted to create another one through Keffals. Wait, Shu left him? Maybe you know more than I do, Genevieve. I only... My impression of, like, the Vosh Shu bridge is that one wasn't burned. Xanderhall and Demon Mama criticized Shu heavily after... Oh my god.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you for the sub. Okay, yeah. So Vosh... Xanderhall and Demon Mama were upset about the Balenciaga thing, where she was seeming to echo the G rumor narrative, right? They weren't fans of that, right? And from what I know, that bridge is burned, right? And the Shu on Head people are accusing them of trying to cancel Shu. They are accusing Shu of trying to cancel them. Like, that's really ugly. But as far as I knew, I didn't think that I thought that Vosh disagreed with Shu, but hadn't burned the bridge yet. But maybe I'm wrong. I haven't paid attention that much with the Shu stuff. I get how it can be hard. I get just as attached to chatters as I do the streamer. Yeah, that's exactly it. Sarah wants a cookie. That's what I was trying to describe. Yeah. The community itself becomes like kind of a magnet. The community itself becomes something that you don't want to leave. Oh yeah, good luck with that, Dragon Princess. Meow. She wasn't seeming to echo, she was actively encouraging that narrative. Yeah, the Balenciaga thing. Xanderhall called Keffals' cancellation a Nazi psyop and defended her behavior on Reddit on his Twitter and on his Twitter. Oh, her behavior on Reddit on his Twitter. Sorry, I got that wrong. If you're wondering how the Clout Network is dealing with this stuff, Posh personally texted Shu on stream to cut ties with her. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. You are describing a cult. I mean, it does feel like that, right? And it's definitely a cult of personality. I thought Demon Mama canceled Shu on Head a little while ago. Yeah, Demon Mama and Xanderhall have cut ties with Shu, as far as I know, as people are telling me now that Vosh cut ties as well. So it is actually kind of weird that Keffals just did a very friendly interview with Shu, but now I'm like wondering, like, right? I don't know if I should watch that. I don't know, you know, what my coverage of this is doing as far as possibly feeding into a cycle that, you know, in which Keffals is hurting a lot of people, including herself. Clearly a business model, Vosh, Keffals, and everybody that's some new villain. Every day there's some new villain in these communities. Interesting to watch who these networks dispose of first. Yeah. So, wait, Natalie Marie, I believe, gave me something. Here we go. This is an apology from MBD. Okay, just going to say, okay, so this is so just we have this straight, like, right? Left at London didn't leak this stuff. Left at London knew Keffals pretty well, was aware of what was going on. It was MBD that leaked this, right? I'm going to say I'm sorry for making Keffals' addiction public. I'm an addict myself. I know when a person needs an intervention. I certainly can't do it. I'm literally just an online loser that she tried to dox. I was angry and afraid when I messaged her. I can imagine Vosh being angry with Keffals behind the scenes for the Shu interview. Yeah, and like that's what we would expect to happen, like, right? I don't expect, you know, so, you know, like I said, this is a clout network. Vosh is the head of it. Vosh has got the most clout. Now, Keffals is an interesting development in the White Leaf network, right? Because I think that she is, I don't know, it's hard to gauge, right? It's really hard to gauge, but I'm pretty sure that she's, besides Vosh, she is the biggest, like, social media footprint. And, like, if I'm not mistaken, can somebody compare this? Can somebody check me on this really quick? Oh, like I don't know. It doesn't really matter, but maybe Keffals is or was a little bit bigger than Vosh in terms of Twitter. Obviously, not in terms of YouTube, and you know, the Twitch presence seems to be something that Keffals doesn't really care about anymore, because Twitch moderates your use of slurs. Oh my god, why do I still have this Babel link up? I'm pretty sure we're done with the Babel. I'm pretty sure we're done with the Babel sponsorship. So thank you everybody who signed up for that through me. We are going to be doing HelloFresh, but that's going to be mostly be through YouTube videos. Although when I get that up, I'll probably put a link in stream too if anybody wants to sign up through stream. I thought that interview was boring AF anyway, and they just complained and moaned about woke skulls canceling them. Okay. yeah, I mean, so maybe we're not really missing that much, from the interview. The takeaway basically is that Keffals is doing content with somebody that even Vosh has apparently, you know, cut ties with. Keffals' behavior was so bad that Twitch made her uncomfortable here. Um, well, yeah, I mean, basically, she likes to use slurs, you know, and sometimes the slurs are like self-applied. Like sometimes the slurs are like I don't think she uses the T slur like in a pejorative way, right? When she uses the T slur, it's usually self-applied, or it is applied in a way that doesn't reinforce the pejorative, right? There's a little bit of like attempt to reclaim that. It still makes a lot of people uncomfortable because it's a word that hasn't been totally reclaimed yet, and like yeah, like a lot of people have real recent memories of having that word like weaponized against them, but whatever, right? Same thing with the F slur, right? So she doesn't use that as a negative thing. She does use gay in a negative way, and she has been clipped using the R slur in a negative sense. So Twitch is definitely not okay with that, and she wants to be able to do that. She wants to be able to call somebody an R slur when she's mad at them, and you cannot do that on Twitch, right? In fact, some of the stuff like the Picru invasion, like YouTube community guidelines are unclear. They're vague, right? It's hard to know exactly where the line is on YouTube, but it does kind of seem like something that some of the stuff that she's done, like it does sort of seem like crosses maybe the line on YouTube too. So, I mean, she's living dangerously, but I don't know. Maybe some of this explains it. Big inward manifesto energy. Yeah. Zan said yesterday, Vosh and Shu are still friends behind the scenes. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. Thanks, J-Bone. Merrick and Zan and Keffals made up yesterday as well. Okay. Zan might have made up with Shu too. Oh my god. Okay, wait. So Vosh is okay with... Does that mean Vosh is okay with Shu? By viewer numbers, she was bigger than Vosh on Twitch, but smaller on YouTube. I mean, Vosh... Wait, I don't think Vosh doesn't even... The only time I've ever seen Vosh stream on Twitch is when it's, when Vosh's YouTube is compromised in some way, like when he can't use his YouTube. Shu is still on Wyattleaf, so any cut ties, it's hard for these people to cut ties, right? That Wyattleaf thing kind of makes it, more difficult to do. But yeah, the more, the more Shu hurts the brand of Vosh Incorporated, right? The more likely that sort of thing is to happen. So yeah, it's a strange arrangement, and I've talked about before about the really there's some bizarre aspects to the business arrangement of Wyattleaf, right? We don't know. It's not clear. All we know is that Vosh pays White Nervosa outright to sysadmin his website, and that the rest of these people, I mean, some of them obviously like probably can't pay White Nervosa directly. Now, the best idea I have for how White Nervosa gets paid comes from the fact that White Nervosa tried to take my channel down, right? And it was based on some content that was from Xanderhall, right? So a member of the Wyattleaf community. But when I get the takedown note, or the notice that somebody attempted to take down my channel, it comes attached with White Nervosa's name, not with Xanderhall's name. So that implies to me that there's some kind of arrangement where she's, taking ownership of the content itself, and ostensibly that might be how she gets paid. But again, we don't know, right? They're not clear about that. They don't divulge that information. It's hush hush. So none of that's official, right? Yeah, these people are a circus. Okay, let's see if there's anything else to this tweet. I'm not a trained professional and I don't know how to handle these types of situations. Uh, Hence this being so messy. I could have handled this better. This situation has been stressful to say the least, especially after waking up to false actual assault allegations being made by Keffals. Again, I'm sorry that if this has inadvertently affected or triggered anyone. I really don't know. I really didn't want things to go this way. Again, if anyone IRL can help her, please do. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at too. Like I said, she's not a good person. She's done a lot of bad things. She's hurt a lot of people. But you know, it would be great if, you know, she could get some help for this, right? I mean, I don't want anybody to suffer with this. This situation alone is making me want to use. Oh my god. So I can only imagine how it's been for her since this started. Somebody said, stop pretending to be concerned, just delete the tweet. This is genuinely despicable. Substance abuse disorders aren't cannon fodder in your online beef. And yeah, yeah, and Mommy MBD says, I did delete them. Somebody else wants her not to apologize. It got a bit messy from what I understand. She wasn't listening behind the scenes, and you shouldn't have to just sit there and take it. Okay, so that is MBD's justification, right? And I guess that's the question to ask. Like, what do we think about MBD divulging this issue that Keffals had as a reaction to being accused, apparently out of spite, of SA. Now that's not to say that this isn't true, right? Like we don't have information either way, but as far as, you know, as far as, you know, believe victims, right? The victim has not come forward. The victim did not want this brought forward ostensibly, right? So there's not even like, you know, it does at this point look to be a vindictive attack by Keffals, and we don't see anything that would indicate, like, you know, that this we don't even have details, you know, that the person, like I said, hasn't come forward. It's hard to handle situations like this with maturity when other people are being so vindictive and nasty towards you. I really appreciate you apologizing. As an addict, I took offense initially, but you acknowledging your mistake makes me respect you a lot. Yeah, so I mean, I guess the question is, like, what do we feel about, how do we feel about MBD coming forward as a way, I mean, I guess to, I mean, this is problematic, right? Like, I feel for MBD being attacked by Keffals, you know, having people try to do research, quote unquote, on you and go after you, and this whole like messy like lore arc that Keffals is on right now, right? I feel bad for MBD. But yeah, the I don't think this is something that you should leak. I don't know what I would tell her to do, but like leaking this in response to that attack, that you know, that the attack that Keffals was basically, the targeted harassment that Keffals was encouraging on MBD is it implies that it implies like it implies a morality to addiction that I don't think is appropriate. Does that make sense? MBD is entitled to feeling however MBD feels about the situation, in my opinion. What's up, Fox and Socks? Why was she trying to copyright you? What were you calling out Zan for that made them come after you? Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember what the initial thing was. I think it might have been the Thought Slime. I think it might have been the Thought Slime stream. Xander Hall brought up Thought Slime, I don't know, 2 years after that incident happened, and was just, dragging Thought Slime on a stream. I pushed back with the fact that, like, Xander Hall is, acting like he was shown to be innocent, and in actuality, that situation is messy. Like, yeah, sex cult does not describe what was going on in Xander Hall's server, but there was a Discord that there was kind of an inappropriate, back and forth between a content creator and their fans in terms of in terms of the sharing of nudes and stuff, right? It was kind of an issue of just like, it was an inappropriate thing to be going on, with the power differential between a content creator like Xander Hall and Xander Hall's fans, right? So I mean, like that was really what it was. So it was weird for Xander Hall to be like kind of like trumpeting this thing, because like here's what he's doing. Like, and this is what the debate bros have pioneered, okay? If somebody tries to cancel you and they fail in those communities, that is a feather in your cap, right? Like if somebody claims sex cult and there was no sex cult because it wasn't a sex cult, it was an inappropriate Discord channel. That is something to crow about. That is something to brag about. That is something to bring up over and over again. That is a reason to watch somebody. That's a reason to be a fan of somebody. Like, that's some really weird stuff, right? And Xander Hall just kept on, bringing it up, and other people in the Clout Network kept on bringing it up, right? It kept on like trying to kind of chase Thought Slime's clout like years after the fact. I unfollowed her yesterday after scrolling through her stream. She opened her stream by calling chatter. Oh, I saw that, the F word. I think the chatter was okay with it, but it was so edgy for the sake of being. Yeah, that's my issue, right? There's reclamative slurs, right? She started her stream calling a chatter the F slur. Yeah. Wouldn't that mean he cheated on his GF at the time? I don't actually know. I don't have a good timetable for that, right? This may have been before Xander Hall met Lonnie. God. I can't remember people's names. Her name is anyway, like we don't need to bring Xander Hall's ex up, and I'm kind of trying not to, right? Because the breakup was messy. There were a lot of weird, speaking of, inappropriate divulging of substance issues, and in this case, unsubstantiated substance issues. White Nervosa and Xander Hall were, like, they put this weird pressure on Lonnie to take a drug test. Like they wanted Lonnie to take a drug test, and they were trying to kind of coerce her since they knew that she didn't have a place to live. And I mean, this is some weird stuff that White Nervosa does all the time. Like, she's done it to me too, where she offered to donate $1,000 to the charity of my choice if I could bring her the source for her shameful screenshots, which I posted to remind people of who was making the accusations against me. The screenshots being of White Nervosa trying to cover up Vosh's sexual harassment on Destiny's Discord, right? And White Nervosa said, yeah, show me where you got those, and I'll donate $1,000 to the charity of your choice, right? And I mean, I wasn't gonna play ball with her, but I was like, I mean, I can't, Like I would love to make her donate $1,000 to charity. Okay, sure. You know, like I actually had gotten them through a Google search. Just I think the actual source was they were posted on a Destiny Discord. Because that's where the scandal happened, right? So they were posted to Destiny's, not Discord, sorry, posted to Destiny's subreddit, right? And that wasn't good enough for White Nervosa. Then one of my mods suggested like a, you know, that there was a source for those logs that was actually on the Whiteleaf network itself. And, you know, I sent her that link and that was correct. And then after promising to donate $1,000, she double or nothinged me. She double or not, like, right? So she broke her word. She wasn't going to give me that. I suspect that, you know, Lonnie was not going to get any money out of that situation either. So yeah, I mean, just weird stuff going on with that. And hey, what's up, Ultra Christie? It's scary how messy and nasty different lefty content communities can be to each other. Yeah, and it doesn't need to be like this, right? And I think where this stuff starts is when we allow people that aren't coming from a place of solidarity into our midst, right? That is Vosh's issue with the left. Like, he comes onto the left, he says, it's very good, I like your goals, I'm a leftist too. There's a little problem though. You're all weak. You're incredibly weak. You're organizing yourself around your weakness and your vulnerability. And I want to organize you around a little something called dominance paradigm, right? Well, I mean, that would be great if that wasn't like the centerpiece of like reactionary ideology, right? So that's Vosh's innovation, is like the left should just, like, we should cut the heart of solidarity out of the left, excise that, right? And transplant some dominance paradigm into there if we want to be a strong left, if we want to succeed, right? That's where I think this stuff goes bad, right? Do you see how this toxicity, and I don't know what to call it other than toxicity, right? Do you see how it permeates everything that the Clout Network touches? Zan's X was involved with the... Oh, Zan's X was involved with the Discord? I didn't know that. I did not know that, Jules. Maybe we've covered enough kerfuffles. We could probably switch to covering... Wait, RBJs. Why am I having trouble coming up with who? RBJ? Oh my god, I should know that initials. Now and next definitely needs to be updated. Thanks for noticing that, Buffy Geek. Like I said, I just kind of came in here and completely changed the content that I was going to cover at the last minute, because it just doesn't seem responsible to be covering Keffals drama anymore. I don't think that you know, like although Keffals may want people like me to cover her drama, I don't think that's helpful to Keffals. And oh, RiverBoatJack, thank you. I was having so much, I'm like, it's not Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Who is RBJ? Anyway, yeah, RiverBoatJack, that's right. Somebody sent me RiverBoatJack's stuff. The other thing that we have to cover is a horrible debate between Vosh and a trans person over Hogwarts Legacy, where he just berates this. Like, he just berates this person, right? Wait, the implication addicts can't be believed. Yeah, I see. Yeah, with the way that MBD came forward with this. It's gross to use someone's trauma and story like MBD did. Yeah, I mean, like, and understand, MBD was a part of Keffals, you know, Mean Girl Squad. Yeah, I'm. That's true. Was definitely a part of. If you don't know, like, you know, Keffals' online harassment of people, particularly of Black trans people, it's got a long history, and it wasn't just Keffals doing that. You know, there were other big Twitter accounts that kind of like linked up with Keffals, and they were all, you know, mutually supporting her, pushing back on any, you know, any issues that people had with Keffals, particularly the racism, and attacking people that tried to bring those issues forward. And yeah, MBD was part of that. So yeah, we're not talking, you know, I mean, like, no, but this is not, you know, MBD is a victim of the of the weird stuff on Reddit, but isn't just a victim. And yeah, there's now index needs to be changed. Okay, so what are we doing next? Are we doing RiverBoatJack? Do you all want to see RiverBoatJack, or do you all want to see Bosch? Any opinions of MBD is, yeah, that's right. Natalie Marie's got it. I can't say MBD's whole name on stream without risking demonetization. I'm trying to be better on that in 2023, right? Because I need to get paid at some point. Thought Slime is so nice. Yeah, exactly. I mean, calling black people fake and psyops. I gotta vote for RiverBoatJack. Anybody else got? Oh, what's up, Nabil? Good to see you. I was actually in your stream. Happy birthday. I'm probably a little late on that, right? But I was in your stream for just a little bit last night. I think I got rated in by Poly people, and I liked what I saw. Welcome to the stream, Nabil. What's up, Puff29? I'm so lost in all this. Yeah, it's confusing. Okay, so I mean, like, if you need to, you can go back and look into the VOD. I don't think there's really anything else for us to... Oh, a new emoji idea. That's great. We need a weasel emoji. Should we do a poll? Yeah. Okay, so how about type 1 for RBJ and type 2 for Vosh's shameful debate with a trans person? I can't watch any more Vosh. Okay, it looks like a lot of people are voting. A lot of people are, yeah, one, that's RiverBoatJack. 1, that's RiverBoatJack. 2, somebody wants to see Vosh. Oh no, it's 2-2. Oh no, what? Oh no, I thought this was going to be, okay, 1. We're like having, RiverBoatJack is dominating here. Okay, so we're talking about RiverBoatJack's take on Jessie gender, actually, right? No more Voosh, please. Well, I mean, like, this is going to be the less Voosh option, honestly. Also, title change. Yeah, I'm just waiting. I was waiting for, so it looked 1, 2. Oh my god. I mean, it looks like the predominant any other votes? Jack on sports legacy. There we go. Hey, what's up, young black economist? Ooh, RBJ's take on say her name. Oh my god, really? Okay, so I've actually seen 2 pieces of content that people want me to cover. One was well, I mean, no, wait, I haven't seen what you're talking about. That's new to me. That's what you've got for me though, Natalie Marie? Because RiverBoatJack also watched Jessie Gender's video, and some people had been asking me for that. Assigned Bottom, welcome to the stream. Thank you for following. Oh no, RiverBoatJack is not the white person talking about black privilege. That was somebody else. Weasel, wait. Okay, wait. A Weasel interlude is pretty good though. I have them both in the playlist. Okay. So, well, what's the first one? I'm just trying to get the trying to get our title right. Oh my god, thank you, Nabil! Thank you for the community sub to... Oh, just going into the community... Oh, Von Grabstein. Von Grabstein, you just got a community sub from Nabil. Thank you so much. That's really sweet of you. Okay, let's just put RiverBoatJack. Let's just make it simple. I'm sorry. I'm making this way too complicated, chat. I'm just like, I'm a little bit floored, right? I wasn't expecting this latest development with Keffals, and it's just like, I wasn't entirely sure, you know, what to tell you, what to say about this. Like, this is like me kind of reacting to something in real time and trying to figure out. Okay, so here's the playlist on RiverBoatJack. All right. Hogwarts Legacy Boycott Part 1, Part 2, Say Her Name, Part 1, 2, and 3, Bosch and the Arsler. Oh my god, okay. God. Okay, okay. So, we start off with Hogwarts. Oh my gosh.
Double the Wonder Balls. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ah, I see. Did we get a stealthy Vosh raid? Is that what happened?
Okay, so we're starting off with a Vosh raid.
I think Koopa Shell a sub. Welcome, raiders.
I feel like the volume's a little bit low on this. Let me augment that, okay? I can do a little. We can do a little trickery do here by going into my filters and enabling the extra gain. And we're going to actually push this up to 10.5 decibels. Let's see if this makes it better. Let's see if we can make this slightly better. Also notice that someone in chat couldn't wait to bring up Professor Flowers and received no pushback from anyone in RiverBoatJack's chat. So no, just so you know, okay, I am aware that RiverBoatJack is a Twitch streamer. That is about all I'm aware of, okay? I don't think I've ever rated RiverBoatJack. I don't think RiverBoatJack's ever rated me. I don't think I've ever talked to RiverBoatJack. I'm coming to this with completely naive. We could cover the HWL or SHN. They're both terrible takes. Okay, so yeah, I guess we're gonna do a little RiverBoatJack segment here. If RiverBoatJack will be getting a White Leaf site soon, considering her recent takes, she'd fit right in. Okay, so that's what we're dealing. It's really quiet. Let me see if this is slightly better.
My name's RiverBoatJack, and I'm a lefty political commentator.
Still quiet.
I'm here to talk about the Wizard game.
No, is that better?
I just talked about it some.
Maybe I need to turn my volume up.
People have been wanting me to watch the Jessie gender video on the Wizard game and give my thoughts on it. So I guess I'm waiting.
Wait, which word is super cursed?
Into discourse. I don't like it. I think it's generally dumb.
I could pull it from RiverBoatJack's Twitch videos. Is this okay though? That's better. What do we think? Is this a good volume?
But I'm gonna do it. Hey, Carpe Pax, how you doing? Welcome,
okay,
folks.
So
my name is River.
Oh, I love that. Right, but like, yeah, so we started, not the best omens already. There was a stealthy Vosh raid. Now, what does that mean? What does a stealthy Vosh raid mean? That means that Vosh, who is a YouTube streamer, put RiverBoatJack's Twitch URL into his chat at the end of his stream and said, go over here, right? So it's not a raid. Nobody's getting raided into RiverBoatJack, but it is a suggestion, right? It is a suggestion that Vosh has given his chat. Maybe Vosh will show up in chat as well, right? Maybe so. Jack has been having a low audio problems. You know what that is? Oh my God. Is she using an SM7B? RiverBoatJack might need to invest in a cloud lifter, right? That a lot of people with this particular mic find that they need a cloud lifter to get that extra clean gain for their. I don't have, as you can see, I have a USB mic. I am operating it very much, leftist audio equipment here. But yeah, RiverBoatJack's got a slightly more expensive mic than what is a cloud lifter? A cloud lifter is like it's a little box that has an XLR that comes out of it, right? Or it connects like XLR to XLR, I think, and it just adds clean gain, right? So the SM7B is a great microphone, but it has a problem of its gain being kind of low. The cloud lifter takes care of that. Anyway, just poor people audio gang, right? Yeah. My audio is fine now. SM7B without a cloud lifter. That's what we're dealing with. Okay. Well, I mean, that's understandable. That's understandable. And nobody tells you you have to buy a cloud lifter when you're buying a SM7B or whatever. Anyway, enough tech talk, right? Meow.
RiverBoatJack, lefty political commentator, cover the news, do all that stuff, wading into discourse, pray for me. And hit the follow button, please. Here we go!
Hey.
Ba-da-ba-ba, turning on those subtitles for you guys.
Yeah, it's like a game box, yeah.
Everybody, so I'm at an airport and the lighting is poor. We'll talk about that later.
Is it technically a preamp?
But more importantly, I wanted to talk about the fact that I'm a fan of leftist streamer Hassan. I don't think he's perfect.
Wait,
I don't know.
I'm not sure if a Scarlet Solo will do the same thing. You don't need a cloud lifter if your interface has the appropriate gain. I feel like the cloud lifter might have cleaner gain though than the Scarlet Solo. Jack was a video game reporter. Oh, interesting. Before becoming a streamer, she used to at least be based and did serious news with good takes and the horniest chat ever. Amazing. Okay. She was a lefty trans lady and does IRL activism and has interviewed candidates and stuff on stream. It is not officially a preamp. It's an inline gain. Okay, that's the right term. See, you can tell what an audio nerd I am. Jesse's glasses are... Oh, I know, right?
I disagree with him, but I like him quite a lot.
I love Jesse's glasses.
And I think he does a lot of really good work. And I think
So this is Jesse Gender talking about Hassan. You know, this is the video. We've seen this video a few times now. No, maybe just once. But anyway, we've seen this video at least once, right? And, you know, she's starting off by saying... This is not a call out of Hassan. This is not me, you know, taking a poop on Hassan or anything like that, right? But I disagree. I disagree with this one thing that Hassan is saying. And she has gotten so much blowback, so much inordinate blowback for just disagreeing with a cis guy streamer, right? And you gotta wonder about that. You really do, right?
I think he's a good egg. I think he's a real good egg overall.
Okay, but he did buy a house, so, you know... I think that supporting a
Scarlet preamp doesn't have the negative 69 decibels gain necessary.
Now that he's bought a house, that's pretty oomphy right there, and not in the good way.
But recently, because this is online, he got into a bit of drama, as happens sadly a lot with content creators, and shout out to FD Signifier's great recent video on this topic, by the way. But this drama was about how he...
Jack at one point does this performative outrage. So, I mean, I guess we got to take into consideration that there's a Vosh raid, right? So Jack's not maybe dealing with just she, her pronouns. I'm guessing just her normal like her normal you know, community, her normal chat, right? There's also a lot of Vosh people in there, and potentially Vosh himself. So. Like, I mean, somebody who suggested that this might be an audition for, you know, a White Leaf website. I mean, I can neither confirm nor deny, but yeah, that's definitely something that's in the back of a lot of streamers' mind when they get a raid like that, right? You know, some people might not have any interest in that. Some people might tolerate Vosh and not want to, you know, make him mad or call him out or anything like that, but they're not really trying to go after the same audience. I'm guessing, based on what chat's been saying, though, that RiverBoatJack is RiverBoatJack's views are close enough to Vosh's views, where obviously she got that raid, and so therefore, you know, any sort of performative element that we might observe here could potentially be, you know, part of that audition. So, but who knows, right? Like I said, I don't know anything about RiverBoatJack other than that she's got a really cool name and cool headphones, and those are the only preconceptions I'm coming to this with, okay?
Didn't FD Signifier make a drama video about drama?
Whoa. So Jesse brings up FD Signifier, and you got this like, yikes. Ooh, FD Signifier, are you sure about that? Ooh, I don't know about that one. Jesse. Okay, so we're doing great already. Yeah. Oh my
I
god.
think BreadTube's on something lately, and I just genuinely want to know what their supplier is.
Hassan wanted to play on his stream a certain wizarding game, controversial for reasons that I spoke about in a recent video, in order to raise money for transgender charities. To try to use a game that is part of a wizarding franchise that is owned by an anti-trans bigot doing active harm to trans people, to fight back by doing a charity stream to try to make money for trans people, those she is directly harming. Honestly and truly, I think that is a fantastic impulse. It's a kind one, it's a caring one, it's one that shows he has a desire to do good, to help, to be kind.
Okay, so we can
and
see,
to try
we
to
can
make
get a
change,
better
that
sense
is his
of the
first
reaction,
desire.
right?
And I think that speaks all very.
I'm a React streamer too, and I'm very like, you can tell a lot about how I'm reacting to something by my face. So we're gonna see a little bit better what kind of reaction, what kind of like nonverbal, cues that we're getting from RiverBoatJack here. FD signifier shade is suspicious to me. I think so too. Right? That's a kind of a weird champ already, right? Sounds like she hasn't actually watched the FD video, but is relying on her pals to say about it. Yeah, if you're hanging out in the Vosh network, you are definitely going to get some some sort of pushback on anything to do with FD signifier. FD signifier not okay according to Vosh, right? And even though like we watched that video, especially if you are a premium member, right? You got to watch my reaction to FD Signifier's video, and if anything, if there was any problem with it, maybe it was a little bit too charitable to the debate bros, right? Not the other way around. I characterized it as being like an olive branch, right? It didn't seem like FD Signifier wanted drama. It seems like FD Signifier wanted to talk about drama, and maybe wanted to, try to quash a little bit of that drama. Right? Like by the people that FD Signifier brought on. You've got Professor Flowers, you got DJ Mule, and then you got Merrick DeVille. That's one person, Merrick DeVille, somebody that Vosh and Xander Hall and all those people like, right? And so, if anything, like, there are definitely people on the other side of things, people that are more skeptical about Debate Bros that maybe think that FD was a little bit too charitable to people like Merrick and to people, even to Vosh in that video. But strangely enough, the reaction from Vosh, the reaction from Xander Hall, the reaction from all these people is like, that as if FD Signifier, like, said, like was making fun of people's moms or something, right? It was real strange. And with Vosh, you saw that he didn't really watch much of the video. Xan didn't watch any of the video at all. I don't know. I've been told Keffals watches the FD Signifier video, so maybe Keffals, of all the people in the Clout Network, has watched more of that video than anybody else. But yeah, they make these determinations about this video ostensibly without even watching it. FD really got under people's skin. I know, right? And he wasn't going hard at all. He absolutely wasn't. Sorry, I wasn't here for the start of the stream. I was trying to. Oh, that's that's real. Spark That Blood. Good to have you here now, though. Sounds like, yeah. I agree with Adadak. V agrees with you, Puff29 and Adadak.
Very well of him and who he is and what he tries to do with his work and his platform. And I'm sure if he did do that charity stream, that it would make a lot of money for transgender charities, which is awesome.
This is a lot of lead up for a butt.
However, there is an issue. He is a leader for many in many communities, not just the leftist community, but the streamer community and many others, including...
Do you see how, like, I'm not trying to, like, I mean, like I said, I don't know anything about RiverBoatJack. It sounds like she's somebody that's kind of tangential to Vosh, obviously doesn't, not on that white leaf, like, hasn't signed the dotted line for white leaf yet, right? But there is, like, a certain degree to which, like, I understand what Jessie's doing here, right? Jessie is a peacemaker. Jessie is not trying to get into drama. Jessie is not trying to pick a fight. Jessie wants to make sure that she's understood as somebody that isn't coming at this from a jaundiced perspective, isn't coming at this to attack anyone, right? And like the skepticism from RiverBoatJack is a little bit off, I'd say.
Including a leader for many
trans people.
And I see a lot of folks, including other streamers or even transgender streamers, say,
Here,
oh, well, if he can play the game, then I can.
Can we scooch? There we go.
And then I see
Perfect.
other people who look up to those streamers
Perfect.
and leaders.
Well, okay, just as a point of order, yes, if someone can play a game that's publicly available...
Jessie's literally dressed up as a peacemaker in one of her videos. What's up, Nikki? FD Signifier was so nice to them. This is confusing. like it's advantageous for them to create heels, like wrestling heels, to create, you know, bad people, and to sort of maintain those lines, right? When FD tries to blur those lines by saying maybe Merrick's not so bad, maybe I can even understand a few things from Vosh's perspective. They are absolutely unreceptive to that because they need that drama. They need that hatred. They need there to be two clear sides, right? So, yeah. Also, offline, white supremacy remains a death cult.
Yeah, yes, other people can then play that game. That is true.
And say, oh, if they can play it, then I can donate to trans charities and play it myself. But here's the thing. Now that everyone here has bought and played the transphobes game and gave it more money and attention and validity, that's what you've used your platforms to do.
Can we speed this up a little bit?
Give
Is that
validity
cool?
to this game, to say it is okay.
Try
It makes her
1.25.
relevant, it makes her platform and franchise relevant, and allows her to keep justifying and causing harm to the transgender community. And also keep
that too
telling the people
fast?
in charge of this franchise that yes, they can still keep making
Let me
stuff
know if
within it
that's-
and make money while she's still doing her horrible stuff.
And I'm
That's
not
too
just
much.
talking about generally in our culture today, but I'm saying that
They
this is
always play
happening
the victim,
within
yeah.
our own spaces that are supposed to be directly transgender supportive. Yes, the world sucks. Yes, it's breaking streaming records, and that sucks. But it doesn't mean that we have to replicate that economy within our own spaces that are.
Okay.
Oh, it's on
You know,
360p.
I'll hold on to this for a hot minute, okay?
Supposed to be safe for trans people.
It supports her economy, not ours, not the marginalized, not transgender
Oh, I thought
people.
of something
And it
too
normalizes-
cool I could do too.
What?
Now, let's go with 720.
Okay.
I'm generally a 1080 girl myself,
Okay, I was
but
gonna hold on to this until later. Just in case you guys didn't know.
let's
Wait, what was this
see.
video
We're
about?
gonna do a little
This was 5 days ago.
flippy
Okay.
flip.
5 days ago. 2 days ago, we got some of the launch numbers for Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy is one of the best-selling launch games of just all
Is that
time.
okay?
It sold more copies than Elden Ring.
That way you can see RiverBoatJack, you know, it clearly, and you can see me clearly, and also you're not seeing, because I'm not trying to look at the you know, when we're up this close, like I'm not trying to encourage engagement with anybody else's community, with anybody else's chat. So I'd almost rather those be a little bit less legible, right? We just don't want to have any, you know, any issues with that, right? What's up, Himbo Slice? Good to see you, meow. Do people here believe in carbon offsets? I was typing the same thing. Oh my god. RiverBoatJack repeating the same point that everybody else has been repeating for which, yeah, it's almost like Fox News, the way that it just, in the sense that they the talking point goes out and just gets endlessly repeated and repeated and repeated. And the effect of that, right, on the audience of Fox News is that they take these things that they've heard over and over again, the same words, the same phraseology from different sources to be more true, to be more trustworthy, because they've heard it like that, as opposed to, you know, if it was a little bit off message or there was people that were like, you know, had different points of view. A lot of times on Fox News, you know, they've even had, you know, leaks come out where there were memos issued. Now, I don't think I'm not asserting that there's like memos in the White Leaf Network or anything like that, or like, you know, there's like a company line that has to be upheld. But yeah, there is a tendency of a lot of these streamers that are tangential to the Vosh community to, you know, to pick somebody's take and kind of, you know, iterate, let's just say, not repeat it exactly, but iterate on it, right? Selling, I believe that most of Tesla's profits come from selling their carbon offsets to other companies that pollute more, selling their carbon thingies. Yeah, it's like Chud Tube. They're repeating everything they've already said en masse. What's up, Mickey? Good to see you. Vosh News, Fox News, choose your fighter. It's weird that debate bros are mad at FD, but the polar opposites aren't saying negative things about him, really. Yeah. Yeah, like my understanding of that video is that this is like, I mean, you saw the end of that video, right? FD has a panic attack in the middle of an interview, right? And my thought on where FD's going with that video is to try to not be a part of these drama cycles as much anymore. Like, I feel like FD has He's been on the ride for a little while, and he wants off. He doesn't want anymore. He's not trying to start a fight. He's not trying to provoke more drama. He's trying to get himself a little bit of peace, right? Because, you know, like he said, he's not the youngest YouTuber out there, and, you know, he doesn't need this in his life, right? The fact that it outsold Elden Ring on just controversy alone could tell companies that this, you know, I don't know if it's on controversy alone, right? People are attributing reasons for the success that HWL has had, right? And you can't just like say this was the reason or that was the reason because it was going on at the same time, right? A very big part of the reason is that Hogwarts is a huge franchise with an enormous built-in audience and a lot of people feeling kind of nostalgic. What's up, Photophile? Good to see you. Also, carbon credits are for business and landowners, and it's just another way of funneling money into modern landed gentry. I think it's mostly just the IP. Yeah, I mean that's my thought. But I mean, like, again, I don't know. I can't make that claim, right? I can't like you're talking about at the very least a correlation, right? No, actually what's being proposed here, let me go a step further and say that what's being proposed here is causation, right? Now, causation, that requires a lot of proof. That requires some pretty high-level research to credibly make that kind of assertion of causation. This caused this, right? That's a lot of data that you need for that, and I'm not sure that anybody's got the data to back it up. I don't have the data to say it's all because of the IP, you know? I could just, you know, I can guess it might be because of the IP, but I can't prove it. And at the same time, you can't really prove that it's the controversy. The controversy got, you know, more people to play it. My understanding of trans people that were talking about this, and especially Jessie Gender, and you're going to see this, you know, from her, this was not an attempt at a boycott. This was not trans people, thinking that they could stop the masses from playing the video game, right? This is trans people talking to other trans people and talking to allies and you know, asking them to walk the walk that they talk on J.K. Rowling, right? And to actually, you know, kind of put their money where their mouth is, or take their money out of where their mouth isn't, what have you, right? You know, this is basically the proposition that's being made. And the straw man, and we watched a video with Council of Geeks talking about, you know, straw manning yesterday, right? The straw man of the situation is the you know, the twisting of that perspective is that, like, somehow this was like some kind of authoritarian attempt to, you know, forcibly change people's game playing habits, and it's not. And the only reason that the controversies got that big, so for, you know, people that think that the controversy might have helped the game somewhat, you know how you make that controversy bigger? It's when you got trans people saying to allies and to other trans people, please don't play this online. Please don't play this on stream. Please don't support this stuff. And other trans people saying, I want to play the video game. I want to play the video game. Why can't I do a charity? Why can't I do a charity? If I do a charity of the video game, can I play the video game? Oh, you all are a bunch of no fun assholes at all. This isn't going to work at all, right? That's what caused the controversy. So ironically enough, the people accusing people like Jessie Gender of promoting the game through opposing it are the people promoting the game through supporting it and through opposing Jessie Gender, right? If you really want to take that tack, I can turn it right back around on you. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not buying this, right? I would bet 85% of the sales went to people who didn't even know J.K. Rowling is transphobic. Were from people who didn't even know. Yeah, and the only people that this entreaty is going to work on is like trans people and allies of trans people that call themselves allies of trans people who consider themselves allies. That is the only people like worth, you know, really talking to in my estimation. Because if you're on the fence about, you know, trans rights, you're not going to hear this message at all, right? Allyship is transactional, of course, right? The video of RiverBoatJack upset me quite a bit. Did Polly watch this last night? I feel like a lot of people have seen this. It just goes to remind me how under the thumb of Vosh she is. Just a disingenuous shit take here. Okay, like I said, I don't have really any opinion of RiverBoatJack at all. I know I'm aware of her. I just don't know much about her at all. All these cis streamers should have made fun of chuds with a strength boner playing wizard baby game to own the libs. Would have been way better content than screaming at us. Yeah, I mean that's what this amounts to, right? Is friendly fire. That's how this kind of ends up, right? Someone said they wanted to buy it for her son, so I explained not to because of transphobia, and she said he's 10 and he doesn't care about politics. So there are parents buying it for their kids anyway. Yeah, I mean, like I said, like, it's not really a question, like, for the you're not you're not gonna persuade a 10-year-old to not buy it. You're gonna maybe persuade an ally to not buy it. So essentially Hassan wanted to buy an indulgence, to exploit his sin of playing the wizard game. Is that a good analogy? Yeah, you could see it that way. You could also see it as a kind of moral self-licensing, right? That through Hassan's support of trans rights in the past, and through Hassan's desire to do some kind of a charity stream for the benefit of trans charity, he feels like he's purchased the moral self-license in order to do something that I think even he knows is not great, right? Miss Jack from like 4 months ago, she would have agreed with Jessie back then. Really? Okay, so there's been a change in the streamer. Yeah, I mean, I guess I wish I'd seen. I had something to compare this to, right? In my opinions, mostly it's liberals who generally like the world and franchise, which is depressing in its own right. Yeah, because there's problems with the world and its franchise, right? One of the biggest problems being the anti-Semitism that's baked right into there, right? It didn't sell on controversy. It sold on a fan base of normies who don't even know J.K. Rowling is so problematic. I've just used how good the Dead Space remake. I never played Dead Space in the first place, but I watched a lot of streamers play it. Yeah. Not streamers. I guess it would have just been like YouTubers. Like I watched a lot of the YouTubers that I watched played Dead Space, and it looked like fun. It looked like a lot of fun. And it was funny too. A moral license to play a wizard game, right? Yeah. I think a positive effect of Hassan streaming it would have been also taking audience from the transphobes and maybe pushing HP fans a little to the left. It's hard to like take a stand on something like this when you're kind of compromise yourself that way. I don't know. For me, it's something that I just would never even consider, right? And it's a little ghoulish too. Of like, yeah, we're gonna play the we're gonna play the anti-Semitic turf game to raise money for trans people, and I'm gonna debunk if I see any of those anti-Semitic tropes, I'm gonna be like, ooh, look at that, that's a bad trope. And it's like you're still playing the blood libel game, dude. I don't know how you get around that, right? I just don't. Can't wait until can't wait until the remake of the second one. Okay, yeah, there's like three. Isn't there like 3 or 4 Dead Space games? Yeah, and I don't usually like it's like a body horror game, isn't it? It's kind of a body horror. I mean, I guess I like JoJo, which has an element of body horror, but I usually am not into that sort of thing. But somehow Dead Space was kind of awesome. It's kind of epic.
Like, yep. Cool.
Vosh keeps on making the assertion that Hassan would have spent the whole time making fun of the game and J.K. Rowling. I can't see any reason to believe that that's what would have happened. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously Hassan is pretty negative towards J.K. Rowling, appropriately so, and obviously Hassan is kind of good at debunking stuff, but again, it's just a weird state to be in, right? It's ghoulish. It's something that I would never think to do. It's something that it's a proposition that just kind of turns my stomach. So for me, it's not really a question. There are so many great games by non-problematic people that need boosting. You don't need to play a mediocre turf game. True. Like there are so many good games out there. Yeah. And like so many games like for instance by trans creators, trans devs that need some support behind them, right? I don't know. You could rally people against transphobia using oh my god, thank you for the sub, Nabil. Meow. I feel like a debate that this feels like a debate that 3 or 4 college students are having on ethics. Yeah.
Is going to do this regardless.
And I'm trying to be a little bit pragmatic about it, all right? I know that our side of things always gets accused of having zero pragmatism and we're on our moral high horses and everything, but it just like, there is something to be said for the moral standing that you occupy through something like this. And there's something to be said for the way that standing gets debased, right? There's symbolic value that's, to things that happen in media that's actually quite important. Hassan is in love with Harry Potter. He had the wand, remember? He bought the wand for himself, right? That was like a year ago. He wants to play the game because he loves the franchise. That's what I think. That's what I think. I think a lot of these people, saying that they are being super pragmatic, right? And they're just trying to do the best with the situation that's going on, which, I respect that, right? But a lot of this reasoning feels like post hoc justification of something that they wanted to do because, much like me, they have some Hogwarts nostalgia, right? I grew up with this stuff and like it. I understand the attraction. I lost that attraction. You got Katsuya, yeah. You start with Wait a minute, you know this game? Wait, no, you got Tatsuya actually. Close though. That's the brother of Katsuya. Personally, that's where we start out. I didn't know what else to give people for sub patches other than Persona 2 characters, because like I still need to finish Eternal Punishment. I finished Innocent Sin, and then my computer broke, right? So I'm gonna have to see if I can recover those files, those game saves, or maybe I'll just start over because I heard there's a really good there's like a new version of Persona 2 that I really want to try playing. Eternal Punishment in specific, yeah. Eternal Punishment was amazing. It's hard though. It's like really hard. That's Ulala, the boxer. That's Maya's roommate. Okay, so Maya's like the main character of Eternal Punishment. Wait, I think I need to add Maya. Do I not have Maya? I think I don't. I think Maya's the one person we don't have, right? I think I need to. Maya needs to be the longest sustaining like sub badge, right? But yeah, she's a boxer. She has trouble with men, and she's perturbed at the messy nature of our protagonist Maya Amano as a roommate. And I'm seeing right now some similarities between my own living space and that which Maya and Ulala occupy. So I will say no more. I was gonna get Persona games on Xbox Gold, but I had to cut costs for the next 6 months. Oh wait, are you talking about Xbox, like the Xbox Game Pass? Yeah, I think they have 3, 4, and 5. Is that right? So, do you entice demons to your army with motorcycle noises? Whoa! How many people know about this game? I need to pick up on Persona 2 again. Anyway, I'm not trying to derail here. I know you all want to see my reaction to RiverBoatJack's reaction to Jessie gender, and then the next, like, there's a lot of good stuff on this playlist that Natalie Marie made for me. By the way, thank you, Natalie Marie, for bringing this to me. This is good. Flipped video. Yeah, I mean, is this okay? Do you like is the flipped video okay? I'm just that way RiverBoatJack's on the other side from me, and also we're not directly showing the names of the chatters, because I know there's a lot of disagreement between my community and probably what a lot of the RiverBoatJack people and a lot of the Vosh people, and I've seen some Keffals people in there too, are going to be saying. And I'm definitely not trying to like inspire anybody to hate on anybody, to go after anybody. We definitely don't want that. And I've had that in the past, right, where people see a chatter saying something ridiculous and they it ends up with some drama. So we're not trying to invite the drama train over here. I've had enough drama for an entire lifetime, believe it or not. I don't know, someday I'll do a video about like the origins of NCC and all the drama that I've dealt with, right? I'm not afraid to fight. I'm not afraid to stand up for my friends. I'm not afraid to stand up for what's right. You're right. So if that's the situation, that's the situation. But flipped is good. Yeah, but I'm not trying to, I'm not doing a Keffals. I'm not doing drama for clicks. I'm not doing anything like that. I was invited onto Keffals' stream, just to let you know, right? Keffals invited me onto her stream, and I realized I don't want to go on Keffals' stream. I don't want to have her do to me what she did to Polly People. But I would go on her stream if she would apologize to Zara, because she said some things about Zara on her stream to tens of thousands of people that were untrue, and I feel like she owes Zara an apology, and she should set the record straight, right? Because nobody likes being lied about.
Hogwarts Legacy got nominated for most anticipated game 2 years in a row. Yeah, no, like it was already going to do this, but this whole like weird purity testing of like social groups and like the active campaign to be like, if you
4 golden, Persona 4 golden, Persona 5R, and what is 3P? What is there's like FES and there's, oh my god, I don't know Persona 3 that well. I don't think she'll ever apologize, but I really appreciate you sticking up. Like I said, I don't necessarily 3 portable. Oh, okay, yeah. Like I said, I don't necessarily want to go on Keffals, right? I don't think that would do me any good. I don't have anything that I think I could change Keffals' mind on. That would be the only purpose in talking to her, and like the only thing I would want to leverage that for is maybe getting an apology and setting the record straight on Zara, because it's really messed up. My big problem with Keffals is that she bullies people, right? She takes a streamer that's just getting started and she lies about her right out the gate. That's not fair. I'm not okay with that. I have a dark matter tattoo that I wouldn't get done today. Someday I'll afford to get it covered. There are too many ways. There are so many ways to still engage with Harry Potter without giving JKR any money. True. That is true.
play Hogwarts Legacy, you're a bad person. I think definitely didn't hurt the sales of the game, and if that was the goal here, it seems to be marvelously ineffective.
Not the goal. It's just to spread awareness and make the connection between our behavior and our allyship. That's it.
But also, I find her choice of words here very interesting. Here, I'm gonna rewind it so you guys can hear this part.
For our own spaces that are supposed to be safe for trans people.
It supports her economy, not ours, not the marginalized, not transgender people's, and it normalizes.
Thank you, young black economist.
Her economy. What exactly does that mean? Like what exactly does that mean? It supports her economy, not our.
Should I change the I feel like I should change the emotes that are free versus the emotes that you have to have a sub for, right? Like I would want the Gex to be free. The Gex pulled you back. I mean, Gex are hard to resist, right? Gex are great.
Our economy, not the economy of the marginalized and transgender people. Like, we're all in the same economy here.
Wait, what is RiverBoatJack saying here? Like you could make money off of doing something that's like morally ambiguous, sure, I guess, but why do you feel like you need to? Is the question, right? And is it worth the way that you muddle your message? Right. I mean, if you want to be utilitarian about it, right? If you like Vosh, maybe you're a utilitarian, right? I mean, you do a little hedonic calculus on this, right? And ask yourself if this is really a good idea, because I think even by those standards, you'd find that it's not the direction that you'd want to go. But I mean, that's just my take on it, right? I'm not
like what studio published Hogwarts Legacy? Warner Bros. Games. Yeah, hey, guess what? If you've bought any of the Lego games, if you've bought any of the Mortal Kombat games, if you've bought Middle-earth: Shadow of War or Batman: Arkham City, guess what? You're supporting the
The economy doesn't exist in a vacuum. Like, this is 101 shit.
publisher of Hogwarts Legacy. You're supporting that economy. So why?
She's looking to debunk Jessie gender. It's fine if she disagrees. She doesn't have to consciously miss the point.
Why stop at the wizard game? You know, you're supporting the wizard game.
And there's people in chat that say that you're picking up some performative nature to, you know, her reaction here. I can't really speak to that because I haven't seen a RiverBoatJack stream before. I don't know what she's normally like. I don't have any basis of comparison. But I will, you know, keep that in mind that some people in chat say that this looks like, you know, there's some affect to this, right? Is that what I'm getting from people? Is that the overarching consensus of people who have watched RiverBoatJack before? J.K. Rowling doesn't get... She does, though. She actually does. Yeah, we actually... Pink News is my source for that, right? Yeah, she is getting royalties for this game, as far as I understand. I've heard the opposite, too, but I should check on the source for that. Just, like, nail that down and know that for sure. Now RiverBoatJack is doing what J.K. Rowling did when she attacked Jessie gender. If you're serious, you should be burning libraries that carry the books. Oh my god, there was so much sanctimony in J.K. Rowling's attack on Jessie gender. Jack used to be awesome. I mean, that sucks. And like, look, I've seen the pull of clout ruin good streamers before. Like I said, I don't have a basis of comparison. I don't know for sure that's what's going on here, but that seems like what chat's telling me. WBG is pretty irrelevant, and I don't know, but this does come off as acting. I think they meant she doesn't get royalties for Shadow of Mordor or the Lego games. Wait, Shadow of Mordor? Why would she? Forbes said that she's getting paid royalties. Also, it's literally free money. There's no way any huge IPs owners would just leave the royalties by the wayside.
By buying any of those games, right? Like, no. I'm not joking. Like, why stop at the Harry Potter game? If we're against supporting any aspect of the economy around J.K.
Are you literally making like, is this another false dichotomy fallacy? These are so pernicious, right? I feel like the Vosh network people, they look up like a list of logical fallacies, and instead of taking these as like, oh, these are arguments that I should try to avoid, they're like, these are good arguments. These are, if you can get somebody with a slippery slope, hit them with that slippery slope. Be like, that's a slippery slope. That's a slippery. If you tell me not to do this, then next thing you're gonna be doing is saying, oh, did you know that like somebody bad gets like a fraction of a percentage on this game? Could you not play this game either? Like, that's not necessarily true. There is a little bit of nuance here, and I feel like it's not, you know, it's not something that's beyond us to conceive of, like a difference in level of harm. The level of harm that we're at with Harry Potter is this, okay? J.K. Rowling is Queen TERF. Am I wrong about that? Are there any TERFs above J.K. Rowling? Are there any TERFs with greater social media influence, more vitriol and ire for the trans community? Right? Are there any TERFs that are effectively driving more hatred than J.K. Rowling? I think she's the number one. And she is definitely symbolically, you know, if nothing else, symbolically like occupies that role. So, you know, this is not just like, you know, your average everyday moral quandary, right? This one seems pretty clear cut. People talk about, oh my god. People talk about two different things with royalties. Yes, JKR is getting royalties from Hogwarts Legacy, but no, she doesn't from other Warner Brothers games. Interesting. Dave Chappelle is trying his best. That's why, like, saying we should regulate cars that aren't fuel efficient, and someone arguing that we should ban air travel and all cars because they contribute to climate change. There are no TERFs with the same power as her, though she isn't the she isn't the most hateful. Okay, but she is the most powerful. So she's the queen of the TERFs. She's the queen of the TERFs, right? This is a little different, right? This is a whole nother level that we're dealing with. And there's a problematic anti-Semitic undertone that just pervades the entire universe, right? And that's not all. Like, right? J.K. Rowling's her thumbprint is all over that entire game. From the anti-Semitism to the anti-SJW, the whole making fun of Hermione for wanting to free the house elves thing. Like, there's a lot, like, kind of wrong with that game, right? And we're not talking about an issue where I was like, I don't like Voldemort. Voldemort's a bad dude. You shouldn't have a character like, no, I'm not saying that, okay? Have bad guys, fine. Have, your bad guys can be bad. Your bad guys can be really, really bad. I'm not the fucking, the caricature of the Tumblerista that some people seem to think I am, right? I don't have a problem with you having bad guys, but that's the author. That is the morality with which the universe operates, right? J.K. Rowling's being a TERF didn't come from nowhere. J.K. Rowling's is a genuinely shitty person, and she's shitty on many different levels, including having this, internalized, I'll give her credit and say it's maybe just internalized anti-Semitism, and it's maybe not something that she's aware of, but it's there, and it affects her universe, and it's so fucking clear in the way that the goblins are portrayed, right? And they took that universe with all of its problematicity, and instead of like trying to maybe like retcon something of like, we really don't like this trope of the goblins, like we got to do something with this. We got to J.K. Rowling's, we'll make your game, but please, we're not carrying forward this, this goblin garbage that you put here. We're gonna change this. We're gonna retcon this a little bit. No. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna throw blood libel into the mix. We're gonna make the anti-Semitic nature of the goblin, the goblins in that universe even more apparent and undeniable by beefing up the anti-Semitism, supercharging that anti-Semitism with blood libel, right? There's so much wrong with it. It's not like some cursory thing. We're not like some kind of moral absolute purist looking for, I don't know, like an impossible state of purity, right? That's not what's going on here. I don't mind if people that engage in Harry Potter and its community, I just wish that more of them took into account JK's opinions before absolutely idolizing the book's universe. Absolutely. That's kind of on one level, okay, in some situations, that is how brainworms operate. When we talk about brainworms, we're talking about beliefs that you internalize without realizing that you're internalizing them, right? And then they're there and they have an effect and they shape your worldview, right? Absorbing this universe, immersing yourself in this universe is a great way to get whatever kind of brainworms J.K. Rowling has put in there, right? I'm not saying it's going to make you, you're not going to go, like, accidentally, like, goose step in your sleep or something like that, okay? But, like, it's not good for you. And especially if you can't see that stuff, you're more vulnerable, right? If you don't look at the goblins and say, ooh, right? You're the one, you're more vulnerable than you think, right? You are vulnerable to propaganda, my friend. You are vulnerable.
Rowling's video game here.
Only glitter comes close.
Clearly,
JK's more vicious.
100%. Yeah. Those games don't extend the IP.
She retroactively made her books more racist. Why? Good question.
Are you a billionaire? Yes.
Me too. Total billionaire over here.
The issue here is that the marginalized economy, the economy of transgender people, and the economy of J.K. Rowling are the same economy. So I'm not exactly sure what Jessie Gender is trying to say here.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure what she's saying. But I mean, okay, so is RiverBoatJack saying that our economy and and by which I mean like the flow of like, material value within our community, right? I think that's what's being said here, right? Like, if you're saying, does our economy and J.K. Rowling's economy exist in the same universe? Oh yeah, sure, fine, right? But that doesn't mean they have to interface, right? That doesn't mean, especially interface in a way that is like, putting our money into J.K. Rowling's, pocket, right? And I think that maybe the other thing that Jessie Gender's speaking to in terms of our economy is like, what about trans devs, right? If we're gonna interface with the game economy in the first place, like, shouldn't the priority to be to build our to help kind of build up devs that are maybe doing the opposite of what JK is with all this? Racism sells, right? I kind of think most people are already full of those brainworms, which is why the Wizard books got so popular in the first place. Yeah, I mean, like, it still has a reinforcing effect. Just arguing semantics. It's totally giving me both sides. I think Jessie Gender hasn't finished her point. Oh, about the economy. So this is the classic Vosh thing where you pause somebody before they can make their point. And you pause them, you ridicule them, your chat's already in the mode of like, nah, I'm not going to take you seriously. And then you get to finish your point when they unpause you. That sucks. Yeah, there's no ethical consumption, but that doesn't mean go buy a fascist product. Exactly. I feel like Vosh is a dangerous figure on the online discourse. When I first came across him, he seemed pretty reasonable with good talking points. At least I'm more educated on him now. Magdalene Perns was much worse than Glinner. She was a despicable, vicious person. JKR whitewashed her as a brave young feminist, despite her eliminationist rhetoric. JK also got lucky with how hard her books and movies were marketed. She's being obtuse about what Jessie is saying. Because if Hermione is black... Oh, that's right, I forgot about that retcon. If Hermione is black, now suddenly all the Hood characters turn into assholes who lecture black women about caring about slavery. Not good, Hood. Okay. It's because the book universe is clearly pro-slavery. Yeah, I mean, what about that?
I don't really know. I don't really know what the point is here.
Pure propaganda.
But like,
are you talking about like with the Aurors?
No,
yeah.
Does the
Harry becoming an Auror at the end of the
economy
series?
Of like transgender people include like Nike? Does it include Coca-Cola? Like, does that mean I can say?
Did I see what J.K. Rowling did with the goblins up above? Goblins, like the goblins can tell who made each coin by looking at the serial number. When goblins who make coins, it literally has a serial number that is unique to each of the banker goblins. Think about that. Oh my god. Shakespeare, I didn't know what you're saying at first. But I think I know what those numbers... Yeah, god. That is way messed up. Yeah, you're right, Joni. No, I didn't even notice that. Like, the closer you look into this, like, the worse it gets, right? It means Harry, Ron, and Mr. Weasley have all moments where they lecture Hermione, a black woman, on how... Oh my god! Oh my god. See, this is... Wow. Okay. And ask her to shut up about it. See, I never read the books, but I feel like yeah, I feel like the closer you interface with the Hogwarts universe, the worse it gets. I really hate when people compare boycotting a video game to trying to avoid massive food. Oh yeah, 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 food and brand monopolies. Yeah, like some of the I always bring this back to the attempt to boycott the Koch brothers. The Koch brothers, one of them's dead now, but they were big, and I guess one of them still is big, like, right-wing donors, right? And people wanted to maybe do a boycott of their products, and they looked into that, and they found that Koch Industries doesn't necessarily sell the products that you're buying. I mean, some of them it does, right? But a lot of what Koch Industry does is supplies the people who sell the products that you're buying. So yeah, they're in their stuff is in a lot more products than you realize, and it becomes almost impossible to actually disinvest in Koch Industries completely. Yeah, this is beyond fucked up. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Actually, wow.
The transgender economy supports death squads. I think that this is silly. This is silly. Lego has a lot of Harry Potter stuff and is a shitty company. Why not boycott the whole thing? Sure, don't buy anything. Move out into the middle of the woods. Don't buy anything. Live in a hovel. It'll I'm sure that will work out. I joined at a weird time. Hey, Doodleburb.
Is in everyday discussions and discourses, keeping her and her platform in our attention, in our mind, in our culture, and we need to not do that.
Okay, so what might have been missed here by RiverBoatJack, right? What was like paused on? Jessie's not just talking about the economy. It sounds like Jessie's talking about the attention economy too, right? Or almost like the economy of consciousness. She says Star Wars. Oh my god, I'm gonna get destroyed for that take. A Star Trek fan, right? And so she's used to thinking of these ideas, like, you're almost like touching on like the idea of the noosphere there. The noosphere is like a conceptual world of ideas around us, right? Like the world of consciousness almost, right? And I think that's kind of what she's trying to touch on. And when you're dealing with this with like a Voshian analysis, you're gonna miss stuff like that. Vosh has no interest in that stuff. Oh, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Roald Dahl. Okay, so the Roald Dahl's in the news because his books, I guess, have some problematicity to them, and there was a publisher that wanted to change a few things to make it so the books could still be read and didn't have like those elements in them, and people are like political correctness, right? But Roald Dahl initially had a black main character. So you're talking about like the character of Charlie and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was initially black and then was edited out. Huh. I read all the books except the last one. I think I watched the first movie, maybe the second. I still have the book somewhere. Also, people that say, well, in that case, you shouldn't use social media. Oh my god, you shouldn't use a cell phone! Right, that's the ultimate Vosh take, is put down your cell phone if you're so moralistic, ha ha ha. And you know what he used that to... It wasn't like he was justifying it, though. But anyway, I'm not gonna revisit that yikes debate between, I think, Vosh and Vegan Gains. That's what I'm talking about there. In that case, you shouldn't use Twitch or play any games. Are just people who have nothing to say to you, so they'd rather tell you to get off all platforms, so you don't question that. Yeah, that's a very like Gamergate sort of take. That's a very gamer take, right? Besides, the OK was hot. The OK was hot queer baiting trash. Oh, the play was hot queer baiting trash. The play. Wait, which play? Oh, the Harry Potter play. Yeah, 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 yeah. Cancelled. Right? She doesn't mean literally the economy of money. Star Trek? Star Trek is, don't they run on the track? Isn't that what the ship, that ship is round because it's got a track for them to run. That's how they keep in shape out in outer space. Because I don't know if you know this, but space doesn't have any gravity. And if you don't, if you don't have like a gravity machine like Goku, your muscles will all dissipate into nothing, and you'll become a blob of tissue. I think she does like Star Wars too. Okay, but she's mainly a Star Trek, a Trekkie. They never even go to a star in Star Wars. Yeah, what's up with that? Back to organizing. Dahl was mega anti-Semitic. I was trying to remember what the deal with Dahl was. Yeah, there's some issues with Roald Dahl. Original version, the Oompa Loompas, or however you spell it, it was fucked up. They somehow made the Oompa Loompas like genderless, I guess, in the new version. Dahl was a bad dude sometimes, but his daughter died of measles. He was very pro-vaccine. Also wrote a big pro-vaccine thing in the 80s. Okay. Oh, I didn't know he lived into the 80s. I always thought he was like older than that. After his daughter died. Okay, hush, science nerd. I did a paper with a bunch of research on Dahl and the history of the anti-vaccine movement in the media. Bosch tried to argue no ethical consumption under capitalism with Ask Yourself, and it got completely... are you talking about recently, Deem Stars, or was this like back in the day? Yeah, the Oompa Loompas are from Africa in the original Charlie... Oh my god. In the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, they made them orange because they didn't want to do... Oh my god! Damn! Like, yeah, it's weird. Like, well, look, I mean, my only basis of comparison, right, is that, like, I had an ex that was really into, like, 90s comedy movies, right? Like, Adam Sandler and stuff like that. And when you watch that stuff, there's, like, so much transphobia. There's, like, I swear to God, in a lot of Adam Sandler movies, it feels like every other joke is like, because he's gay. Oh, you know what I mean? It's like okay, that's not really a burn. That's not the own you think it is, Adam Sandler. But like, I don't know, maybe Adam Sandler changed. It was a couple years back. Okay.
We don't use the tools of the oppressor to take down the oppressor. I'm not saying we're going to be able to take down the oppressor today.
Then what are you trying to say? What, like, you can't use the tools of the oppressor. The tools of the oppressor in this case are quite literally the economy that you're talking about. That is one of the tools of the oppressor here.
Look,
and you're talking...
Okay, so RiverBoatJack, unless you've got a plan to subvert the capitalist economy using capitalism and take that shit over from the inside out, then shut the fuck up, right? What are you saying? What is this? Oh my god, what the hell?
About a boycott, which is using economic forces.
Did I just do what I accused her of doing? I think
I don't know.
Oh no, she didn't make it better though. She didn't. When I unpaused it, she didn't like redeem anything, right? So I'm not trying to pause her in order to keep her point from being complete or anything like that, right? I'm not trying to do that. I just have ADHD and like that kind of stuck in my craw a little bit. Like, right? Seriously, if you got a plan, I want to know about it. All right, that sounds great. Conceive of the plan, draw it up, like get it on my desk, and I'll join you in that, RiverBoatJack. If you've got a novel way to approach capitalism and take it down from the inside, I'm all ears. But I don't think that you got that plan. I X to doubt. I hate to say major X to doubt.
She's specifically talking about streaming.
90s movies be like, oops, all homophobia.
I don't know that she is. She specifically talked about people.
Wait, what's not true?
Thinking it's okay to buy it, which I think that which I think she's talking about the wider boycott, not just streaming the game here.
No, actually she's not. She's specifically, oh my god, and you don't necessarily know this, right? So RiverBoatJack may not be privy to what the rest of us are here in the fact that we've watched every Jessie gender video that's come out about Hogwarts Legacy, etc., right? It's not a boycott. So stop calling it a boycott. You're straw manning, right? That's not appreciated. This is not discourse. When you put viewpoints that people don't hold into their mouth and pretend to own them by lying about what they're saying or by misinterpreting what they're saying, right? No, it's not about a boycott, right? It's not about suppressing all it's not about keeping the game from being played, right? These are unrealistic goals that nobody on the side of just talking to trans people and our allies and asking them, hey, maybe consider not playing the game. That's not anybody's goals, right? We're not like shambolic here.
But playing that game is playing on her and transphobic terms. This is what I and others talk about when we say don't play the wizarding game. It's not that you are a bad person or a bigot if you do, but what it's doing is not actually supporting trans people, and it's not being an active ally or accomplice to the transgender community.
Well, yeah, but there are a lot of things that people do that aren't active allyship to the transgender community, right? Like,
that's why the conversation is with allies, right? And like I said, allyship is not a being, right? You don't become an ally. You don't like attain a certain number of ally points and become an ally. It's a doing. Doing certain things is allyship. Doing other things is more like, kind of in a gray zone, and doing yet other things is like in that red Shinigami eyes zone, right? Where you're being the opposite of an ally, right? But people who have done allyship in the past, people who understand what that means, people who care about trans people, they're worth reaching out to.
I don't know, you can eat you can go and eat a sandwich and not have it be like something that's an active act.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know where you're getting this false dichotomy shit from, right? Other than like, is that just like the way that Voshites argue now? Is that like all you got? Like, I was kidding before. I was there was an exaggeration, right? When I said that they take the list of logical fallacies as like a playbook of like, these are arguments that you should be implementing, right? I was kind of joking, but now it's starting to feel like they don't have much else.
Of supporting the transgender community, right? There are a lot of things that people who are allies do that are not acts of allyship. Heard Jessie had a bad take about this, but hoo boy, this is bad.
It's funny, the view from inside Vosh's ass, right? Like, oh god, this is a really bad take. Holy shit, what is Jessie Gender doing? Oh, yikes. Yikes. Oh my god, she's talking about allyship, right? And you know that accomplice stuff like that, just like right over the top of the head, right? That's, nobody's getting that. Nobody understands that distinction, right? So we won't even talk about that, because that's like completely, not finding a home in anybody's like ears, let alone their like understanding. But why can supposed cis allies understand what allies means when it comes to video games between imaginary countries, but not allyship when it comes to oh wait, that's a good point, Shakespeare. Because HB, the tech company, works with the IDF as they take more land and harm more Palestinians. Jessie is about to explain, and Jack keeps pausing in mid-explanation and to go, she isn't explaining what she means, and she seems so ready to disagree. She seems so ready to disagree before the facts. Well, like I said, Vosh just rated her, all right? So, I mean, I don't know if that's what's going on, but it's at least a theory. A game theory. All right, let's go. Let's go.
So, like, Doodleburb, consumer side boycotting can work. it can work. It's just not.
But you know what doesn't work is talking to a straw man, right? It just doesn't work. It's like you're not engaging with the other person's thoughts. You're just like coming up with a more convenient and easy to dismantle version of those, and LARPing as if you're, you know, actually engaging with ideas when you seem to be unwilling to actually do that. Yeah.
super effective, and it takes an overwhelming amount of effort to get it to work. And this, we talked a little bit about this earlier because I read through one of the common posts about this that's been making the rounds. But
You're a little annoyed with this. Iron Orchids, you are not the only one. You are not the only one. When Jessie is saying that we can't use the tools of the oppressor, she is saying we can't use buying and playing and advertising the turf game as our tactic or strategy. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird tactic. It's a weird strategy. Like, right, if that's what your, you know, idea is, you're really gonna have to sell me on it. And so far nobody has. You know, as much as like RiverBoatJack. Wait, somebody said something about the whole. The only way to dismantle capitalism from the inside is to become the world's richest person. And then, I mean, maybe that's the strategy, right? Maybe that's maybe that's Vash's strategy. Maybe that's Hassan's strategy. I don't know. Then gain political power at the same time. Yeah. So you just basically coup the world, and then you say, haha, surprise, communism. That's a pretty cool idea. As a trans woman whom is also gender, RBJ makes me look bad. Controlled opposition talking points. We won't hold that against you. Oh, not all genders. Oh my god. I mean, I don't know. Like I'm you know, I'm a few shades of hair color away from being considered that myself, I think. What's up? What's going on, Macabre Eccentric? I love your name. I think controlled opposition when I see left infighting like this. Okay, so I'm controlled opposition. That's cool. Let me call the CIA and see if I can get some money out of them, right? Do you think I'll get some money out of them? Wait, let me try. It's worth a try. Okay, look, I need to monetize. It's high time I chrome the fuck up. Thank you for bringing that up, Macabre Eccentric. Right, let me give that a try. Hello? CIA? Oh, okay. Can you transfer me? Cool. Oh my god, their hold music is you're not gonna believe this. You're not gonna believe. Here, let me show you what their hold music is. Okay, look. I'm gonna put this in my ear because I'm on hold with the CIA, okay? Thank you for this idea, though, Macabre. You are really providing content for me here in a way that you maybe can't even completely understand yourself. Okay, I want to show you what the hold music is, though, because I recognize this song, all right? I want you to tell me if you recognize it, too. All right, tell me if anybody recognizes this. All right, this is literally what I'm listening to now on hold with the CIA. Trying to get my money, trying to get that bag. Right, if I'm controlled opposition, I should be able to get paid. It's only fair. This is what I'm hearing. This song, this track by this artist. This is what I'm listening to. Oh, it's so weird because it's like off. It's like off by a half beat, so it's kind of like I'm almost getting like it almost feels like a echo effect or something. You recognize this? A Darude Sandstorm. Yes, it's actually Rick Astley. No, do you recognize this? It's such a jam. I would not have expected the CIA. So if anybody's just joining us, we're on hold with the CIA. I'm trying to get paid. Somebody told me that I am controlled opposition for doing leftist infighting. If that's true, then I think that the CIA should be paying me, right? I should be on the payroll. Hello? Oh, just a second. Sorry. I'm on. Sorry about that. Okay, let me pause this. Sorry, I had some music on in the background while I was listening to your lovely hold music. Hello. Hey, so okay, so here's my idea. I am right now engaged in leftist infighting, okay? I'm a leftist content creator on Twitch. Are you familiar with the platform? Yeah? Okay. Leftist content creator on Twitch. I'm right now criticizing, reacting to another leftist content creator named RiverBoatJack. RiverBoatJack is in with the Vosh Clout Network. Oh, you're familiar with them. Okay. All right. Okay, so here's what I was wondering. Okay, so based on the fact that I am doing leftist infighting, I was wondering if maybe I could get some money from y'all? Right? I'm a wrecker. I'm destroying the left from the inside right now. That's what we're doing, okay? And I feel like that's kind of like your goal, your job, your mission, right? You don't want a strong left, right? So I'm helping you with that. I was wondering if I'm not getting paid for doing this, right? So I'm just wondering if maybe you would pay me. What do you mean you already gave the money to Vosh? Fuck you. God damn it. Okay, that didn't work. God damn it. Macabre eccentric, you just wasted my time. Oh, and we got a hype train. How did we get a hype train? Well, okay, I'm gonna get paid. Okay, I'm gonna get paid as long as I'm gonna get paid. All right, let's do the hype train. Because obviously the CIA, they're not gonna pay me. I'm not gonna get any money from the CIA. Apparently they already have a controlled opposition, and it is my opposition, right? So I'm the opposition to the controlled opposition. What would that make me, Macabre? What would that make me? Oh my god, hype train activated. Holy shit, here we go with the hype train. Wait, do we want to do... Look, this is kind of a jam, all right? Hype train level 2 achieved duck under 8, cheered 300 bits. Xerax with the community sub. Jules with the community sub. Somebody's calling me no agent chick, right? Oh my god, Nikki Bex giving a Macabre eccentric. You just got a gift sub out of this, so yeah. Look at that, the soul gub. I can't see. The soul gub. I was about to call it the soul gub. It's the sub goal, actually. That's what I'm talking about. It was just reached. Yeah, we got 130. All right, let's keep this hype train going so that I don't have to take money from the CIA, because apparently Vosh already took it all. I lost out. Between Vosh and Jimmy Dore, they've already taken it, okay? No shot. This is a good jam though, right? We're riding that hype train. Anybody else want to contribute to it? Anybody else want to... We're on level 2 right now. So if you get a sub, if you give me bits, if you, I think even do a donation, there's all kinds of things that you could do. Any sort of monetary donation to yours truly to keep me from having to be a scumbag controlled oppositioneer for the CIA, which, yeah, it's Kevin McLeod, exactly. I wish they would modernize it to make it something more weaselly. Oh, you want to go for the weasel? Do we need to go for the weasel? Oh my god, Buffy Geek! Keeping it going. Puff 29, you just got one. Level 3 achieved, hell yeah! Hell yeah, you can do it, chat. Let's see if we can we do level 5? I think that's where we got to last time. Wait, what's the highest one we've ever gotten? Okay, so I had a request for weasels. Wait, let me just, grab this. Oh, people have been watching this. Sarah, you've been getting some views on this video. People have found out about your video. Copy link and just put the...
Because it was so peaceful up here.
We got a sub on YouTube. Freaking communists invading radicals. That's right. Controlled opposition invading radicals at that, right? We're doing some controlled opposition here, trying to get paid by the CIA. Apparently, our services are not required. They already have somebody for this, right? And it's not me. It's not me who's wrecking the left. Do you get it yet, eccentric? Do you get it? Do you see who's wrecking the left? Do you see who's getting in the way of solidarity? It's not me. I'm not doing a good job as controlled opposition. I'm not wrecking the left. Apparently what I'm doing, they told me, is helping the left stick together better through promoting solidarity. Same thing with Jessie Gender. Yeah, Jessie Gender is not going to get paid either. It's only going to be people who are actively making our online movements harder for marginalized people to join, right? By being, shitheads, right? By talking down to marginalized people, by co-opting their liberatory movements, all that kind of stuff that the Vosh Clout Network does better than I ever could. So yeah, they don't need me. That's not gonna work. By the way, Starfleet registry numbers for starships. Oh yeah, NCC is a starship, right? It's not the, is it the Enterprise? Jessie, gender, and NCC. Wait, we want to see some. We gotta see this. That's what was requested. So we're still on that hype train. Thank you, Buffy Keek. Thank you, Rob MC. Thank you, Nikki Bex. Thank you, Duck Under 8. CIA Op, of course. Paul Squall, no CIA chick. Yes. Oh my god, thank you so much, everybody. Jules, as well. So here's the Weasel. And if we want to see if we can get that hype train a little bit higher, that would definitely make me feel better about not getting paid by the CIA. Oh wait, I gotta turn this down, don't I? What a weasel. There we go. Weasel. Oh look, it's backwards Weasel. It's backwards Weasel. Oh my god, here we go. Oh my god, 5 1-tier subs. Thank you, Jules. Oh my god. Wait, does that mean level 4 has been achieved? 100%. It's 100% of something. That sounds really good. That sounds really good. Hype indeed. Oh my god, hype train level 4 achieved. Level 3 completed. What a weasel. It's the backwards. Oh, get ready for the B-side. We've got a B-side coming out for you, right? Rob MC, no compromise chick. No compromises. Apparently I'm not good as controlled opposition. Right? And don't feel bad, Eccentric, because like literally everybody that comes in here and tries to derail NCC and they think they got the thing, oh, you know, that you're kind of promoting leftist infighting, aren't you, right? This happens to everybody. This happened to, you know, Haas, this happened to Dylan, this happened to Keffals most recently. I think Ellen DeGenerate was in here trying to, you know, get into a VC call with yours truly. It never works out for them. It always tends to end up financially benefiting me, so thank you for that. This hype train, right? This is me getting paid, and not by the CIA. Not by the CIA. Streamer needs to get paid. Yes, damn it. A hype train is more like a psyop train, right? Oh my god, thank you so much, Jules. Jordan Millie. Xerix contributing to that, that sick hype train. Wait, I'm so far behind. Wait, there's so much going on here. Rob MC. Buffy Geek. I might have read these out already. Buffy Geek giving a tier 1 sub to Wonderboy. See, I try to pronounce everybody's. Oh my god, Duck Under with the 300 bits. Thank you. Oh my god, 96%. About to beat your record. This is gonna beat the record. Can we beat the record? We're like 4% away. We're 4% away from beating the record. Whatever that meant. Not Another Gamer, Nerdtacular, Danny Garden, they, them. All these people. 2016 over and over again. Keep enabling that. That's what I level 5 achieved. We beat the record. We beat the record. Oh my god. Keep enabling that fascism. That's what I get the big bucks for, Macabre Eccentric. That's what I get paid the big bucks for. Oh my god, level 4 completed. We're on the level 5 hype train. If you've got subs to give, if you've got you know, bits to give, if you've got donations or anything like that you're considering giving. Sarah wants a cookie. Thank you. That's a resub after, yeah, if you've got a resub to do, if you got a Twitch Prime sub to do, it's a good time to do it. I don't know what I don't know if the hype train actually, oh my god, Young Black Economist cheering 200 bits, Rob MC cheering 300 more bits. If you can't get paid by the CIA, who can you get paid by, right? That's what I'm wondering. I'm very nervous about my future. We have already destroyed the previous hype train record thanks to our good friend of the VOD, Macabre Eccentric. Thank you so much for making sure that the streamer gets paid. That's really important. We got some US a-hole, emotes in chat here. Yeah, so this is a good time if you've got your, Prime, right? It's a good time to hook it up to Twitch, and then you can actually get a Prime sub via just having Prime, right? You get a free sub that you can give to anyone. That includes me, a non-CIA operative chick. If should I see if the CIA can pay me for controlled opposition? That's what we need to do. We need to get paid. If we're gonna be the if we're gonna be doing the leftist infighting, we need to get paid, right? I need to get paid for this leftist infighting. I need to get paid. I love this person coming in here thinking that Vosh is going to save them from fascism, though. That's hilarious. That is the best joke I have heard all day, right? That is the best joke that I've heard all day. We need a reactionary. We need a reactionary to save us from fascism. He's the only one that could do it because I'm not strong enough. I'm just a trans person. What can I possibly do? Yeah, so, the other thing that you can do is if you want to give gift subs, that gets other people out of the ad breaks. I don't know if you know about the ad breaks. If you've got a sub, you don't know about the ad breaks because you're not forced to go through them. But people who don't have those subs, every, like, half an hour, they get sucked out of whatever I'm talking about and they get forced to watch ads. And that's really sad. And anybody that we can give a gift sub to, oh my god, Inosaurus just got a gift sub. Not gonna have to watch the ad break next time, right? That's the coolest thing in the world. And maybe that happened to, oh my god, Skywise 8, what the fuck? Are we gonna get to level 6? How many levels are there to this thing? This is like a Persona dungeon or something like that, right? You think that you're like, okay, level 5, where's the big boss, right? And you're like, nope, level 6, or like, okay, level 6. Where's the boss? Anybody see the boss? No, level 7. We're going to level 7, right? I don't know how many levels there are to this. We're on level 5 right now. We are about to beat your last record. Wait, I thought we were gonna beat the last record. Oh, this is so confusing. They gamify the fuck out of this. They gamify. Look, like Macabre. If you look up COINTELPRO, you're just gonna see a picture of my face. Like I've already looked at the article. It's me. It's me. Okay, except it's not called COINTELPRO anymore. It's called NOCOM. All right, it's a special thing, right? It's called NOCOM, right? I was used to take down the largest anarchy server in all of Minecraft, 2B2T. That's right. I took it down, or not really me, but like let's put it a different way. A copy of my code. 80%. What is even happening here? We got up to 80% here. We're 80% of the way. Cat Lady gift subs are cool. Gift subs are really Lady Cat wants a gift sub or could use a gift sub. Lady Cat is going to be subject to that ad break if Lady Cat does not get a gift sub. So good of you to point that out. I'll try to help anybody else out who might need a gift sub, just so that we can get them to the right places. So the people that are enjoying watching this, and it looks like Macabre has already got a gift sub, so you're good. You are not going to get sucked out. You're going to be able to hear all of the leftist infighting that I'm doing here against the heroic savior of marginalized people everywhere. Our own Clout Daddy. Oh my god, 97% Buffy Geek. Yes! Lady Cat 1999, you just got a gift sub. We were up to 145 gift subs. Not gift subs, subs in total, sub points, whatever that's called. Oh my god, Hype Train level 6 achieved! Rob MC putting us over the top. Hype Train, keep going. There it is. Wait, if it keeps going, that means we gotta listen to more weasels. That means we gotta hear more weasels or more. Do you want to go back to the... Should we go back to the... No, let's do the weasel again. We gotta do the weasel. Macabre, what do you think about weasels? Do you like weasels? Weasels are my favorite mythical creatures, mythological creatures, right? They don't exist, but they're cool as fuck, right? Wouldn't it be cool if weasels existed? That's what I'm wondering, is there a certain Hype Train level at which weasels will exist, right? Because obviously weasels are not real. I've never seen a weasel. Weasel. You've never seen a weasel? I mean, other than like Keffals or Bad Empanada. What did I call a weasel? What a weasel. What a weasel indeed. We got the weasel. We got weasels all over the place, right? Have you ever seen a weasel, Macabre? I need to know.
What a weasel?
I need to know for your file. Right, we're trying to put together a ClanOps file on Macabre here, right? We need to know if Macabre has ever seen a weasel, right? Because that's kind of interesting, right? That's like seeing an alien or something, right? That's like seeing the Wolfman. That's like seeing Dracula, right? That's not normal shit. If you're seeing weasels, are you okay? Because they're not supposed to exist, right? They are mythological creatures. You only see them in stories and fairy tales. I wish y'all wouldn't act like the right and interpret everything as uncharitably. I'm not being uncharitable. I'm being incredibly nice to you. Why would I be mean to you? Do you realize how much money you just made me? Do you have any idea? Do you have any, like, look at how many people you got out of having to be forced into the ad break every 30 minutes. Hassan has it at the top of the hour. I have it every 30 minutes because Twitch hates me. I hear weasels are a subclass of marsupials. Really? I didn't even know that. I'm pretty sure they're not real though, right? All ferrets are weasels, but not all weasels are ferrets. But wait, are they real? I've never seen a weasel. I've seen a ferret. Oh my god, Yolkio! We're up to 9%. We got the weasel. We got the weasel. Oh my god, I feel like I don't even see anybody that doesn't have a gift sub at this point. Look at that. Look at that. That's amazing. We would have to start looking at like streamers that don't like me and start giving them. I mean, I'm not saying that you should do that. I'm just saying that sometimes people do. Wait, does Vosh have a Twitch account? Does somebody want to buy Vasha? Like, maybe Vosh should get a gift sub. I know for sure that RiverBoatJack needs a gift sub to NCC. Because RiverBoatJack needs to get in here and start listening to my takes. Maybe we could steal RiverBoatJack away from the Vosh Clout Network. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, Buffy Geek. Clown Bee.
Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go. Yeah, we're still, oh my god, we still have 1 minute and 38 seconds. YouTubers, you know, I hate that YouTube has to, like, oh my god, we gotta find a solution for that, right? We definitely need a solution for what YouTube can do during the hype trains, because I know you're not, well wait, are you seeing the hype train stuff? Probably not. Oh yeah, this music slaps, like, right? This is my CIA hold music. The no comment chick on hold with the CIA, trying to get paid, trying to make that bag, trying to become a sleeper agent, right? I am definitely a sleepy agent, but I don't know if I can be a sleeper agent, right? I used to be a resident sleeper, right? I am known to take naps on stream. Do you know how that happens? That happens because when I stop streaming, I raid out, right? And, you know, when you raid out, you're sending your chat to other people's chats, just to other people's streams, and it feels like your stream is over. Sigsworth, you subscribed with a 1 month for tier 1 stream. Yeah, it's tier 1 sub, right? So yeah, that's what happens normally, right? So, you know, it kind of feels like I'm done, right? I've raided into DePauli, I've raided into Amy C3, I've raided into Willow, I've raided soon into Cryptid Mage, or into Amanda Panta Sensei, or Sensei, not Sensei, Sensei, or whoever I'm raiding into, right? So I do that and it feels like I'm done. It feels like I don't need to do anything else, right? There's nothing else that I need to do. And so I go to sleep, right? And in the hype train success, what the hell? Did we just pass level 5? Oh my god, look at that. Hype train level 6, 36%. Such strong support. You received emotes, 20 subs, 2,145 bits, all thanks to our good friend. Our bestest bestie of all. Bestest bestie of all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wait. What was your name again? Oh my god, I forgot your name again, but I want to thank you. Sigsworth, you were so awesome. No, it's not Sigsworth. I'm looking for our friend. Oh my god, I'm looking for our friend here. Oh, macabre. I always forget the word macabre. Look, I'll remember you because I'm gonna think of a dance macabre. Can you do a dance macabre for us? I want you to do a dance macabre in chat. Can you do that? Look, you got a sub. You got the Tatsuya next to your name, right? That means that you do not have to. You don't even have to spend your Twitch Prime on me, right? You get out of those ad breaks. You don't have to listen to the ad breaks. You don't have to worry about that. You're gonna hear all of my woke scolding, all of the tenderest of queers right here before you, the wokest of scolds, the physical embodiment of Tumblr sitting before you today, and you don't have to miss a single minute.
thanks to the person who bought you a gift sub. A Danse Macabre is a special kind of, how do you, can we describe, I don't know how to describe a Danse Macabre. Danse Macabre is like a gesture, but it's a theatrical gesture, right? And it's a gesture with no, what would you call it? You know, you're not like censor. Council of Geeks followed? Oh my god, welcome Council of Geeks. Thank you for the follow. That's really cool. We actually covered one of your videos yesterday, and I was very impressed. The video on Hogwarts Legacy. We're getting through another person's reaction to Hogwarts Legacy, and a very different take than Council of Geeks yesterday. But we want to see it anyway, right? This is RiverBoatJack. This is another streamer on Twitch. I don't think I've ever watched RiverBoatJack before. We're not exactly agreeing with RiverBoatJack here, but we understand that RiverBoatJack is kind of performing for a certain audience. There's a lot of Voshis in this chat, and you know, just like me, RiverBoatJack seems to be a crowd pleaser, although I have a very different crowd than RiverBoatJack does. So me pleasing the crowd means silly things like getting on the phone with the CIA to see if I can get paid. To see if I can get paid for my leftist infighting, which apparently is very valuable, which makes me controlled opposition. Yes, controlled opposition. SJW, you know, can I do the, I'm doing the SJW. I'm an SJW. I'm so triggered. Look at me. Look at how triggered I am, right? I'm an SJW over here, doing good work for the CIA, making the CIA nice and happy, because you know that the CIA loves it when our leftist movements are intersectional, right? And they're welcoming to marginalized people, and so that you don't end up in a situation where you're like, you know, in Bosch's chat, say, getting shit on and negged the entire time, right? The CIA loves that, right? Because apparently the negging is very effective. I don't know, chat. I'm trying to make this make sense. Did I say Lumiru? No, I don't think I said RiverBoatJack. I should start rating Lexi. Wait, which Lexi is? I might already Transgirl 43. I'll have to look them up and follow them. That's a weird champ right there. People's rights are being taken. And the only way that we can stop people's rights from being taken is to accept Vosh's weird champ, reactionary bastardization of leftism, because that's the only leftism that's strong, okay? Leftist movements aren't strong when they're intersectional. Leftist movements are strong when they're all based around a cult of personality, because that's what leftism is all about, is forming a nice, good cult of personality and never questioning the person at the head of that human clout centipede. That good point, Macabre. Good point. A clout human centipede. Oh my god, how do I explain a clout human centipede? We're also triggered. Yes, we're also triggered. I gotta stop being goofy. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean to anybody. Macabre, I mean it when I say it. You're great. I'm so glad that you came in here. I'm so glad that you brought your points up. You are allowed to disagree with me. You know? You're allowed to give your opinion. You're welcome here anytime, okay, Macabre? Like, as Hassan would say, I'll keep you as a pet. Is that all right? You okay being a pet of this stream? Because you know, you're like, the CIA's not gonna get me paid, but apparently you are. So anyway, enough of that. I am so silly. I am so silly. Oh my god, Council of Geeks. This is not a normal moment in the stream. This is a strange moment. I can't even explain why I'm being so weird. Lumi is in the Debate Bro network. Okay. Oh yeah, I think I used to be friends with Lumiru. Fighting on the left? Who? Apparently me. That's me.
Basically, my thought process.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off the. We're gonna turn off the Kevin McLeod.
People are acting.
Do I get treats? I like treats. Oh my god, yes. Wait, do we have treats?
As if.
Oh my god. Wait, why is this still
at least
on?
Part of my take was
I thought
people
I
are
paused
acting
it.
as if transgender people hold the social
okay, yeah,
and
that was the
power to coordinate a massive boycott, a massive influential boycott.
I don't get where they're getting this, right? No, I do. Okay, and I want to give a little bit of charitability to RiverBoatJack here, right? What RiverBoatJack is repeating is what you would hear if you were to listen to any Clout Network streamer. If that's Vosh, if that's Sanderhall, if that's, I don't know about Demon Mama. I hope that Demon Mama would have a better take, right? But I've been disappointed in the past massively, so not really expecting that much from Demon Mama these days, right? But you're gonna hear the same thing, and that is that what people like Jessie Gender want is the absolute boycott of the turf game. Like, you know, you gotta say it with a Russian accent. You gotta get your Zoya the Destroyer energy to say this, right? You know, you gotta have a sickle and hammer tattoo right here, and you gotta have your hair in an updo, and you gotta say, we must have a complete and total boycott of the, you know, I can't do a good Russian accent. I'm failing at that, right? But that's what they're saying, is that we want to some kind of authoritarian boycott, right? I don't know where they're getting this other than that it's just been said. And why is it said? Because they don't want to engage with what we're saying. And what we're saying is that trans people and trans allies should know better than to support the turf game and its surrounding economy, right? And that's who we're going to, and that's who we're talking to, and that's who we're asking, and that's not everybody, right? I'm not going to go up to a turf and say, you can't play the turf game. Because you know what they're going to tell me? They're going to be like, I'm going to buy 5 turf games. Fuck you. Like, I love the turf game. Turf game's great. I'm not going to go up to a fence sitter, right? Somebody that's like, I can kind of see it both sides. You know, I'm not going to go up to that person either and ask them not to play the turf game. I'm going to go up to a trans person, I'm going to go up to a trans ally and ask them not to play the turf game. And you know what? If they say, I'm going to play it anyway, I don't have any power to stop them. I don't have any power to stop them from playing the turf game, and they don't have any power to shut me up. Which is what I hear, like, a lot of this stuff just amounts to, right? What I'm hearing from RiverBoatJack, what I'm hearing from Vosh, what I'm hearing from Xander Hall, and all the rest is that I should shut the fuck up. And that's not gonna happen. I can't make you not play the game, and you can't make me shut up. But if you say you're an ally, I'm gonna ask you to put your money where your mouth is, or rather, take your money out of where your mouth isn't. And you're saying that you're against JK Rowling, and you're saying that you're against transphobia, and you're doing a good job of talking the talk, my friend, but I want to see you walk the walk as well. And if you don't, guess what? I got nothing. I got no way of compelling you to do that. All I'm asking you to do is to check in with your conscience, right? Ask Jiminy Cricket what's the right move here. And I think you'll see that Jiminy Cricket is not in favor of you playing that turf. I don't know, though. Like, Jiminy Cricket's owned by Disney, so that might be... If Jiminy Cricket would probably say play Kingdom Hearts instead, honestly. But that's, you know... That's for a different reason. Anyway,
not successful boycott of Hogwarts Legacy.
I'm ridiculous. I'm ridiculous.
The reality, like, I feel like a lot of this is born of like our isolated internet bubble nature.
I have your attention.
Like,
oh my god,
we'll get together strong.
I miss so much of chat.
People, you know, we find each other online in queer spaces. You know, and so I think that there might be a bit of a disconnect between the trans community, at least online, and where the normies are at. You know, and the normies are the ones that really hold the keys to political power, right?
I don't need Harry Potter. I have Bilbo Baggins.
You need to win over the normies in order to get anything significant to happen in America.
Okay, so for anybody just joining us, this is RiverBoatJack. RiverBoatJack is another Twitch streamer. I don't know that much about RiverBoatJack, right? I've definitely heard of her. She's, you know, a pretty big, you know, she's a decent-sized streamer, you know, right? But I don't really know that much about her. I'm getting that she's kind of, you know, agreeing with Vosh here, and she just got raided by Vosh. Vosh told all of his chat on YouTube to, you know, gave them all the link to RiverBoatJack. So a lot of the people in RiverBoatJack's chat right now are Vosh fans, right? And, you know, RiverBoatJack is just kind of echoing what we've heard from a lot of the rest of the Clout Network, which is, you know, seems like a post hoc justification to play a game that you have nostalgic feelings about, despite the fact that you know it's the wrong thing to do. So that's where we're at.
Okay. And one of the issues
I like her hair
is,
too.
As a minority group, transgender people make up like 0.1% of the U.S. population, and like that is an incredibly small minority. When we're talking about like the gay
Wait, you thought I said cricket in boots because it was censored? Oh, like Jiminy Cricket?
rights movement, gay people make up like what?
NCC did nothing wrong.
5-10% of the U.S. population. You know, that's exponentially larger. When we're talking about the civil rights movement for African Americans, we're talking about like 13% of the population.
Okay.
It's
Ooh, an important Keffals update. Do we need to do a Keffals update? Okay, now let me let RiverBoatJack get the rest of this point out, right? Because I don't want to respond to this until I know where she's going with this.
These are orders of magnitude larger than the transgender community. And I think
so the gay community larger than the trans community, other marginalized groups larger than the trans community. So what is the conclusion? So trans community small in comparison to other marginalized groups. All right. So what's the takeaway?
That when we see polling that's like, oh, 60% of Americans are supportive of like transgender civil rights, that gives an impression to like some trans people that like that means that 60% of America is ready to like go out onto the streets and scrap for trans people. And that's just not the case, you know?
I don't know. I feel talked down to, right? I'm not that naive. I don't know other trans people who are that naive. Anyway, let me check on the Keffals update, see what's going on. So we started out the stream. We were going to cover Keffals. We are not, we're trying to get away from that just because of, you know, everything that we sort of found out. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. Wait, Natalie Marie, you've got the coolest weasel picture. Wait, I gotta put this up first. Okay. Look, that's the mythical creature. It's literally watching you masturbate. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God, look, we have weasels. Weasels! Weasels! Okay, I don't know if this is, are these photoshopped? Are these deep fakes? I can't tell, right? Clearly they're not actual pictures because weasels don't exist, as we all know. Weasels are mythical creatures. All right, so here is our update for Keffals. All right, let's see. And this is kind of maybe confirming what you know, what my idea was in the first place. So Keffals says, I'm currently looking into inpatient rehab. When I flesh out my thoughts, I'm going to post a video going into detail about all this and the struggles that I've been having. This will be my last tweet for a while. Thank you everyone who supported me. I love you all. I mean, I hope Keffals gets the help that she needs. That we definitely don't want to reinforce any of the stigma around addiction. You know, Keffals has done some really questionable things, and you know, it's though, you know, being you know, dealing with these issues does not make Keffals a bad person, right? But yeah, there's nor does it excuse the harm that Keffals has done. So hopefully this will be a positive change for Keffals and have positive ramifications for her community and all the people affected by her community. Regardless of how you feel about me, addiction is a disease. True, no one chooses to struggle with substance abuse, and it's been a lifelong struggle for me. Shaming people for it or mocking people for it does not encourage them to get help and get better. Please do. Oh yeah, I 100% agree with this, right? I have been in rehab in the past. I've been hospitalized for almost dying of overdoses. I've seen doctors, therapists, learned a lot of coping skills. The stigma around addiction has made it hard for me to open up about it, but I am now seeing people mock me for it. That's wrong. That's messed up, right? I do not support that. I am not in favor of that. I would ask all of you, you know, to not judge Keffals for this and to not, you know, despite the fact that, you know, a lot of us, you know, have been hurt by Keffals, or have, you know, people that we care about. We've seen people that we care about be hurt by Keffals in her community. She's done some really questionable things. Mocking Keffals for this is absolutely wrong. Okay. If you want to see what I mean by stigma and addiction, simply look at the replies and quote tweets. I'm not going to do that because I, you know, like I said, I don't support that. If they truly wanted me to get better, they could show compassion the disdain to, so, you know, I mean, like, this isn't a, you know, this isn't a fig leaf. This doesn't make the people that Keffals has hurt not be hurt by what Keffals has done, or, you know, this doesn't ameliorate, to use a Voshian word, any of the, you know, the harm done. But I do not want to, I do not support disdain towards addicts, and definitely would encourage you not to show any of that. Okay, so that's our update on Keffals, and that solidifies my stance, okay, which is this. Oh my god! Spectacular Snyderman, thank you for the gift sub. Wait, why is that not showing up on my, Oh my god, Nerdtacular! Oh, wait. Oh, none of these showed up. None of these showed up. This is latency. Okay, I see. So, yeah, anyway, so what I'm saying is that, we're not gonna be covering Keffals, for the foreseeable future, okay? You know, I wanted to push back against the harmful narratives put forward by people like Vosh, by people like Keffals, against people that are just trying to, like, promote solidarity on the left. People like Jessie Gender, people like Council of Geeks, right? And so, yeah, Keffals is going through what sounds like a really hard time, and I hope that she gets the help that she needs. And again, none of this excuses what she's done, but at the same time, this should not be a reason to disdain her. This should not be a reason to mock her or anything like that, all right? Because, you know, addiction is a tough thing to deal with. And I just hope that this is, you know, that this is all for the better. So anyway, that is all my coverage of Keffals. All right, I hope you're all okay with that. I'm not going to be talking about Keffals, like I said, for the foreseeable future. Addiction also does not, that's an important thing, it does not cause racism. That is not a side effect of addiction, and there's plenty of people suffering with addiction who do not do racist things, who do not do harassment, and who don't, you know, lie about people. But, you know, so yeah, that's the distinction, and that is all I'm gonna say about that. Right, we're done with Keffals, okay? For now, like, for the foreseeable future, you know, hopefully, like I said, she gets the help that she needs.
Pew Research suggests that 5% of young adults in the U.S. are trans or non-binary, as a note, and that's wonderful. And I expect, like, a lot of these numbers will improve.
What did Jessie do? Jessie Gender did nothing wrong, okay? Jessie brought up the fact that a hashtag that a lot of people were using in the wake of what happened to Brianna Gay is a hashtag that is for, you know, the victims of Black people who are the victims of police violence, right? And that, not to diminish you know, what happened to Brianna, but we have enough hashtags already, right? And you know, there's not awareness. Somebody today on Twitter posted something to the effect that they thought that there had only been one murder of a trans person this year, because all they'd heard about was this latest story, right? That's not true. This kind of stuff happens to Black people, like, every day, and there's just no acknowledgement of that. And the hashtags that people that are used are, like, the only tools that Black people have to bring awareness to the continuing barrage of violence, much of it police violence, much of it state-sponsored violence against Black people. So, you know, it's just Jessie was informing people of this, and, you know, making them aware that you could use another hashtag. And people got so mad at Jessie for even bringing this up. And what was Jessie doing? She was boosting the voices of people who are not being listened to on the left, right? And so, like, yeah, Jessie did nothing wrong. It's just that, like, you know, the same assholes that are wrecking our movements were attacking Jessie. This, focused all their fire on Jessie for about a week, and Jessie left Twitter because of that, right? And that's that's a detriment to the entire left movement and to trans people. So yeah.
With time, it's just when we're talking about where we're at as a society right now, in regards to winning over the normies.
Yeah.
Transgender people as a political bloc can barely get enough normies out to vote to protect or codify our civil rights. And going out to vote...
Okay, so here's my warning. In our pursuit of the normie vote, in our pursuit of getting the normies on our side, we need to be really careful that we don't adopt the normie consciousness, that we maintain a consciousness as trans people. And that's the danger of this kind of like overemphasis of optics over what we all know is right, right? This is the same thing that you'll hear from Vosh, which is sublimate your feelings, sublimate your opinions, sublimate your truth under what you know is acceptable to this weird perception of the average Joe on the street. And even saying that, you know how they're grokking that, right? You know the average Joe on the street. Really what we're appealing to is not the average person. It's an amalgamation of our concept of privileged people. That's not helpful to the trans community, and that's not going to get us where we need to go in terms of trans rights and trans liberation. So yeah, this is problematic. Salem did nothing wrong. Zera did nothing wrong. Lua did nothing wrong. True.
Is easier
and based
and cheaper than not buying the Wizard game, which is, denying yourself a kind of comfort or pleasure. And frankly, life sucks for a lot of people in America, and that's hard to do. So when we're talking about this issue, we need to make sure we're not overestimating the amount of power trans people have.
Again, this is interfacing with a straw man. And I don't want to blame the straw man thing entirely on RiverBoatJack. It's kind of like if you hang out with these people, if you raid into these people, if you hang out in Vash's stream like RiverBoatJack does, if this is all you're hearing, then you might believe that this was what trans people were going for. That trans people thought that we could just dictate the gaming behavior of the mass of people. That's not what I heard from Jessie. That's not what I heard from Council of Geeks. That's not what anybody's saying out there. That's a straw man, right? That's a straw man created by a clout network that is unable to engage with the opinions and the goals of actual trans people, and instead would rather engage. Oh yeah, speaking of straw man, that's right. That was what that video was about yesterday. That was what that council. So we watched a whole video on the concept of straw manning, of what it feels like to be turned into a straw man, of what it feels like to have your argument straw manned, right? And I mean, I don't know what to say about it other than RiverBoatJack is not dealing with actual people here, but rather the caricatures of trans people created by the Vosh Clout Network as a fig leaf for their, complete intransigence towards the trans community. And these are the people that pretend to be allies. And this is a problem, right? This whole Clout Network, this whole group of content creators has failed the trans community. They talk the talk about trans rights, but when it comes time to walk the walk, not only do they refuse to do that, but they punch left. They strawman us. They make our job of reaching out to trans allies even harder. So yeah, no, this is the problem that we have. This is why these people cannot be leaders on the left. This is why this group, this social group, right? Vosh says the left is not your social club because apparently it's his social club, but this social club has failed at the very basics of solidarity. And as such, we gotta question their de facto leadership of the online left, yeah?
Because we don't have as much, we don't have enough to take down a game launched by I don't know, is being published by Warner Brothers. and backed by the IP of a billionaire. For me, for the Wizard game, all I'll say is, as this has destroyed my life and cost me friends, is that I no longer trust those that will turn themselves into knots to buy this game to be there when I need them the most. And you know what? That's fair. I think it's totally fair for individual people and individual trans people to like be like, hey, I don't want to be friends with
He's talking down to another trans content creator there. That's
people, or I don't believe I can trust people who have done this thing. I think that is fair and totally within your right. I also
like, I mean, like, so what she's saying is like individual people, if you take note of who's playing the Wizard game and who's not, and you sort of like, you know, adjust, you know, who you're going to support in accordance to that, and you don't say anything about it, that's fine. But it's almost like the second that you take to social media and say, this is how I feel, right? Or talk to another, you know, a trans ally or a trans creator and say, this is how I feel. The moment that you do that, you've like transgressed, and you're hurting us all, right? And like, you know, if you listen to people like Macabre, you know, you're helping the fascist. If you listen to people like Vosh, you're to blame when they take him away, when they put him on the train, right? You know, now somehow he thinks his skin is in the game, when, you know, I mean, like, maybe as a nominally leftist content creator, maybe that's kind of hypothetical, but you know, yeah, you're probably on the list of enemies for these people, but you're a ways down from us, Vosh, and I wish you'd recognize that, right?
think that like the whole like if you are
Meow.
if you are buying the transphobic game, you are a transphobe. To me,
the hashtag was created by the African American Policy
doesn't
Forum.
hold that much. I can understand the sentiment, but also like there are people who bought Chick-fil-A sandwiches 10 years ago during like the anti-gay crusade, right? And they wound up being phenomenal allies. You know, they turned out to vote. They got gay rights codified, you know?
But would you say that support for Chick-fil-A correlates? Oh my god, Nina Bofina, thank you for becoming... Oh my god, did somebody just buy like Did somebody just buy a bunch of gift memberships on YouTube? Oh my god, YouTube, you are holding up your end of the bargain too. Like, look, YouTube got jealous of all that attention that Twitch was getting, and I don't know who did this, but like either that or just people's like subs are coming up for renewal or something. It's not telling me that, but hey, if you're the one who just bought those gift memberships, thank you so much. That means a lot to me. That means a lot to me. Meow. The support here is overwhelming today, and I'm glad I can make content for you. I'm glad I can push back against these faulty narratives. I'm glad I can be there to stand up for those whose voices are being silenced, and to try to signal boost what they're saying. And I'm really happy that all of you will find this so valuable that you're willing to make this sustainable for me, because, you know, without you there to, you know, like I said, the CIA will not pay me. Apparently, I'm just not doing enough valuable work for them, right? Or they've already given all their money to Vosh or something, right? You know, I can't get that CIA money, but it means a lot that the money is, you know, coming from you instead. Catalina Gearbox, hey, welcome, meow. Genuinely believe that trans voices should be the loudest when it comes to trans rights. Yeah, how is that so hard to understand? I don't get why that's so hard to oh my god, thank you for the follow, Catalina. Meow, 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 meow. Oh my god, no, the support is overwhelming today. Meow.
I think the same will be true, that there are plenty of people who will buy the Hogwarts game, they'll buy the Wizard game,
Hi, Carrie.
and will turn out to vote in favor of transgender rights. But I think it's fair also for like some people to like give them the side eye or not want to be friends with them.
Crypto Kitty, based voices should be the loudest.
And that's entirely within
so in other words,
your individual
trans
rights.
voices. I think that's agreement.
I think a fair question to ask is, okay, what happens if everyone that is actively engaged in trans liberation doesn't buy the game and work from there? Indigenous people are only 2.09% of the U.S. population. We face similar issues with mascots, movies, TV shows.
Hey, what's up, President Bolsonaro?
Etc. Yeah. So you're not my
I did
ally if
say
you buy it
come.
either?
I
Were
did
you
say
talking to my
come.
rear end?
I say
Given
that
your
a
system
lot.
of voting, I don't think they'll be voting for trans rights either, Jack. Well, given that we have two people to vote for in any given election, you know, it's not like there's going to be a one party or a one issue ticket, really. I feel like a lot of people accepted that the boycott wasn't going to be economically effective, and it was instead used as a measuring stick for transphobia. Bosch had a conversation where he said this is a sensible standard for a friend, but less as a vocal public boycott. Yeah, I agree with that, because I don't think your political allies are necessarily your friends. You know, a good example of this, I gave this earlier. I despise Destiny. I do not like him. I think he's a terrible person. I find him insufferable. But also, we are politically aligned on several issues, and when he does things that are politically effective for the beliefs that I hold, like, yeah, we are politically aligned, and I am grateful.
President Bolsonaro, you just got a gift sub.
When he sends people to canvass down in Georgia and getting, playing a role in getting Raphael Warnock elected.
Oh my god!
You know? I think about this in the
Oh my
views of my siblings.
god!
She grew up with the books and movies,
Holy!
loves Harry Potter. She doesn't know much of... Oh, shit.
Young Black Economist, thank you so much. That is 10 tier 1 gift subs going out to the community. I wonder if Council of Geeks is gonna get hit by one of those. Elsie, you just got hit by one of... I say hit by one of those. It's like getting hit with a good thing. Elsie Mon, you just got one. President Bolsonaro. Quills the Queer, you just got a gift sub. Nixwin, you just got a gift sub. I think you just followed today, so that's pretty quick. You didn't even have to watch that many commercials, huh? Not Manny just got a gift sub. Tintin Bar just got a gift sub. DSD 230 just got a gift sub. Bob Watkins, Bruce IV, Lady Cenobite or Cenobite, I'm not sure, but either way, you got a gift sub. And Red Rust 308. Yeah, no, thank you for... Oh my god! Oh, yes! 00, you just got Council of Geeks a gift sub, right? I feel... Oh my god. We're gonna run out... I don't even know how that works, right? I feel like there's so many... There's so much love going around right now. That is really awesome. Thank you so much. I feel like I'm, feeling much more secure about my economic future, even without the CIA money. Even without all that CIA money. Can we run out of bubbles? Let's see. And like I always say, I want to make sure that everybody understands this, right? When I say that your monetary gifts, your subs, your memberships, your donations, the bits, the many ways that you can make me more financially solvent. Well, this helps me greatly and allows me to do what I do and keeps me going, right? I never want you to prioritize that over your own material needs and the material needs of those around you. Okay, so just understand that if you're somebody that's like, if your financial future isn't very secure, then I'm definitely would want you to take care of that first and foremost. But yeah, thank you everybody. Thank you, Young Black Economist and Zara, and everybody who just was part of that massive outpouring of material security for yours truly, and definitely. I love it when it comes in the context of like a hater.
Anything about rolling, and I know my siblings loved me unconditionally and accepted me right away when I came out. She stood up for...
Can you do this without buying the shitty game? Also, do they ever use anything other than Strawman? I know, good question. What's up, Bubble Bobble? Good to see you. Meow.
For me, I don't think her liking Harry Potter makes her less of my ally or a raging transphobe. Yeah. Also, there are a lot of people who are not at all invested in the online discourse of this.
Meow meow.
That's it. That's the plot. Well, yeah. Also, the game can be criticized on its own merits, but I'm talking about like, I wrote video game criticism, right? Like, I was a video game journalist for like 10 years. So my main point on this is that I think it's totally...
You're playing the original SMT while listening to my stream? That's awesome. I have so many Atlas fans, don't I? Like, I have so many SMT/Persona fans in the audience. That's amazing. Look, I gotta start playing, like, right, I gotta pick back up on, like, I'm trying to finish, Eternal Punishment, Persona 2, like, it's split into two halves. The first half, you're Tatsuya, and that's okay. That's okay. But in the second half, you're Maya. and that is really, really cool. Okay, so I need to get that finished, but then I want to play all the other games too, right? I still have Persona 3, Persona 4, Persona 5 to get through. I've got a copy of Catherine, which I've heard some really transphobic stuff about Catherine, so I don't know, like that one's not exactly a priority. But yeah, Atlas Gaming does have that one problem. I don't know if the SMTs are as bad. I only beat Persona 4 and 5. I'm a noob. I mean, I haven't beat those yet, so like in some ways I'm less of a noob than you are. You beat 2 Persona games. I beat 1, which is Persona 2 Innocent Sin. I need to get back to Eternal Punishment.
Fine for criticism to be written about a game. I think it's totally fine to have opinions about the game. I think though that like I think that is different from the political entity as it exists in our current social awareness, if that makes sense. Over the past week, I've spent so much time coddling people.
I mean, would you like to justify that feeling? Because that feels like feels, right? That feels like a bit of a, like, I feel like the game is a separate entity from the political situation surrounding J.K. Rowling. And it's like, how so? How so? Right? Like, please explain. Please explain.
By the premise that I think they're evil for buying the game. I've had to spend so much time saying no, but fuck J.K. Rowling, and I'm kind of tired of it. I thought I get triggered a lot, but I'm nowhere near as bad as moderates. Goddamn. True. You know, this is why Martin Luther King Jr. was like, wrote a letter and was like, man, those fucking moderates. Am I right? Like, moderates are on the fence, and unfortunately, that means that they can be swayed either on or like onto one side or the other, and that's reality. Anyway, we're going to continue through this video, okay?
Even if you
wait a minute. Was that Martin Luther King's point about moderates? That you got to go really easy on them? We gotta moderate what we're asking for because out of consideration for all those moderates. Was that what Martin Luther King was talking about? Like, I mean, they sure are annoying, but we really got to keep that in mind. We got to keep our optics in mind. It's really crucial. Is that what Martin Luther King was going after?
To do good things.
She's using white moderate part of the letter to argue for respectability politics, unironically.
We fight on our terms, not theirs. And a lot of people said this to Hassan. And
was it Martin Luther King that said, what was it that Martin Luther King said about the moderate Hufflepuff? Remember when Martin Luther King said, we can't hurt the feelings of the white moderates? I think that's what Martin Luther King was getting at, yeah. What's the point that the white moderate is more dangerous than the yes, and yes. And I wonder what Martin Luther King would have to say about reactionary leftists. I wonder what Martin Luther King would have to say about leftists that tell marginalized people to sit down and shut up, right? I wonder how... Anyway.
And good.
Okay, but what does that mean, right? When you say we fight on our terms, not theirs, and you're talking about the economics of like buying a video game, what does that mean? Like,
oh, that's interesting. Catalina says that he would regard them in the same way that he viewed liberals. Whoa, because that's really weird, because I've heard a few reactionary leftists call us liberals lately, say that our mindset is stuck in identity politics and that we're the libs and that like, you know, like, in fact, that's literally what Hassan's criticism of Jessie Gender was, right? He's like, no hate on her. She's a lovely person. She's great, but she's a lib. She is a lib. And if you listen to Jessie Gender, she's literally not. She's literally not. She doesn't always talk about politics. She doesn't like lead with a political, you know, statement of intent and like my ideology is this and this and this. But if you listen to her, you will see that Jessie Gender is very much a leftist and seems to understand leftism a lot better than some of these debate bros, right? What does that mean? I know, like, right? What?
And I clicked the thing.
What's up, Matthew?
Sorry.
On him, he decided not to do the stream, which I think is a correct thing, but a few things have happened in the discourse after that fact. First, people have said Hassan was bullied into not playing the game by transgender people. I'm sure many people were assholes to Hassan during this, some of them quite possibly being trans, and wanted to react vitriolically at him for his initial impulse to play the transphobic game to help trans people. And that really sucks, because his intention was good. Don't harass streamers for playing the game. His intent was a good one, his hope was an earnest one, and his desire was a good one.
Oh wait, chat. Now I put Vosh in the next up, right? But I want to ask you really quick. What do you think about that? Because we do have some more RiverBoatJack stuff on this playlist that seems pretty interesting. Apparently RiverBoatJack was canceled. I wonder what that's about. And also there is a take. There's a little stream segment that is about the say her name discourse, and I mean that would be interesting as well. I am perfectly willing to save Vosh for another day, possibly if y'all are amenable to that. I agree with that. Yeah.
We don't use the tools of the oppressor to fight oppression. Oppressors harass. Oppressors view things in binary and essentialist terms and want to create antagonism. And they want us to do the exact same thing to each other.
Oh, so RiverBoatJack says that she was canceled for her say her name take. Interesting.
My rear end, that's great, but also most, again, I talked about this earlier, but like most people in the United States, like
RiverBoatJack, oh my god,
broadly in favor politically of gay rights, gay marriage, etc. But they're normies. They're normies, so they want their chicken sammies, and they're gonna go to Chick-fil-A, and you know
wait,
what?
They want their nuggies? Are you telling me that they want their nuggies? Are you telling me that, for instance, if they went out to pick up their nuggies, right, and they were coming home, they were driving home, and they're trying to go their normal route, right? Just go, this is how I get to home. I've got my chicken nuggies, right? I'm gonna go home now, and they had to stop and they had to turn around and they got detoured because there was a BLM protest in their way. That they might complain about that on stream? Are you calling Vosh a normie? Because the person I'm describing is none other than Vosh Vidya. Yep. That's some old school Vosh for you. Complaining about BLM protests when they got in the way of him getting home to stream, right? Getting his nuggies and getting home to do his stream.
Chick-fil-A is still a hugely successful company. Do I go and get my chicken sandwiches there? No. Didn't like.
Why does she not address Jessie's actual points? Because she can't. Because she'd rather deal with the straw man, and because the straw man version of Jessie's points is probably all she's been hearing from the people around her. Okay. But yeah, this happened with Vosh. This was a few years ago. This was like when earlier in Vosh's career, right? He was I guess was he late to stream because of BLM protest getting in his way, and he complained about it. He got on stream and he let people know how he felt about that and
stop the company from being successful. The boycott happened basically entirely on Twitter, though, a platform owned by a transphobic billionaire. True. Now I will say that
oh my god,
I don't really understand this.
That's a fucking own. You were having this conversation. You were having this discourse on Twitter, a platform owned by a transphobic billionaire. What say you to that?
This idea of like, we don't use the tools of the oppressor, and the tools of the oppressor are harassment. Yeah, the Streisand effect, I think, made the game
look up Gamergate
more popular.
I mean, I'm sure you don't have to. I'm sure you know about Gamergate, right? But
just throw this back out there. Hogwarts Legacy launch sales break 22-year-old record and demolished Elden Ring. Yeah.
Wait, 22-year-old record? So like a 2001 game? What was that game? Kingdom Hearts or something?
Yeah, def helped those launch numbers a bit at the least. Yeah. Sorry, not sorry. I mean, that's a very white thing to say.
Citation needed, right? I don't know if that's true. It could be true. I haven't seen any evidence that it is.
Tools of the oppressor thing. It is. Also, violence is the tool of the oppressor. Like, I think there are a lot of tools of the oppressor that minority and the oppressed groups might benefit from using, you know? Don't clip that out of context.
While we fight oppressors, while not harassing them, we don't do that to each other. We create dialogues. We work with our community and between communities in kindness.
Jack is saying this streaming on Twitch, which is Jeff Bezos' company, who is also a billionaire. Checkmate, Lib.
Okay.
Nice one, Natalie Murray.
I love the idea of protest through kindness, but we have to keep in mind, chat, when non-violent protesters during the civil rights movement would go in and like sit at whites only lunch counters, you know, that was seen as harassment. That was seen as a deep violation. You know, again, and I can't say this enough times.
How does this help your argument? Trans people are the ones that are being accused of harassing cis people for the crime of being in cis streamers' audiences, and when they turn on the turf game, we say we don't like it. That's being called harassment. Yeah?
Martin Luther King Jr. died after he had achieved the goals of the civil rights movement to pass the Civil Rights Act. He died the most hated man in America. Most Americans despised him because they viewed him as a symbol of discord.
How does this help your argument?
So, like, this...
How does this help your... You were just telling us to appeal to the normies. And you were citing Martin Luther King as your like, you know, as your... None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. I don't get it. Yeah, stop trying to quote Martin Luther King, especially when you're going to offer incoherent points like this, contradict yourself constantly. Like, what is this crap, right? This is easy mode, okay? I told you I wasn't trying to dunk on RiverBoatJack. I don't have anything against RiverBoatJack, okay? I have no reason to, like... But yeah, these are not good takes. These are not good takes.
This idea that, oh, we'll just be kind. We'll just be kind, and we'll be able to achieve our goals.
Wait, make up your mind. Make up your mind. Are we too confrontational or are we too ooh-woo? Which one is it? Right? Now that's not a false dichotomy, right? Because you're making both arguments. God. This is frustrating.
And if you are kind, the oppressor will still frame that as unacceptable harassment.
I'm too ooh-woo.
They will still crack your skulls. They will still set their dogs on you.
Got any hobbies outside your PC? There's one. Oh yeah, kickboxing. I enjoy kickboxing.
And don't essentialize one's actions, but create meaningful conversations with each other based on the understanding that we are
throwing those
imperfect people, imperfectly fighting
Muay
a
Thai
horde system
elbows
that hurts us all. Also, by framing the discussion as if trans people bullied him by saying that that was the overriding thing, which may even be completely true, it's ignoring the valid critiques that were being made, like the ones that I hopefully articulated earlier. And it frames the discussion...
This is what happens when you're afraid... This is what's happening. This is what happens when you're too afraid of the take that you're dealing with to actually hear the person you're reacting to out. And you're just like pause and respond and you're actually... You end up like responding to, pushing back on, not the person's point, but the opposite of the person's point, right? And that it's really hit or miss. Like the key factor though is that it seems like she feels obliged to disagree with Jessie Gender. So anything that she can say that sounds like a disagreement, even if like it's not actually a disagreement in substance, even if it's like you're disagreeing with a snippet of what she said and she was using that as like a negative example or something like that, you just got like you gotta impress the Vosh audience, I guess. That's what you gotta do when you get a Vosh raid. That's what you gotta do to get one of those White Nervosa websites, right?
Frustrates me because
we taught that MLK is a natural Gryffindor, but in reality he was more of a Ravenclaw, or maybe even a Slytherin. She was rated by that's right, by Vosh.
Hassan, like how I don't know. Just real quick, let me take a look. Asanabi.
One can never be too uwu.
Average viewers. Let's see. Do 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 do. He has about 34,000 average viewers. That's insane. But you want to tell me,
You gotta
right,
get the dunk.
that one of the largest
It's the dunk economy.
streamers in leftist politics, one of the 14th largest streamers on Twitch, streaming a game that was already hyped to a state of frenzy, that it launched as one of the most popular games, streaming that game to raise money for
Hassan
to like
watchers.
house homeless trans youth. Like that's the kind of stream that would get you like over 60,000 views. That can easily double your viewership.
Wait,
Like,
what did she say Hassan's average was? I thought she said, did she mean 30,000? Is it 34,000 that's Hassan's average? The game was only popular because so many streamers were playing it. Most of those streams had the same number of viewers. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't think you're gonna really, like... She said 34. Okay, I missed that. I thought she was saying, yeah, that does sound more along the lines of Hassan's stream size, which is dwarfs Vash's.
I don't know. I feel like frankly, streaming out a message in favor of transgender people to 60,000 people, a good portion of which who are going to be normies, like, is going to do far, far, far more good than whatever harm you want to measure, you can possibly measure from, like, I don't know, a fourth of those people. Say 15,000 more people buy this game, while also being exposed to pro-trans arguments, while also potentially donating.
Oh my god, no. Like, right, the you know, the way that you're supposed to try to argue this is by saying that, like, it's not going to cause any more people to buy the game, right? But instead we're like, you know, let's say that, yeah, more people do buy the game, but they're going to be exposed to pro-trans rights arguments, so... Like, I mean, we're empowering the fuck out of Queen Turf, right? We're increasing not only the money that she has to donate, which she does, to anti-trans causes, but also her social capital, right? We've got a chance to push back on her in a situation where a lot of people are becoming aware of what's wrong with J.K. Rowling. A lot of people, you know, like, she's blowing up a lot of people, not just trans people, right? She's blowing up Jewish people in that game. Yeah, she's supporting like anti-Semitic tropes. There's a lot of people becoming aware that there's something wrong with J.K. Rowling, but you're gonna put them all back to sleep with this, like, oh, you know, it's okay to play the game. It's a charity. Don't worry, it's for a good cause. It's for good. And if you buy the game, don't worry, you know, it's fine. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Nothing fucking matters. And we just, like, eat those black pills like they were licorice, right? How does that help us again? They'll see pro-trans arguments They'll see pro-trans arguments for a few hours on one day, and yeah, like, I'm sure they'll remember those arguments too. Those viewers being his core audience to start with, that they should be talking about trans issues to begin with. Also, the type of people attracted to that game aren't sensitive to trans people. Here's the thing, like, you know, okay, like, in general, a Hassan gaming stream, this is even true of Destiny. Destiny started out gaming, okay? And a gaming stream is going to be less watched than a content stream. That's true of me, that's true of Destiny, that's true, I'm sure, in fact, I've heard Hassan say that it's true of him. Now, like, does the buzz around the game maybe negate that fact, get him closer to the normal numbers that he reaches? Right? I mean, what is wrong with just doing another stream about trans rights? What is wrong with, you know, like, instead, if Hassan had taken all the time that he used to rage at trans people for having a problem with him playing this game, for not allowing him to play this game, if he had used that in the service of you know, talking about trans issues, pushing back on DeSantis, pushing back on all the laws being passed, you know, talking about Trump's weird plan to, literally wipe us out of existence, right? I think he might have done a little bit more good than he would undercutting his whole standpoint by playing the turf game, by playing the anti-Semitic turf game. I think that might have been a better use of his time, right? But who am I? I'm just a bimbo cat girl, chat. What do I know, right? Hassan's a big streamer, as he's pointed out, right? Hassan's really smart. He's really good at this game. I'm sure none of his success is due to his previous e-celeb status as a member of the Young Turks, his relationship to, one of the biggest lefty social media online mavens out there, the entrepreneur of TYT, Jink Uger, right? I'm sure none of it has to do with any of that. I'm sure it doesn't have to do with his looks or anything else. I'm sure it's not any easier for him because he's a guy, right? That. It's not any easier for him because he's cis. No, it's all because Hassan is a big brain socialist and he knows how the shit works. And dumbass bimbo cat girls like me have no place in speaking up to a big boy like Hassan Piker. I should just sit down and shut up and be glad that he's on my side, I guess. I'm a Hassan enjoyer, but he definitely went a bit too far on this. Yeah, I am a Hassan enjoyer as well. I'm a Hassan reactor sometimes too, yeah. And I'm a person who thinks that Hassan sometimes has really good takes. Sometimes he thinks of ways to explain things to people that other people aren't thinking of. I appreciate Hassan, just like Jessie Gender said in the beginning of this video. She's not a Hassan hater. She's not on that Hassan negativity year. She's on the Hassan positivity year, okay? So, the fact that she gets so much pushback from this, it's kind of weird. But then again, I guess Vashis don't like Hassan either. And as we found out, RiverBoatJack is becoming more and more closely aligned to Vash every day.
To support
he's admitted to all of this.
Homeless people.
And, look, I don't have a problem with him for it, but, please don't talk down to me, okay? And act like you're God's gift to, content creation or socialism or leftist content creation or anything like that. I could use a little less of the talking down to, right? And maybe a little bit more listening. I don't know.
I I understand that the critique that Jessie Gender here is making is, a broader systemic one that by participating in this streaming system you are thereby creating this economy of attention.
Black Phillip says it's like reading Mein Kampf on a train and shaking your head the whole time to let people around you know that you don't agree with it. Yeah.
And also financially contributing to the success of this game, and therefore we might see more games in the future. But I think the point is pretty clear that the game has already been successful. That streaming is advertising. Yeah, it is. So wouldn't you like to have far more people exposed to pro-trans arguments?
I wonder if I was in a situation where I had to make a ridiculous argument that I wouldn't know that I knew was wrong, right? Is this how my face would look? Is this the kind of expressions that I'd make? Right? If I had this underlying fear of it being exposed that I am pushing back on straw men and that I don't actually know how to, meaningfully disagree, push back on Jessie's take, on Jessie's perspective here, but I just knew it was in my interest to rubber stamp whatever Vash is saying. Is that the face that I would make? I don't know. Maybe. Watch RiverBoatJack come in
and allowing
the
bigotry
chat
offset
now.
credits.
Would not be surprised.
The bigotry of buying the game? I don't think that buying the game is bigoted. I think that J.K. Rowling is bigoted.
Look, I mean, maybe you're pushing back on. I'll give RiverBoatJack the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she's pushing back on the chat rather than on Jessie Gender's point. But Jessie Gender absolutely does not think that buying the Hogwarts game makes you a bigot. She said so. She was really, really adamant about that. Yeah? Game has 1.2 million users on the first day. It now has 86K viewers. Feels like there's a point to be made in there somewhere. Oh, so you're saying that like it had a lot of hype around it. It had a lot of excitement. And let me explain that, right? For anybody who doesn't know. Okay, and I'm not the biggest video game head out there, but I follow the industry stuff and be a little bit aware. And my understanding is that there's been a number of Hogwarts games, and they've been lacking. They've been the grandma games. You know what I mean by grandma games? A grandma game is a game that you would never buy because you know it sucks ass. But your grandma is a sweetie, and your grandma knows that you like video games, knows that you like Harry Potter. So what if she buys you the Harry Potter video game? You're gonna love it, right? And of course, when grandma gives you this game, you're not gonna yell at grandma. You're not gonna tell her that she doesn't know video games. You know, you're not gonna give her shit. You're not gonna frown. You're gonna give your grandma a hug because she's a sweetie, like I said, and she's trying to give you something that you want. And that game is gonna become a doorstop, right? So yeah, there've been some shitty games, and the reason for that is right. Just going through this really quickly. Any game with a built-in audience for it does not have to be good. Any game with a built-in audience knows that they have that grandma demographic that they can sell that game to, right? There's going to be some unsavvy video game buyers, and especially the people that are really into some fandom, right? Really into a fandom, you're not into video games, you're the one buying that shitty Hogwarts game. So that's what people have been dealing with. And that's why there's been excitement about this, because there hasn't been this kind of AAA treatment of a video game. So that was part of the hype. Part of the hype was, you know, it's been a long time since a Hogwarts video game. There's nostalgia factors there, right? That's kind of where the hype came from. And that hype did, you know, make for a huge audience initially for watching people stream this game. But as was pointed out by Ima NB here, 1.2 million the first day to 86K now. That's quite a drop off. Maybe it's not such a great video game, right? Maybe it doesn't have staying power. What video are you watching? We're watching RiverBoatJack. RiverBoatJack is another Twitch streamer. It's literally my first time reacting to a RiverBoatJack, any bit of RiverBoatJack content. RiverBoatJack is talking, or actually, so this is meta react, right? So RiverBoatJack is watching Jessie Gender talk about the Hogwarts Legacy game and reacting to Jessie Gender, and I am reacting to RiverBoatJack reacting to Jessie Gender. So I hope that's not too meta for you, but that's how we roll here. Nice and meta. I think it depends on the grandma. Oh, yeah, there's some grandma. Isn't there somebody? There's somebody on YouTube that is a grandma that plays video games and is good at video games, right? If I'm not mistaken, there's at least one video game and grandma out there on YouTube. So I shouldn't apply this too broadly. It's not meant to be applied to all grandmas. Some of y'all know what I mean, yeah. So many AAA games are just overhyped and then forgotten. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, all the people whining about not being able to play it because we're just mad that they couldn't be a part of that. Oh, to Jessie Gender on YouTube. Yeah, Jessie Gender's awesome. Go follow Jessie Gender if you're not already. Go follow Council of Geeks too.
It's okay to play the shitty game, but it's okay to play the shitty game even if you don't donate to charity. Most people who bought
not all grandmas,
the shitty game have not donated to a trans charity. Most people who have bought the shitty game have not been exposed to pro-trans arguments. I did the sneaky centrist thing. I titled my stream Hogwarts Legacy, but then started a new Elden Ring.
There's some grandmamas out there that know their shit and they're based as hell. There's one grandma who specifically collects weeb games. Wait, does this grandma like play like SMTs and stuff?
Like Mage Run as Hermione.
I would love to meet the grandma that's like
that sounds
that's like playing the game and they're like, oh, this is so cool. We're gonna attack and dethrone God.
That sounds great.
Wait, I gotta get my demons summoned first. Here, just a second.
Like, I don't know, buying a Coca-Cola directly funds, like, death squads in Colombia, but, like, I don't know, do I think that makes you, like, a pro-death squad person if you drink Coke? No, I don't.
Yeah, and again, that was not Jessie Gender's argument.
If you bought a Hyundai, if you drive a Hyundai, if you get in an Uber, that is a Hyundai. Do I think that that means you're supporting child labor in the U.S. because parts of that Hyundai were made by child labor in the U.S.? No.
Now, this is a bizarre hypothetical that we're taking this into, and hypotheticals sometimes work to illustrate points in arguments if they're unclear, and they can be made clearer by a little bit of an exaggerated hypothetical, right? But it can also just completely derange us from what we're actually talking about here. I think this is one of those situations, right? It can take it to an absurd length where you're asking, like, well, you know, if you don't believe in playing the... If you think that it would be nice if trans allies didn't buy, didn't stream, didn't play Hogwarts Legacy, that's like saying that nobody should be allowed to buy a Coke. And if you buy a Coke, that, like, you're gonna get gulagged immediately, right to the gulags with you. You ride in a Hyundai? Did you ride a Hyundai? Did you get an Uber and it came and it was a Hyundai and you got in? You didn't call Uber and say, excuse me, I demand a non-Hyundai because the Hyundai is an evil company, right? Like, this is absurd. This is absurd, and this is useless, and this is more of RiverBoatJack wasting our time and her audience's time, right? Avoiding Coke products is, oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Coke products are ubiquitous. Yeah, as opposed to video games, right? There's one video game that is part of the Queen Turf empire, right? I don't feel like Jessie Gender's asking that much. This is like why I don't like calling the choice not to buy. Yeah, it's not a boycott. That Jessie Gender's made that exact point, right? A boycott is not, you know, feasible at this point, right? It's not something that we can get. The best we can hope to do is raise awareness about, like, where your money's going. If you're trans or a trans ally, you care about trans people, then you might not want to play that game. That's all. That is literally all, right? And again, trans people do not have the power to compel your video game playing habits. Like, I am not there when you click a digital download on a video game, okay? Neither are you able to control the fact that I'm not going to shut up about it, and there's nothing you can do about it. We all got to put up with some stuff. We all got to put up with the idiosyncrasies of each other's, like, online, you know, habits. And just as much as I can't stop you from playing a video game that supports, like, Queen Turf J.K. Rowling's, you can't stop me from saying that it's a bad idea. So sorry.
I just think that, like, when you look at the
it's about where the liberatory movements are at. Ideally, there should be solidarity on those issues, but you don't have to invalidate opposition to the wizard game. Yeah, exactly. We'd like less friendly fire from people like Vosh and RiverBoatJack and Hassan, right? I feel like those right-wing reverse Uno cards that Steve Crowder would toss at college students, like, she has to know. That's not what... Yo, I don't think they know. Oh my god, I'm at NB. Thank you for the follow. Meow. Yeah, I don't think they know. I don't think they understand. I don't think they know what no ethical consumption means, and where that's, you know, valid, where that's useful, and what, you know, that's, and where that allows you to slip into this weird kind of nihilism where you're just like, nothing matters, bro. You play the game, you don't play the game, the world's fucking shit anyway. Like, right? That's not a leftist viewpoint. That's not a leftist viewpoint. I'm sorry, that's nihilism. Like, that's not... That's somebody that's given up. And like, if you've given up, then why are you streaming politics? If someone affected was asking us not to buy a Coke, then we shouldn't. It's not about finding every immoral action by a corporation. It's about showing solidarity. I feel a boycott would be for me not to buy anything from WB. Oh yeah, that's, yeah, true. Yeah, it's apathy, right? I don't think that's Food for Dogs. Bubble. That is the name of the person that I was thinking of. Yes, Food for Dogs. I've seen a little bit of their content. Did I get derailed? Back from gardening? Is she derailed? I don't know, a little bit. I'm just talking to chat.
Actual damage being done. There's far more good that Hasanabi could have done by streaming the game than by, like, not streaming it. frankly. I got a Hyundai. It was
I
not
need to get more into food for dogs.
made in the U.S. Parts of it were. We literally covered this on stream. Boop. Hyundai subsidiary has used child labor at Alabama factory. It supplies parts for the Korean car maker's assembly line. It's a tiny ask to
Wait, Shax BA, are you telling me that you got Russian stamps for your stamp collection? Just kidding.
spend $70 on a game. So tiny, infinitesimal. Well, you
I love the Z stamp though. that's the one I'm looking. No.
know what's an even tinier ask? Asking someone to go to a polling location and vote. And you know what? Trans people can't even do that. So I'm wondering what the
Also, why are you negging yourself and me and the trans people in your audience? Okay. Okay, thanks for the negging, I guess. I mean, wait. Did I just hear this correctly? Is RiverBoatJack actually telling me? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is RiverBoatJack telling me that not buying a video game, not spending $70 on a substandard anti-Semitic turf game is it's like harder than voting? What? What? What's up, Kara the Gunslinger? That was a wild statement. I think so. This is yet another reason sock dems are miserable reactionaries. Hence why they have campaigns. An action will always be more work than I know, right? That we're not asking you to do an action. We're not asking you to do an action. I should note that they're old Russian stamps. I know, I'm just teasing you.
The expectation is for like trans allies when it comes to voting. You know? We can't seemingly even motivate the tepid supporters of trans rights to get out to vote. What the fuck makes you think they're going to deny themselves something that they really want in order to support trans people? We can't even get normie-ass Americans out to vote.
RiverBoatJack, did you know that not buying a video game is easier than voting? Did you know that? It's like, it's literally not an action, right? And it's not just not an action, but it's like $70 that would not be in your pocket otherwise, right? So there's a financial motivation, like, right, there's a, I don't see where you see this like gravitational pull towards purchasing and playing the turf game, whereas like, you know, yeah, getting out to vote, especially for people that you know, that are committed to work, that can't say, hey, I'm not going to stream on Tuesday because I'm voting, or stream's going to be late on Tuesday because I'm voting. That's what it's like for us, right? But for a lot of people, it is not that simple. It is not that simple at all, right? And I'd say that just refraining from an action that's demonstrably harmful to the people that you say you care about is pretty easy compared to that. It's pretty easy compared to getting time off and coordinating transportation. Yeah, some people don't have like easy access to transportation. I don't know. I feel like there's some people that you're not thinking of here. I feel like that's kind of a weird take. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. I wish I could get $70. Right? That'd be like, this is a whole nother situation, right? This is a whole nother world where any of this makes sense, right? Maybe in Vosh's Steel Ball Run universe, this makes sense, right? Where Vosh has collapsed time into a singularity already and been defeated by a child wearing a Chicago Bears hat and uniform. Maybe it makes sense there. Yeah. Maybe it makes sense, right? If we reset history a few times, maybe it'll make sense then. Literally the POC vote.
I would not
the
consider someone
JoJo
an ally if they wouldn't
the
vote.
JoJo fans are eating well tonight, right? Or the last few days, I've been making those JoJo references.
for a trans
Was that a
positive
JoJo
candidate.
reference?
Well, guess what then, for
Was that a JoJo reference? It sure was.
Lauren?
It
Most
sure
people
was.
in America are not your ally. I don't understand what's difficult for
What the
to like,
fuck?
get about this topic.
Is it helpful for you to talk down to people like this?
Most people in America are not your friends, and our job is to get them to agree with us.
Most people in America are not your viewers, and your job is to get them watching your streams. Is this gonna do it? Do people like being talked down to? Especially if you want an audience of like, you know, like if you're trying to get like, if trans people are one of your target demographics, like they are mine, maybe negging them and talking down to them and like, oh yeah, thank you for the follow, Kara the Gunslinger. Maybe infantilizing them is not your best tactic. I don't know. But what do I know? I'm just a bimbo cat girl, chat. I don't know anything.
Job politically is to
I
get
mean, RiverBoatJack is a demonstrably bigger streamer than me, right? So you know, what do I know? What? Oh, thank you for the follow, Gayesh.
those
Trying to make sure I'm pronouncing names
who are
correctly.
not
What's up,
engaged
Corwin?
to agree with us. And one of the best ways to do that is by entering normie space.
With how allyship how allyship respond to Chick-fil-A, yeah, I'm not surprised that people can't help but buy the game. Yeah, I mean that's disappointing, right? I remember Anna Kasparian being on board for the Chick-fil-A boycott at first, and then just going on, like, not only did she, like, I'm like, it's fine, like, look, if Anna loves Chick-fil-A and she loves to turn over that sandwich and smell the waxy crayon-smelling bottom of that complete garbage food that is Chick-fil-A. I'm sorry, I'm gonna piss some people off here. Terrible food. But if Anna loves it, if it's great, this is like, I don't know, a nostalgia for Anna Kasparian, fine. Eat your shitty Chick-fil-A. I don't care, right? But you gotta go on your freaking show and be like, oh, but Chick-fil-A is so good. Oh, but I don't know if I can, You know, even if she says that and then doesn't end up, like, buying a vegan, yeah, doesn't end up going and buying Chick-fil-A, it's like, you're advertising for, we were talking earlier, I was accused of working for the CIA, right? I was accused of being controlled opposition, promoting leftist infighting, and really just doing the CIA's work for it, and, we called them up, but apparently I cannot get paid. They will not pay me. They do not find the work I do to be valuable for me. In fact, they said it was counterproductive. So yeah, and that's why I have to rely on the generosity of my community of chat. Right, you are the only ones keeping me afloat in this unsure sea of content creation. Americans are not your friends, guys. In case you travel abroad, just remember, you heard it here. Demon Mama does the same thing, eating Chick-fil-A on stream. God, is she trying to get on TYT or something? What's up with that?
And exposing them to trans
chicken sandwiches from actual people taste better than that rat-infested laundering hut.
positive ideas, and exposing them to politically aware individuals and personalities who can help educate them. So when you do that, you're actively improving the situation of trans people far more than any one individual purchase harms the existence of transgender people. Because what we're talking about here is not the economic economy. We're talking about the political power to make shit happen.
Yo, I feel like we need some of that Kevin MacLeod music. That's the only thing that's going to make this tolerable.
I've already said multiple times, it is your prerogative to not be friends with those people. It's your prerogative to consider those people shitty people. That's fine. I personally don't give a shit. You can dislike who you dislike. That's fine. What I absolutely despise, though, is kind of this holier-than-thou attitude that I'm seeing in a lot of people around this topic.
The holier-than-thou attitude.
And also,
like,
I despise this idea that your political allies are also your friends.
Look, I'm sure that a holier-than-thou attitude could be quite annoying. Let me tell you one little workaround for that, right? Stop strawmanning people! If you imbue the people that you're arguing with a holier-than-thou attitude that they don't actually have, that is you having to deal with a holier-than-thou attitude that does not exist. Much like a religious deity, right? Does not exist. That is you having to deal with a non-existent thing because of your refusal to deal with people's actual arguments, right? What the hell? What the hell, right? If you don't want, like, I don't blame you for not wanting to deal with holier-than-thou attitudes. The problem is, they're not going on in the real world. They're not going on with the people that you're pushing back on. Jessie Gender does not have a holier-than-thou attitude. Jesus Christ, Riverboat.
And should be the most morally pure individuals you can find. Like...
And this is more Gamergate shit. Look, I don't know if you know this, right? Because you're not the first person that I've ever heard this argument for. This is a classic Vosh Clout Network argument, and it has echoes of Gamergate. You want me to explain how? The Gamergaters came from the atheist community, the atheist skeptic, new atheist community, right? That community cut its teeth fighting on YouTube against New Earth creationists, which there used to be these accounts, right? There used to be these accounts of people that would be like, the Earth is only like X number of years old, that it clearly is not. Clearly the Earth is older than that, right? But in order for their weird champ literalist interpretation of the Bible to be true, you have to assume that the Earth is like much less older than carbon dating would tell us that it is, right? And they seem to have like stereotyped their intellectual opponents. And they accuse feminists of being holier than thou. They strawman them. They imbue them with all this stuff of like, oh, you just think you're so pure, you just think you're so good. Oh, we can't enjoy video games? And Anita Sarkeesian is here saying, you can enjoy a video game and still criticize it. Head blown, right? But we're not listening to that because we're strawmanning. This is Gamergate shit. Like, and I don't think you're doing it on purpose. Like, like I said, I don't know you. I have no reason to dislike you or anything. But these recycled Vosh arguments are actually recycled Gamergate arguments. Because Vosh has got a fundamentally reactionary, like, core. That's where he's coming from. That's where he's coming from. And he's very much influenced by that new atheist shit. This is just more Gamergate shit. Right? Everybody who disagrees with me is a fucking New Earth creationist. No, they're not. No, they're not. You are the reactionaries here. You are unironically closer to the New Earth creationists than we are. So please, miss me with that, okay? Oh my god, we ran out of jellyfish. But we didn't run out of elevator music. And that's what's important, right? We gotta have the elevator music. We're gonna listen to ridiculous takes.
And cannibalizing each other. The right doesn't have such problems. It's true. Like that's another aspect of this, right? Like we actively weaken our own case and our own movement by like doing.
Well, then why are you punching left? Then why aren't you arguing against Ben Shapiro? Why aren't you covering Ben Shapiro or somebody else? Or like, right, like Ron DeSantis? They're so like, wait, what are you talking about? You're accusing us of doing literally what you're. Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel like you're actively trying to have intercourse with my brain here. I feel like I'm being mind fucked. What is this? Like, I mean, that metaphorically, of course, right? That nobody's looking to have brain sex, okay? That's not on the table, okay?
This purity testing.
That's not an option.
We actively alienate people who would otherwise agree with us.
The literal Bible people are hilarious, yeah. Do you remember the banana guy? The banana guy was my favorite. Was that Kirk Cameron?
my rear end. Most people aren't up for defending the queer community.
Well, I didn't want to have brain sex until now. I mean, brains are juicy.
And I don't know why this is surprising to anybody.
It's because of that. It's because of that cerebral spinal fluid in there, right?
The right constantly purity tests. That's true. The right does constantly purity test, but it does so.
Statement of fact. The right doesn't have this problem. Countervailing statement, the right also purity tests. Mutually exclusive. But I'm gonna say this is true. I'm gonna say this is true. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
In a...
Can you be consistent for more than like 7 seconds? Like, what the fuck was that? Did you just give up on that point? I don't know. I guess the right can be kind of purity testing. Okay. Which one is it? As a Oreo Marxist Catholic, I hate Bible literalism. Oh yeah. You know what? I went to Catholic school and they literally didn't try to give us like they told us about the different authors of the Old Testament. They didn't show us the Old Testament and say, this is Moses! Moses wrote this! And God was guiding his hand. God grabbed Moses' hand and was like, write this and this and this and this and then, yes, God, I will write what you want, or like he would be chiseling or something. I don't know what he's doing, right? Because the Bible was oral at the time, right? But anyway, I know this because like I took a religion class in my Catholic high school and they weren't forcing like a literalist viewpoint down my throat. They were talking about the Elohist and the Yahwist and all these different people that wrote different parts of the Bible. They taught me that the first and second books of Genesis were written by different authors.
In a way that's far more effective, I guess. They're able to keep
Aquinas
their people
is based
far
in
more
red
line,
pilled?
if that makes sense. I'll agree with that one. Lady Red Cloud, you missed a wonderful clip.
Ken Hovind was the banana guy. Like, I already ate my banana though. My banana. I can't speak. My banana. I think I ate it all. Yeah, I did. All I have left is like banana packaging. Perfect packaging made by God to keep my banana fresh.
Beginning of stream.
Wyra? Wait, is that how it's pronounced? OIRA? Teaching you the most basic information. Why do Bible literalists use dub names?
Where two guys were speaking in tongues and one of them was just swinging a sword around. It was wild. It was pretty great.
Wait, are you Canadian? How did you figure that out?
The guy who's swinging a sword around almost impaled someone.
Oh, Special Irish Republican Army.
And again, I don't know.
Yeah.
This idea that like
Mike Pence can tell you about purity testing.
Your allies will be there when the shit hits the fan. No, your political allies are there when like you need to go to vote. That your political allies are people that you get in office who will be able to further your political goals, right? Your friends are the ones who are going to be there if shit hits the fan. Your neighbors are the ones who are going to be there when shit hits the fan. If you need help, that's what friends are for. That's why one of the things I advocate for in these dangerous times is for you to go out and meet your neighbors and like bake them cookies and like do things for your community. It's to foster those bonds of friendship and community that will be there for you when the shit hits the fan. Expecting like some dipshit like in GameStop to be like the guy who's going to like come and like be the wall, be the Hodor at your front door while you escape out the back is like
I literally have to have it all.
I don't get that. I don't get that mindset. I don't understand it.
I can't turn it down anymore. Wait. I missed something though. Like, look, we're not counting on the guy at GameStop to save us. We're counting on Vosh. Vosh Vidya is going to be the one to save us. Yeah, just because of the way that Riverboat's audio is so low, right? That's the reason that I don't think I can have it's going to get in the way if I even have the elevator music on at all.
I don't know. I think there's a difference between who you align with politically.
Oh, it's definitely elevator music.
And I think that's fine.
Not just elevator music.
Honestly, healthy.
But
There's
weather
definitely gonna be
forecast
overlap
music.
there, but like, I don't know. I'm friends with people that I do not talk much politics with. You know.
It's like you're sitting in the elevator, listening to, watching the weather forecast. That's the vibe.
I do not consider them my political ally, but I do consider them my friends. You know. And maybe they are my political ally. I don't know. It's true. Not all of my friends are anti-statist. This is true. That's a difficult one to get people over on.
In terms of building a resentment against the marginalized, against trans people. It frames trans people as the aggressors in this entire situation, as if we're the hateful, hurtful ones, when in actuality, we're the ones being harmed in all of this.
Wait, I don't think the framing of like people asked for a stream to not happen and the stream then did not happen is framing trans people as like aggressors or hateful. I think that's just kind of what happened in the case of the Hassan like trans charity stream.
The stream didn't happen. So instead of doing like another charity stream, right? Playing another video game, he complained about trans people. So the stream happened. It was just a complaining stream instead of a
People asked him not to do it, and enough people asked him not to do it that he didn't do it.
In fact, it's also very important to point out that one of the biggest right-wing disinformation campaigns about transgender people is that we're all bullies trying to control what you say or do.
And they canceled her because she said in an interview, and this is not exactly what she said, but effectually, she said gender was a fact. And then the trans community got mad as they started calling her a TERF. I didn't even know what that was. But I know that trans people make up words to win arguments.
The way that you can tell who holds all the power in a society is by who you can't make fun of, right?
That's right. So his speech is violence, their violence is speech. See how that works? What's interesting is that the number of people who really care about this issue enough...
Wait, Hassan felt like he was under attack from the trans community? Does that mean the trans community was using the tactic of the oppressor? People are acting like the game harms trans people. It's the movement. It's the hate movement. People like JKR fund and gas up.
like. I find it hard to believe that a trans streamer on Twitch doesn't know what harassment is, because we have all been subjected to it. I find that really hard to believe. Like, if anybody should know the difference between people in your community, people in your chat disagreeing with you on your take or on your choice of video games, right? Or in some cases on your choice of music, or what, you know, like that. This happens all the time, and it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, like, right? It's just a thing. That and like, you know, the kind of harassment that you get as a trans streamer on Twitch, I would hope that you know the difference between those two things, right? And you know, Jessie is saying, because people are accusing trans people of being harassing, of doing more than just, like, you know, right? There's, you know, just, you know, for Jessie's doing like a, I don't know who needs to hear this, but don't harass anybody, right? And if nothing else, then that just gets that out there as like, hey, I am a content creator at the forefront of this movement. And I am making sure that everybody in here knows that I don't want them to do anything that crosses the line, right? I don't want them to get nasty, right? You can say, please don't play the turf game without getting nasty.
That harms trans people.
I don't know. This is weird.
No matter what we do at this point, J.K. Rowling is always going to have like a Twitter and like a prominent social media.
This is super
presence,
weird.
and that's just a fact. No, he didn't say that? Oh, well, okay then. Look, I don't know much about what Hassan says, okay? I rely on chat to tell me things like that.
To assault someone over it is tiny, and yet they have disproportionate power. 350 million.
It looks like they're just being disingenuous for clout. That's what some people are saying. That's what people are telling me, right? Like I said, I don't know anything about RiverBoatJack. I don't want to make any grand pronouncements about her or anything else. I don't have anything against her, right? But yeah, this is I do disagree. I do disagree. I've seen more than a few tweets saying, I'm on your side, but I'm not going to be anymore because of the Wizard game, of people just giving mild pushback on and playing. And those weren't trans allies in the first place. Yeah, that's you know, that's a tactic. Rolling is an example of a person who...
People in the country, maybe 1,100 feel that way,
Does it
but they're
matter?
running everything. Why is that?
Most trans people are just saying this casually and trying to be reasonable, like I hopefully am trying to be myself. And yet the narrative always focuses on the loudest,
hard to believe they're serious,
most
yeah.
vitriolic voices in order to create a narrative around trans people. Now, I'm not saying that this is what Hassan is intentionally doing, but constantly framing trans people as bullies who are coming to attack you ultimately supports framing trans people as
And you know why Hassan did this, right? I mean, this isn't great, right? But Hassan got pissed off. He wanted to play the nostalgic game. He loves the Harry Potter universe. He loves taking out his wand. He bought a wand, right? He bought a wand, and he loves going, you know, poof, and saying like big Latin words to pretend that he's a wizard. Hassan likes this stuff. He wanted to play the game. He came up with a post hoc justification, a weird champ justification. Well, I was going to do like a charity stream or something. Wasn't there? Oh, I guess you don't get a charity stream. Like, and literally, like, it's like him saying, like, okay, we're going to Disney World. We're going to do the charity stream. And people are like, I don't like J.K. Rowling. I don't like J.K. Rowling. Could you please not play the turf game? And Hassan is like, okay, if I hear one more outcry, I'm going to turn this car around. And he turns the car around. And I guess we're not going to do the trans charity after all. Look at you, trans people. You ruined the trans charity stream. I hope you're happy, right? That's the vibe that I'm getting. This is just Hassan being fragile. He does this from time to time. He's not always like this. Sometimes he has a pretty base take. He seems to understand certain concepts that people like Vosh do not get, right? You know, you wouldn't see Vosh watching the Whiteness Project without, like, you know, ridiculing it or something, like, right? And Hassan does that, and I appreciate that about Hassan. I recognize that Hassan is not Vosh, Hassan is not Destiny, and I like that about Hassan. But yes, Hassan is prone to fragility from time to time. This is just one of those times. I really don't understand anybody using him, buying a wand, as he loves the game. My niece and nephew both bought a wand because they were, well, I'm just telling you that's you know, he wants to play the game because he's nostalgic for it, right? And I mean, you'd think that maybe trans rights for a leftist, you know, streamer who supports trans rights would be more important, would take the priority, but Hassan has just rationalized going ahead and playing that. I mean, like, this is, you know, this is a justification that's come up with after the fact. And then on top of that, like, and that's fine. Like, I don't know, like, you know, if, like, my opinion is that Hassan's going to do what Hassan's gonna do. And, you know, trans people are going to notice. And that's whatever, right? But what I really don't like is Hassan spending hours and hours yelling at trans people for the fact that, yeah, you cultivated an audience with what, 13% of people in his chat were trans. When he checked on it, that's a pretty high number, right? And I guess you're mad about that, right? I don't get to play the turf game. XQC can play the turf game. I don't get to play the turf game. I don't know what to say, right? I do not know what to say, but I'm definitely not judging people for their you know, choices and nostalgia.
Harassers and bullies, which ultimately feeds into the right-wing narrative around transgender people that frames us as the aggressors when really we are the ones being victimized. And by the way, I'm not saying that Hassan is contributing to this narrative intentionally, but certain people are taking it that way. Just like right-wing folks are currently using the fact that...
This would be a real time to get a counterfeit Harry Potter wand, right? I'm told that counterfeit products exist, right? I'm told that certain countries allow people to bypass intellectual property rules, and that some pretty nifty counterfeit products are made. I would say that this would be a great opportunity to check out the availability of those kind of products, right?
One streamer started crying after some mild pushback from her community about her playing Hogwarts
Yeah, right,
Legacy, using
Jules?
it as the transes are bullying you. Also, these discourses make it about individuals, the person who's being bullied by the transes, instead of about the actual trans community, the entire group.
My rear end. Nobody's saying that you can't make personal decisions about how you feel about other people. Literally, no one has said that, and no one in my chat will say that.
Wait, there's motors inside of them?
Hell's Finest Gent, also buying the Wizard game doesn't necessarily mean someone won't help out, possibly fellow queer people. My friend is sick right now and rich and didn't want to wait to pirate it. I suggested it'd be hilarious if she donated to the Trans Run, an inclusive rape crisis center JKR fearmongered about, to atone for...
What's weird is what I keep on getting from these reactionary, leftist communities, right, is that their biggest fear is being judged. They really do care what we think about them, right? And they take offense at the proposition that we might judge them negatively for like pre-ordering the turf game. She just copium and misunderstands Jessie's points and argues with her chats a little too. It gets so annoying and monotonous for her chat, and the SHN take is more spicy. Wait, why am I not putting this together? Oh, the Say Her Name take is spicier. True. I mean, I can imagine that being true.
Paying it, and she donated $100 and set it to monthly. No one can tell me that's not a win for the trans community. That is actually pretty based. And yeah, I think that does a lot of good for the trans community. Far more than just one purchase of a homophobic or transphobic game. That's also probably homophobic. Just rule of thumb there.
I mean, I haven't seen
that is being harmed.
I haven't seen
it also
it,
forgets
but...
that trans people harassed. Like
oh
this.
yeah. I mean, the werewolf thing is homophobic, right? So like I actually didn't notice this, right? Because I was younger when I watched the Harry Potter movies, right? But yeah, the werewolf thing seemed like it was an analogy for HIV. And the way that plays out is just like, I don't know. Not all trans people face immediate harassment if they are introverted.
Daily, just for being trans online.
It's true.
I'm not saying all trans people are acting perfectly in all this. Some trans people may be angry and vitriolic towards Hassan and others, and that sucks.
J.K. Rowling came out and explained the bigotry of the lycanthropy thing, or
awful, and we shouldn't be doing. No one should be.
Wait, what?
Doing it.
They call themselves leftists because saying that they're on the right makes them look bad. So they're very, very sensitive. They're all about their self-image. And for people that call us genderqueers and snowflakes, that's a bit of a weird look. I wonder if they realize how weird of a look that is, right? You're the edgy. You're the edgelords. You're the dirtbags. You're not supposed to care what we think. We're the Tumblristas. We're the SJWs. We don't matter. We shouldn't matter, right? You're punching us to show the right that you're not us, right? You're attacking us. You're insulting us. You're harassing us to show the right how much you are not us, and to appeal to those normies, those Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder watching normies that you're going to appeal to by saying, I am not an SJW. Watch me punch an SJW. See, I'm against them. I'm not like them, right? You shouldn't care how we feel. Your facts aren't supposed to care about our feelings, and yet you do. You very much care. You very much want to be seen as a good person while you're doing bad things. And it's immensely entertaining to me. Isn't it kind of weird that Ant-Man and the Walls of Quantumanium is making money for Disney right now in the box office? Wait, am I missing something? Quantumania? Wait, is that the name of the movie? Is that the name of the sequel to Ant-Man? The homophobic predatory bug spreader. Ooh, God, no. That's some freaking Sam Hyde shit. That trope is what Sam Hyde that's how Sam Hyde got Chapo canceled before Chapo even started, right? there was a comedy show in Bushwick called Rebel Girl 2, right? And it was the comedians were $1 Million Extreme, Sam Hyde and his crew, right? Chapo, some members of Chapo were hosting, Virgil, Texas, and I think Matt Cushman, right? And this is a funny story. It's not a funny story, but it's funny. It's funny, but it's not so funny. If you understand what I'm saying, okay? Sam Hyde comes out and he does a type of a joke that I think was really common. I remember this happening a lot of times in the 2000 teens, right? Especially the early 2000 teens. This is how the joke would work. You would say something and it would immediately sound racist. It would immediately sound sexist. It would immediately sound homophobic, right? But you're in Bushwick, so the crowd knows that you're not going to say something sexist. You're not going to say something racist. You're not going to say something homophobic. They've heard this type of joke before, and they know that there's a turn in the joke. That at some point in the joke, you're going to subvert their comprehension of the joke you're telling, and everything's going to Uno reverse on itself, and the joke is going to be anti-homophobia. The joke is going to be anti-racism. The joke is going to be anti-sexism. People are so used to this genre of joke, and they're ready for it, and they're there for it, and they're not tired of it yet, right? People got tired of this joke later. This type of joke you cannot, it's hard to tell this type of joke today, right? But it was a genre in the early 2000 teens. So Sam Hyde starts off with this joke about a gay man who was apparently patient 0 of HIV. And goes on to describe this man intentionally and maliciously spreading HIV. Right? That's pretty homophobic, dude. But I know what kind of joke you're telling, and I know if I sit down in the audience and I'm nice and I just sit here and I wait, you're going to turn that joke around. Guess what? Sam Hyde is Sam Hyde. If you know Sam Hyde, you know what I'm talking about. Dude actually is like a Nazi, right? Dude literally is a Nazi, okay? People in the audience sat there. Some people got up. Some people were offended. Some people did not like what $1 Million Extreme was doing, right? But a lot of people just sat there and they waited for that joke to turn. And guess what? It didn't turn. It got worse and worse. And in the end, it was just like not just homophobic propaganda, but the type of homophobic propaganda that one would spread if one wanted gay people to be the victims of mass violence. I mean, to Chapo's credit, like, they weren't happy about it. Virgil made a clap back and got shouted down, right? But yeah, they were the MCs. I think it was Cushman and Virgil Texas were the MCs of that. And that's the point in where I started to recognize there's a problem with edgy humor. There's a little bit of there could be a little bit of a problem with edgy humor. There's a big problem with edginess for edginess' sake, right? But yeah, that's
No, I also think it's totally fine if people are angry with
that's a story.
That's I think it is fine.
Sam
and
Hyde.
you are entitled
Who
to
is Sam
have the
Hyde?
emotional...
Sam Hyde's the guy that keeps on trying to fight Hassan. He wants to box Hassan in like a clout boxing match, like a Logan Paul clout boxing match, right? And he keeps on trying to bait Hassan into accepting his challenge.
Reaction that you have.
He's also a Nazi.
Like that's fine. You have the right to be angry about things. You have the right to be like upset. You have the right to feel that people are not being...
I remember this in good detail because it is such a good example. It is such a good example of what's wrong with like edgelord culture, right?
Being good enough allies to you, No, Hell's Finest Gent. I was talking about the Wizard game, not you. As far as I know, you're not homophobic. You're fine.
NCC has the right to be adorable. Thank you.
We're imperfect people fighting a horrid system.
I think she means harassment, but yeah. Well, that's the thing, Krista Star, right? Like, a lot of people will still interpret anger as harassment. you know? And I think...
Are you getting anger from this, Riverboat? Because I'm not. Why are there so many Nazis? Why do people keep on platforming them? Yeah? And there probably is an attention economy engagement answer for this, right? There probably is one. But yeah, is anybody getting anger? Like, I mean, she's sitting in an airport, okay? If she was angry, I don't know if you've ever been stuck in an airport for an excessively long period of time. And I don't know if she's picking somebody up, if she's getting in a plane herself, if she's on a layover. I don't know what the deal is with her being in an airport. All I know is that she's in an airport, right? And when I'm in an airport, sometimes I'm a little bit extra irritable. Sometimes I'm a little bit extra angry. I'm usually not just like this, right? I don't get angry. I'm not feeling angry. She's on her way to LA. I don't feel angry from this. Like, I don't see... Where are you getting angry? Did I miss something? I don't want to misinterpret what RiverBoatJack is saying and respond to something that she's not even saying, because I don't want to get her argument wrong here, but like, I don't see the anger. And I haven't seen it in a lot of the, I've seen trans frustration, but that's not in their attempt to get allies to do the right thing when it comes to the turf game, right? The anger that I see is in reaction to people like Vosh, people like Hassan, not only not being on board with us in the simplest little thing that we're asking, which is not an action. It's not like voting, it's a non-action. It's a non-action, it's a non-spending, right? They're the ones getting mad, and they're the ones going after us. That's where the anger, if you want to talk about the anger, that's where it's at. And I don't think that RiverBoatJack doesn't seem angry here in this video, but she does feel... She's a little bit more aggrieved, let's just say. I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, okay? I'm not getting anger, but I'm getting a little bit of aggrievement. I'm getting a little bit of aggrievement about Jessie gender. And who knows, it may be performative. I don't know. All right, like we said, there's a Vosh raid in her audience. It could be kind of performative. How harmful was cigarette ads aimed towards children's? And now, 20 years later, a brainwashed zombie feels woke because they spent years learning this behavior. Oh, you had to restart your computer? I couldn't open another tab. Oh my god, I've had that happen. I have had that happen. I need more than one tab. Oh my god, Google Chrome is a huge resource hog, isn't it?
Honestly, I think it's fine for people to be angry. I think it's fine to be angry and like call that legislator from Arkansas who asked that trans lady about whether or not she had a penis. I think it's fine to be angry.
Nothing homophobic in Ant-Man and the Wasp. There was even a queer straw man. There wasn't even a queer straw man I could point out.
I think it's fine to call
R.I.P. Joe Camel
his office because that is what his public line is available for. But she's speaking at harassment specifically. But I guess I don't really know the difference between people being angry and coordinated. Well, I guess it would have to be coordinated to make it harassment, right?
I mean, if that's true, you are incredibly lucky. I don't believe it, though. Right? I mean, I'm trying to come up with an explanation here. Are RiverBoatJack's mods just that good? That none of the harassment the whole time since 2021 has gotten through? Because that's not my experience. I am acutely aware of the difference between people in chat disagreeing with me on something, even people being a little frustrated with me, even people being a little short with me, right? I am acutely aware of the difference between that and a coordinated harassment campaign, right? If you say like, I don't like this content, can we move on? If you say, I don't like the video game you're playing, it's boring, right? It's a little different than like you know, posting an address that you think is mine in chat to scare me into silence, right? That's what trans people deal with every day, though. That's what trans people deal with every day. Yeah, you know, or like all the other dirty tricks that they've tried, you know, in order to silence me and shut me up, right? I am acutely aware of the difference, right? I'll even go a step further, right? Like, let's say, like, you know, during the height of the Dylan thing, a Dylan fan comes in here and expresses their displeasure, right? And says, NCC, you're a liar. You're incredibly bad faith. You know? Like, Dylan's a great trans ally, and you're demeaning him. You're defaming him. And I don't appreciate it, right? You're a scumbag. That's what Dylan called me. Not his fans, not somebody in his chat. Dylan Burns himself said I was the biggest scumbag on Twitch, right? I mean, does that maybe, you know, inspire some coordinated harassment? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. But that in and of itself is, you know, a strong disagree. I mean, at least that's how I take it. That's a strong disagreement, right? I know the difference between that and harassment, okay? I would think that RiverBoatJack would too. I find it so hard to believe that somehow this all missed RiverBoatJack, right? Like, this is, you know, trans people were the primary targets of the hate raids until Twitch fixed their shit thanks to OG Prodigy. Thanks to adopting OG Prodigy's suggestions in terms of the way, you know, adding more tools for streamers and for moderators to take care of this kind of stuff. It's a lot easier now, right? Didn't used to be this way. You might be a bitch, but you're not a scumbag. I might be a bitch. That's true. That's true. Like, I want to quote that. I want to put that in my Twitter bio. I might be a bitch. No, that should at least, no, I can't say bitch, can I, in the Twitch bio? That seems like it would go in my Twitch bio, though. You might be a bitch, right? You're a good person, or I wouldn't be here. Oh my god, thank you, Corbin. Well, I mean, I don't know. Apparently, Dylan Burns sees red when NCC is in chat.
That's not to forgive them. It's not to say it's okay. But it's the understanding that we have to have when you have a marginalized group being attacked.
And I know the criticism to this video will be, well, if he plays Hogwarts Legacy, then maybe people who might be watching an anti-trans streamer might watch him instead. But my argument back to that would be, instead of worrying about continual endless growth in a very capitalistic sort of mindset, why not worry about modeling how to fight for trans people and platform trans people to your audience? Be a champion to the audience you already have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to tell Polly how to feel about any other streamer.
Who knows, maybe by taking a stand, doing something different than the already tons of other people playing Hogwarts Legacy on the platform, you'll make your audience grow anyways, by being someone different, by showing them a different way forward that's positive and helpful.
But second, I also hear...
But I think you can still do that, and also make fun of the wizard game, and also still take advantage of the fact that it's going...
Now that's so weird. That's so weird. Make fun of the wizard game, right? You can't put... I cannot put that in my Twitch bio. Yeah, I can't say bitch. I'm pretty sure, because, yeah, I know somebody who tried to name themselves Rogue Bitch, and Twitch actually forced her to change... Forced this person to change their name. Sounds familiar? You can have your Rogue Bitch... Yeah, yeah, I know, that was a cool name. It's too bad they didn't let Saint have that name. Dollar Store Gasson calling anyone else a scumbag is rich. Yeah.
To be like the #1 trending thing on Twitch and the #1
But I mean, I'm not trying to live in the past. It's just that the Dylan stuff is kind of like a good example for a lot of stuff, because that was, you know, the height of the harassment that I experienced was in the wake of the Dylan drama.
And that way you can educate normies, make fun
of the
British,
spelled bitch. It was something
and
close.
Also, like, raise money for trans people. I do not see a downside to this. I just don't.
now that Hassan is not going to do
Okay,
anything.
wait,
He's not going to do it.
sorry. I got sidetracked a little bit. I got sidetracked, okay? I don't see a downside to this at all. How about you're playing the game, right? Making fun of the game. That you fucking love to play in the universe that you love to exist in. Like, that's what we're talking with. Hassan didn't just want to play this because this was going to be a big game. Hassan does not hate Hogwarts. He does not. There's no like lack of enjoyment in the idea of immersion into that universe. All right. But you're gonna tell me that he's gonna be like, oh man, this fucking game sucks. This fucking game sucks ass. Here, let's play it for another 6 hours. It sucks so bad I'm gonna play it for another 6 hours. No, he doesn't. Like, that's such garbage, right? That is you're gonna pretend to hate the game that you just post hoc justified yourself into being able to play. Right? That you are searching, but what if I did a trans charity? But what if I debunk the anti-Semitic talking points? But what if I do this? Oh my god, you're gonna tell me that you don't enjoy that? And you're gonna fake it to your chat? Oh man, I hate playing this wizard game. This is so cool. I hate play. Like, no. Come on, please. Be real with me, Riverboat. Be real with me, okay? That is not it. Sam Hyde is the guy that got the show on Cartoon Network. True, and has ties to the alt-right, and he lost it after that was exposed, I guess. What a horrible excuse to give Joanne money. Yeah. We're definitely getting a Hassan raid now. Yes, for sure.
Trans charity.
Hassan doesn't have...
No, he would raid me, and then just to make me feel bad. He's like, all right, you say I don't support trans people? Here's a raid. Do it, Hassan. I dare you. Teach me a lesson. Teach me.
Have to rely on trending games. You said it yourself. He's going to get trending simply.
That's going to get clipped.
But that's the thing, Salmon Moose. We're talking about like a trending stream.
I think so.
30,000. The difference between like a trending stream of 30,000 people and a trending stream of 60,000+ people. That's the difference in numbers that we're talking about.
See, I mean, like, that's all hypothetical. I mean, I don't even know if that part's true, but you admitted that it's going to cause more game sales. Right, and it's also gonna make buying the game seem okay to people that might be naturally predisposed to questioning it. Yeah, well, Hassan's playing it. Can't be that bad. You're literally opening up a new audience for Joanne to sell her shitty game. It keeps the IP alive. Let's give Just Karen money for a game. So we can make fun of it. It's not like we can make fun of it without having to buy it or play it. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, yeah. It's $1 Million Extreme. Was a Cartoon Network show.
Like a charity stream that is paired with like the synergy of like people looking for that Hogwarts Legacy content. And he did a different charity. I'm sure he still did a different character.
If you really love that and you're looking for that Hogwarts content, you're Toucan Sam, right? You're like, follow the nose, and you're like, looking for that good Hogwarts content. Like, right? Are you gonna stop by a streamer who's like, oh man, this game fucking sucks. Oh, look at that shit. The goblins, that's anti-Semitic. Oh man, this fucking shitty game. Oh, it's terrible, terrible, terrible universe. Oh, hey, did you know that J.K. Rowling's is a TERF? Yeah, that's terrible. Are you really gonna play that? Are you really gonna watch that game through that person? Or are you gonna find somebody that's like, cool, wizards! I'm on a broom! Ooh, I can fly it around! Oh no, there's a monster! Let me use my wand! Avacadabra! Oh, cool, cool, cool. Like, that's a really effective spell. No, you're gonna watch that person.
But I'm
gonna watch the
also
second
sure,
person.
Because, again, I
not
did
the
this
first
for like
person.
10 years. That it was probably less successful and less exposed to normies. And I'm sure that would have brought in more donations. Cancel me, chat. I literally play car racing games with...
Hey, not only do you hate the game that I love, are you making fun of me for liking it? You're making me feel bad about that, but you know what? Trans charity, let me go get my credit card. I'm gonna donate. No, this is not a real world scenario. I don't know what this is. Cope.
Cars have oil, crypto, and other shitty sponsors on them. Damn. Boy Meets Mini, I bet you drove a car with Coca-Cola on it. I bet that means you support those death squads. Oh, he raided into Juniper's charity stream, donated 10K, and then stayed and talked for a bit. Oh, and then Juniper raided into me. Okay, that explains a lot. You could be me. I'm apparently a war criminal now. Well, if it's any consolation, Lady Raincloud,
wait, which Juniper?
People like DJ Muel are the ones, not DJ, Bad Empanada are pushing.
DJ Muel? Is that a joke? That's gotta be a meme. That's gotta be a meme. I'm not gonna laugh at, Juniper on Twitter. Juniper on Twitter streams? Transgender marks? Is that who we're talking about? That Juniper? I didn't even know this. The bad Juniper? Am I thinking of the right person? The defeatist approach, where you refuse to do an action because you can't stop capitalism in one day, but you also say that the only solution is hoping that our oppressors decide to keep us alive. That's the person? Okay. I didn't realize that that Juniper streamed. Are they a Twitch streamer? Did I just like not know that Transgender Marks is a Twitch streamer? Or was it just like a one-time thing for charity? It was like a one-time thing. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't even know that. I never heard of Juniper. They announced a trans charity stream. Nice. Bad Empanada has been summoned. Bad Empanada has been summoned.
Pushing that shit.
And also DJ Moyle. DJ Moyle.
And Bad Empanada is literally insane.
This has got to be a meme.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, Bad Empanada is literally what?
Just because you served in the military. Muel.
Muel? Oh, that's got to be a meme.
Hey chat, did you all know that you're currently using an electronic device that is relying on fuels that kill the planet?
Did you know that you're relying on right-wing talking points?
I think it's still better to not buy the game.
Did you know this is no more convincing coming from you than it is from, like, Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro? Like, right?
Hey chat, did you all know that you're currently using an electronic device that is relying on... Bad Empanada are pushing that shit. And Bad Empanada is literally insane. So, don't worry about it.
Literally insane. Okay, that's look, Bad Empanada's got problems, but I can talk about those problems without invoking his mental health or diagnosing him or whatever the fuck this armchair psychology is, right? I don't need to appeal to the ableist crowd. I don't need to appeal to the eliminationist, anti-people with mental illness crowd, right? That's not the audience I'm going for, but apparently that's a hot seller in the Vosh crowd.
You're not a war criminal just because you served in the military.
80% of Washington state energy comes from renewables? That's awesome. Bad Empanada's better takes than 90% of Twitch poll. True.
Muel.
That's a meme. That's got to be a meme.
Hey chat, did you all know that you're currently using an electronic device that is relying on fuels that kill the planet? I think it's still better to not buy the game. It bolsters top transphobia ambassador. Well, that's the thing. Krista Starr, as like an individual, I'm not going to buy the game. Like, I don't really have an interest in playing it, though, so it's not that much of like a...
George Irwin, 1985, Animal Crossing, Vuvuzela, iPhone. Regardless of how you feel about him, I gotta admit, Bad Empanada is a solid name. True.
Sacrifice for me. And like,
it's making me
the same
think
way,
of
like,
food.
I'm not terribly interested in the chicken sandwiches from Chick-fil-A. It's, you know?
Muel.
Oh, 100% renewables, and yet you're using silicon mined by child slaves.
I thought I knew all their
By that logic, it's better to not buy anything and just stop breathing. True.
I thought I knew all their DJ Mule memes.
Maybe 30%.
100 million in Roblox.
Of my electric. Okay, I don't care.
Vegan empanadas. That sounds good.
Are people going to stop using Twitter because a transphobic billionaire runs it? To be fair, it was probably run by a transphobic billionaire prior.
Empanada smoking a cigarette? Ah, that is pretty funny. You're not wrong.
I mean, again, I could live without Coke. I still drink Coke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Coke for a second. Yeah, Coke makes a lot more sense.
I'm not buying the game because the whole fantasy Jewish XP, what is XP? Kidnapping kids and killing them to steal power plot seems pretty horrible to me. And, you know, that's fair too.
I'm actually surprised on how much pushback is coming through the chat, especially considering... Now, I'm not sure. I guess, was it not a Vosh raid directly, but maybe like a Vosh raiding Juniper and Juniper raiding RiverBoatJack?
I just think that, like, this idea that, like...
Would good Empanada be a fascist? Quite possibly. Wait, you're not a war criminal serving in the military? Only if your military is committing war crimes.
We're attaching this overwhelming amount of moral weight to a video game purchase is one that does not help us win over normies. And frankly, I made my entire channel to win over normies, so that's pretty important to me, because I want to get as much political power as possible so that we can, you know, stop like the ongoing...
I almost feel like you're insulting normies a little bit too. Like, right? I don't know. You have this horrible you know, vision of who the normies are.
Trans genocide. What do I think of people streaming it?
Donald Jochter? Donald McDonald Mule?
At this
Dr.
point...
Jochter?
I don't care. XP means stand. It's a TV tropes term? Okay. Stand-in.
That's what she said earlier. It was 1 degree of separation from Vosh. Communism is pretty alienating to normies too, so I guess we should, yeah, pack it in. Wait, what about the normies indeed? What's up, Molten Panda?
And I've been pretty clear from the beginning. My position on Hogwarts Legacy is that if you're going to play it, you should pirate it. Maybe.
I mean, that's
you
better
should
than
do,
nothing.
Legally gray things in order to claim it. That would be the ideal situation. But like, I also am not going to hand wring over whether or not someone bought the Harry Potter game, because currently we're in a society where like trans people have like more bills in the pipeline against them than at any point in history. And frankly, I'm more concerned about getting the political power to stop that from happening than I am about whether or not some asshole I don't know is playing a wizard game. So that's kind of my priorities, right? Like, I haven't talked about the wizard game that much because like I think that there are far more important things going on right now than whether or not I can purity test other streamers. Yeah, and like I covered Brianna J's stabbing yesterday, and that was really hard. We gave some updates earlier today. But like I think generally speaking, I take the approach that there are bigger fish to fry, and in order to fry those fish, I need to be able to accumulate and coordinate as much political power as possible.
So that's why punching left is so good, right? If we attack the woke scolds, if we attack trans people, asking that their allies and other trans people just simply do not make this one purchase, then that's going to give me credit. That's going to buy me credit with the normies. I'll be able to appeal to more of them. I don't know. This sounds more like a monetization strategy than it does a political strategy, if I'm being real.
And that's frankly my main priority. When it comes to this discourse, I'm interested in it because, A, by talking about it, I can maybe bring in some normies who don't know much about this topic, but also B, because I think that there is a...
Debate Bozo, stop talking about normies challenge. Difficulty impossible.
There is an issue around here where we
like, this is such a fucking buzzword.
Who might
such a meaningless
There's always bigger
waste
of
course. Thoughts.
Disappointed in some of the very bad faith arguments in chat, but oh well, we need allies, and I've given up on this game discourse. We lost this. We're always going to lose this. It's time to move on. Yeah, Lady Raincloud, that's the other thing. That's kind of how I felt about it too. Like, from the beginning, hearing about this, it's just kind of like...
Wow. I mean... Then maybe get the fuck off the internet? I don't know.
I don't think
that's a pretty defeatist attitude.
Boycott was ever going to be effective. We just don't have the numbers or the societal
trust
cachet,
normie. True normies equal assimilation
power yet, and maybe one day we will. But we need to accumulate that power first.
We need to,
and that's going to take
by sucking Vosh's Um, rubber baby bottle nipples. Yeah, I don't know.
A lot of hard work and effort.
Trying to save myself from
doing such a thing has never been easy. Also, Boy Meets Mini, thank you for gifting a sub to Krista Star. That's very kind of you. Yes, Nindreen, true. I would never advocate for you to infringe on the intellectual property of any video game. Or any piece of media, for that matter. Well, yeah, in Passion FM 89, that's the thing, right? Like, there are... how do I put this? When we talk about politically motivated action, there are a lot of people who are like, what's a good example for this? A good example for this would be like when people push for things like
I just ordered some food, okay?
Oh, okay. I've seen some like
I just ordered some food because I'm hungry and I haven't had a chance to eat except for like what did I eat? Oh yeah, I had some noodles earlier, right? But like I want to tell you that I wouldn't normally order food, but people were so generous with gift subs and with you know bits and with all the hype train, that level 6 hype train, right? That I actually feel like I'm okay doing that. I'm okay doing that, and that is only thanks to you. So I want to let you know that I appreciate you so much.
Left communists, for example.
I did eat a banana. Good point.
Say things like,
I don't know. I guess I'm just extra hungry today.
You know, with 1,000 people armed with handguns, we could march into
I deserve to spoil myself.
Washington D.C. and overthrow the government, and thereby establish.
Well, I mean, I don't usually do it. I usually cook for myself. You know, it's cheaper and it's good to treat yourself. Yeah, I mean, and today it makes sense, right? We had a lot to cover, and oh my god, this is the end of the Keffals arc, right? So I don't know. I mean, there's something kind of special. I'm excited about not having to cover Keffals as much or maybe at all anymore. Did you order some vegan burritos? That sounds good. But the cheapest thing that I found close by was actually Thai.
Communism, like communism.
A lot of Thai places.
Like, well, in order to do that, in order to have like something successful like that occur, right?
I moved from like one part of town to another, and I'm kind of like out of the city, and I don't know. I thought that like the cost of living would be cheaper, but somehow like the restaurants are not cheaper, right? I have not seen prices like I did find a reasonably priced restaurant for the Thai stuff, but I was looking through stuff and I was just like, oh my god, no, I can't afford that.
You would need to have
like
massive political support.
$26 for like a stir fry dish? No, thank you.
To like,
oh my god, Vietnamese food is so good. I love
follow through on that.
I love and I also love those banh. Have you ever heard that banh sandwich? Like there's like a tofu version of it, and it's got sliced daikon that's in this like lemongrass sauce, and it is so good, so good. But yeah, I used to live next to a place, and it was in the city. I don't understand it. How is food cheaper in the city than it is? Like I'm still close to a major metropolitan area, but like I'm not right there in the middle of things anymore. And like when I was, there was like a place that I could go to that was literally like $1 sandwiches. You get like it's like a 6-inch sandwich with tofu in the middle. It's like cooked on a baguette, right? And there's tofu in the middle. It's seasoned with lemongrass. It's got daikon sliced on it. It's got cilantro, and it's got jalapeno peppers, and it is so good. And it was like $1 for one sandwich, right? Like for a whole meal, for $1 if you knew the right place to. I just need to find the right place to go. That's it. Thank you. I'm sorry. I was just hungry. Check your Twitch DMs.
Not just for the initial action, but to follow
not
through
me.
on it.
I had Bond once, but I couldn't resist Bo most of the time.
That's fan fiction. It's not feasible.
I am on a tangent. A delicious tangent.
I low-key love this because your views on this whole situation are pretty much in line with what Hassan was saying we need to have happen. But when he said it, people said he was being a coward or being bullied to not play the game. Well, like, the part about this, again, I don't watch Hassan, so that's a neat coincidence. But, like, when we're talking about it, it's just, like, if you want to get big changes happening, you gotta start with the smaller changes first. And one of the smallest changes is getting normies to go out and vote for trans rights. Because, again, what is the...
This is Pied Piper logic. This is taking... This is not taking... like So what the promise of the Vosh Clout Network is this. We're going to take people that are centrist, or maybe even a little bit of conservative, and we're going to bring them in. We're going to make them comrades. We're going to make them lefties. We're going to teach them, right? We're going to pull them in. And the whole reason that we can't do things the way that you're saying is that wouldn't work for pulling in these people, right? But what are they really doing? They're taking lefties and they're arguing these lefties into, like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to give up the turf game. Like, this is acceptable. We need to gain power. I mean, we shouldn't really be shooting for the stars. Let's just everybody kind of calm down, and we will we will lower our goals. Because this is the only way that it's going to be successful. You're literally arguing people that are motivated to get out there and do stuff, right? And advocate to shut the fuck up, to sit down, and to just plant their asses on their chair and watch Vosh not do it for you, right? Watch Vosh eat his nuggies. That's praxis.
How many people in America don't vote?
Lib alert.
Let's see.
No, but remember, we're the libs because we like ID poll too much. Don't forget, we're the libs.
33% of Americans do not vote.
We just have to vote harder, yes. You just have to vote.
33% of people don't vote.
Cremelli, thank you for the follow. Thank you for making my emotes bubble up like champagne bubbles.
It's around 80 million. But that's because we've had a couple of record turnout election cycles. 33% of Americans are leftists. It's just like there are
yeah, we need to get back to brunch, right, Jeffrey?
In America who do not give a shit enough about politics.
Vote scolds. Oh my god, we got some vote scolds.
To vote.
We got some vote scolds. Riding with Biden. Hell yeah.
And our job.
Hell yeah, just get in the convertible, Jack.
Is to A, convince those people to vote, and B, convince liberals to vote for trans-friendly candidates.
Get in the convertible, and I'll let you have a lick off of my ice cream cone while I smell your hair.
Jessie just tweeted out that there are people whitelisting the HP theme to whistling the Harry Potter theme to intimidate trans kids. I had to mute her because I cannot stand the discourse anymore. Well, and, that's true. But part of the reason that became...
Well, okay, so I think that RiverBoatJack doesn't have a problem with Jessie pointing out that, yeah, this is like become a dog whistle for letting trans people know that we're not safe. Yeah. Lost, I'm hoping that's what... I want to agree with something, really. I'm not trying to disagree with everything. Lost a lot in real life advocacy groups. I believe one of them is Get Out the Vote, but she does meetings with several other trans streamers on here for planning sessions and stuff like that. You can touch Biden's hairy legs. That's true. She does not Lost. Wait, did I miss... Oh, are we talking about RiverBoatJack? Coming from Brandon, that would be absolutely terrifying. That's why I won't get in the convertible. I know I'm weird, okay? But I got my skateboard. And I'm going to pull up behind Brandon's car, and I'm going to grab the bumper, and I'm going to ride behind Biden, like Back to the Future style, okay? And when Biden gets up to 88 miles per hour, I'm gonna go back in time. I'm gonna let go, and I'm gonna go into I'm gonna start going back in time to the German Revolution, and I'm going to change history, and then I'll come back to like a much better 2023, right? She does a lot. She does a lot. Not she lost. Oh, she does a lot. She does a lot. In terms of unironically, they are radlibs. Somehow they created class reductionist radlibism. Worst of both sides. Yeah, I see that. I see that.
Became like a thing is because the online discourse polarized a lot of transphobes to kind of coalesce support around this Harry Potter franchise. You know, it's the same thing that happened 10 or 15 years ago when bigots coalesced their support around Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A.
Can you remember what the outcome of that was? Let me guess. Homosexuals lowered their goals and said, you know what, the world's just not ready for gay marriage yet. We can shoot lower. Like, we can go for something more attainable. We don't want to scare the normies away by making them think that we're... Is that how that worked out? And then now we have gay rights thanks to them giving up on gay marriage. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. Oh, that's not what happened, is it? That's not what happened. And even Joe Brandon can tell you that. Even Joe Brandon can tell you that. Like, right?
Still wound up being a really successful company. If you alienate normies or make them hostile to you, they're not going to vote in your favor when the corpses in the GOP start talking about mandatory registries. Yeah. Yeah, it was a weird time, Salmon Moose, when people were, like, fucking awful about chicken.
What do you call this, like, a poultry scold?
Yeah, civil rights are not won overnight, and that's why we need to roll up our sleeves, get to work, and be as effective at that work as possible.
Yeah, and we need to really make sure that, just like Martin Luther King, we're appealing first and foremost to the white moderates out there, right? Make sure we don't do anything to disturb them, to perturb them, to call them out, or you know, to scare them away, right? Because that's our goal right there. That's our win condition, is making sure that white moderates are really happy with us, really comfortable around us too, right? People were awful about chicken. She's talking about gay people, isn't she? Gay bullies mad about chicken. Oh my god, yeah, the beat goes on. The beat goes on. Roll up our sleeves. Seriously, this Vaush head is giving me off so many pick-me vibes, like pulling normies, transphobes, to be slightly less reactionary won't end up like the, yeah. This is beyond bourgeois. That should be a brand. That could be a brand. MLK would have been called a woke scold. Hell yes he would have. Yes. Her and Vaush only care about the most politically effective. What is most politically effective, as if it at all matters. Don't rock the boat while in the middle of the storm. We're here. We're queer. We're promised we're not weird, and we won't make you uncomfortable. We can assimilate. Would that make you happier? No?
That's my view in a nutshell here. I'm gonna watch the rest of this video because it's 15 minutes long, but I feel like I've been in the discourse for an eternity.
Look, Jack, mood, okay? There's something to agree with RiverBoatJack. This has taken a long time. I agree. All this stuff needs to be normalized for normies, not watered down to be more palatable for... Yeah, what happened to, like, exposure therapy for normies, right? It doesn't have the same pizzazz.
Stream. At least that's what I know at the time of this filming. Maybe that's changed. He's not going to play any game or talk about transgender issues during this time. But we don't, as activists, do things because people were dicks or because things are awful all the time. We don't be reactive. We be proactive. And being proactive means realizing you don't need the wizard game to do a transgender charity stream. You can just do it.
He was He was being proactive and doing the charity stream. And then he streamed the again, this is from 5 days ago. He did the charity stream. Oh god.
Transgender charity stream. The wonderful video essayist Jacob Geller did one actually late last year playing sword video games and
holy shit, I've never actually seen Jacob Geller. He looks like a much friendlier version of Matt Walsh.
Who's Jacob Geller? Normies need to be exposed to new ideas that challenge their preconceived ideas. We don't need to blend in with them. Yeah, the normies need to understand that they're not cool anymore and that they should change.
Holy shit. He looks like the alternate he looks like
Hassan shouldn't feel like he should overrule trans people because he has a big platform.
Alternate universe Matt Walsh, but like you'd actually want to like have him as a neighbor.
Won't you
yeah, the good timeline Matt Walsh. If they ever touch each other, the antimatter particles will cause them both to explode.
He's a cool essayist that talks about art, culture, and leftist analysis in the media.
Oh my god.
Of the media.
Thousands of dollars. Hell, the most effective trans charity stream that I'm personally aware of was of Donkey Kong 64, a game that is decades old at this point. You can just do a transgender charity stream. You don't need to play any specific game. In fact, even better, you can support not only a transgender charity stream, but a transgender artist at the same time. You can use their platform to play a game by a transgender person that others...
The Matt Walsh comparison is not appreciated.
...may not even have heard of.
Wait, how much money did the H-Bomber guy raise? $500,000? Like, okay. Look, all I'm gonna say is that Hassan, over the course of like, I don't know, a week, raised over $1 million for Turkey, Syria earthquake relief. I think he could have done a similar thing for like trans people, if he'd been able to do the Harry Potter game and got that additional attention. But you know, he was still able to raise tens of thousands of dollars for. I think they wound up raising over $60,000. 1.3 mil now. Damn, he managed to raise $1.3 million for earthquake relief. That's wonderful. H-Bomb.
Hassan was using streamer brain. He was correct about what would make the biggest stream. He was wrong about how the stream would do harm to the people he wanted to help. H-Bomber guy actually used the most popular and new game to do his charity stream, Donkey Kong. Jacob Geller has nearly 1 million subscribers. Kinda weird for her to dismiss him as if he's nothing. Yeah, Matt Walsh, right? Why compare those streams?
Our guy raised $347,000 for charity. I think I would have liked another $1 million plus stream.
See, here's the thing. Like, I'm getting from this that Hassan looks at the 13% of his audience that's trans and says that's enough. Because you know what a Celeste stream would have done? Appealed to trans people. Sounds like he's not trying to do that, though. Sounds like he's not really trying to do that. 13% is all he wants to deal with, right? We're annoying enough at 13% of his community. He doesn't want to see what we'd be like as 20% of his community. These people act as if Hassan won't get views or donations regardless of what he plays. Almost no one is going to be watching Hassan because he's playing a specific game. Yeah, especially if it's a game that preferentially appeals to chuds. He was being proactive by doing a charity stream. I just wish it wasn't the Wizard game. So Just Karen gets more validated on her crusade of dehumanizing people who are currently marginalized. Also, to be fair, when I played Celeste on stream, I just got hate rated.
For trans people. I think that'd be good. $1 million can do so much good for like trans charities.
For example, Celeste comes to mind. Tell Me Why also is a game that has transgender artists and actors within it. Bloodborne PSX, the indie free Bloodborne PS1 demake, is even better too. Give attention to the indie creator of Bloodborne PSX, who is a transgender woman who made that game out of a passion and desire to learn to be a better creator, and who wants to go on to do more cool projects beyond just Bloodborne demakes. And I'd honestly, by the way, recommend...
But like, why not both? Why not do both?
And No Clip Gaming's wonderful documentary about her, by the way. Imagine if Hassan, one of the biggest streamers out there...
What was that? Why not do both? So why not stream both games at this... just switch from one... Wait, what? Okay. What game did he play for charity stream if he did not play this game? I have no idea. I really don't know what game he played. Solidarity Forever. It's not chicken. Solidarity Forever. If it's not video games. For the union. Makes us strong. On condition.
Right now, streamed her game while doing a trans charity stream. Gave her attention and inspired other streamers to do the same. Would it be better numbers than the Wizard game numbers? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. But it would be doing things on our terms. Imagine Hassan...
I think it's okay if somebody wants to do something that is good for the overall community, even if there are lots of people.
Thoughts on Keffals' tweets? Have you been keeping up with this, Ned? 9999. So, Keffals has just announced that I guess she's going to be taking a break. There was, you know, somebody that she was using her subreddit to harass. And that she then made some vague allegations against, right? And this person released the information that, you know, leaked the information that Keffals had, you know, been addicted, been dealing with addiction issues for a long time. And also heavily implied that the reason that Keffals is doing so much drama, clickbaiting so hard, and generally, you know, like we say, jumping in the orchestra pit for attention, was that, you know, this habit had caused her to run through all the money that she raised and, you know, needed more money, right? I mean, that we don't have confirmation on that, but that explains a lot of things. Now, like, there was some inappropriate implication in those tweets that, like a moral judgment against Keffals for dealing with addiction, and like, I'm pretty sure everybody or most people agree that that's not right. That's inappropriate, right? But yeah, multiple sources have come forward now and confirmed this, and asked that Keffals, you know, seek, you know, some help for this and take some time off. And it sounds like Keffals is going along with that and is going to do some of that. And it looks like we're not going to be covering Keffals anymore, because like Left at London was the one who tweeted out that engaging with her toxicity is kind of enabling the continuation of this behavior. And for that reason, I am not going to be covering Keffals anymore, right? I do not anticipate covering Keffals again anytime soon, if ever. Just joining the stream now. Yeah, no worries. At least Coke does something towards explaining. Oh my god, we're talking about this. I don't want to go into the nature of anything to do with Keffals. I want to try to, like, you know, and again, I would encourage people to not, you know, look at addiction as a moral failing or a reason to ridicule somebody or anything like that, right? Because it's not. And I do hope that Keffals gets the help that she needs. So that's that, and that's why we didn't end up talking about the shoe on had today, right? That's why we skipped that one. It's gonna be one. Oh my god.
In that community, who don't like it. I bet the people who would have been on the receiving end of the $1 million+ that Hassan hypothetically could have raised would have really appreciated that. There are
hypothetically. Does this sound like a like, hypothetically?
There are lots of charity organizations where that money goes directly to housing homeless trans people. I bet they would have really fucking appreciated that. And I think it's a kind of a cold comfort to like say to those people, yeah, well, you see, you could have been housed, but in order to do that, Hassan would have had to play a somewhat transphobic game. I think that's somewhat of a cold comfort, and that's part of what makes me upset about this topic, I guess.
Hypothetically, oh my god. Yo. This is weird of somebody that calls us woke scolds. Right? If you asked cis people who call themselves allies to please not play the turf game on stream, it's your fault that there's like a homeless person, there's a unhoused person continuing to be unhoused right now. That is your fault, trans people. Jesus Christ. Look at how she is just like, she's really searching for an argument here, right?
Streaming that game, it might help change the course of her career completely in a positive way. It would enable her and help a transgender creator be able to make more wonderful, beautiful things and put those beautiful things out in the world for other trans people to resonate with and other people who aren't trans to find and discover and see what trans people can do.
Yeah, that's the other thing. So yeah, addiction is not a moral failing, and it's also not an excuse for harm that somebody does. And yeah, Keffals has done a lot of harm. So trans people can't get housing because woke scolds told Hassan not to play the turf game because Hassan. This is all hypothetical. This is all going on in RiverBoatJack's head, along with Jessie Gender being an angry woke scold, an angry unhinged woke scold, right? Like, this is. There's so much that there's so much flavor that she seems to be adding to real life that is just not there. It's just not actually, going on, right? Like, but the hypothetical, housing of unhoused people, we can blame this on overly sensitive snowflake, genderqueer trans people. Who knew, right? If we could have said the R slur more. If we just could have said the R slur more, maybe those people would have a roof over their head right now.
What she has to say.
Well, like
did you know that R slurs build tiny houses, right? That can happen just by saying the R slur.
I think Chris to start. He did do a big one. He helped raise over 60,000.
Yeah, this is really frustrating, and people wanted me to respond to this, so here I am. Like I said, I don't have anything against RiverBoatJack. I don't know anything really about RiverBoatJack. But yeah, what I'm seeing here is definitely not impressing me. Jessie seemed very balanced and thoughtful. It's so weird that people would have an issue with her take. Jessie, Gender, Aronok, Kira Chats, Bellamy, Rhea, and friends just got done raising $27K for Trans Lifeline playing Destiny 2. A better world is possible without the turf game. I swear, Jack. Oh, the RBJ says that he did a trans charity stream that raised tens of thousands, maybe 60K. Did anybody else hear that? I wasn't paying attention to the numbers. But it sounds like a pretty similar, amount to what was just raised by the Bellamy, Aronok, and I'm trying to remember who else was hosting that. Thoughts on Hogwarts Legacy? I mean, what's there to say? I haven't played it, so I guess I don't have any thoughts on it.
$1,000 for the Trevor Project just yesterday, but that's what he had. That's what he did instead of doing his own major trans fundraiser stream.
From what I've heard, though, it's not very good.
Which quantitatively raised far less money than what he was able to raise for victims of earthquakes. Yeah, Juniper's stream.
Can we go back 30 seconds?
People were telling me that he fundraised for that prior and then raided into Juniper's. He said he helped raise over $60,000 for the Trevor Project just yesterday. But that's what he did instead of doing his own major trans fundraiser stream.
Nicotine did a trans charity stream yesterday,
which quantitatively raised far less money than what he was able to raise for victims of earthquakes. Yeah, Juniper's stream. People were telling me that he fundraised for that prior and then raided into Juniper's. He said he'll.
I watched some of Kira's stream of it. They had some really good conversations.
He'll do his own stream at a later date. He said he can't now because of the earthquake.
Even anti-trans YouTubers say it sucks, and the high review scores are astroturfed.
And he's going to Japan.
Astroturfed? Did you say?
Next month.
Well, oh, so good.
Time. He could have still done the major trans stream. Well, also, charity streams take time to put together. And if you're just fucking changing everything last minute, that basically you kind of have to scrap it and replan from scratch. But people care about victims of earthquakes? Yes, they do. And we need to make them care about trans people.
And all of that would be done while doing a charity stream for trans people. But maybe some of you out there are like, look, those games are awesome, but they're too small. The Wizard game is trending right now and relevant. Twitch will eat that up. We need to play a trending game. And okay, if that's your argument, I got you there too. Play Last of Us Part 2. That's a video game that is relevant right now because of the, I think, record...
It's just literally just hypothetical farming. Did I miss it again? Did she say how much was raised by the Hassan stream? Or did I not rewind it enough? Is charity the be-all, end-all of our political activism now? Is that all we have to aspire to? Just, yeah, voting for shit-ass Democratic candidates and charity streaming. That's it. I missed it again. Wait, did somebody hear it? Did somebody catch it?
Minute that basically you kind of have to scrap it and replan from scratch. But people care about victims of earthquakes? Yes, they do. And we need to make them care about trans people.
By playing the turf game. I thought we weren't supposed to, like... I thought we weren't supposed to make them do anything. I thought we had to use the soft sell approach on all the normies, all the white moderates out there, just like Martin Luther King didn't say. Hassan raised $1 million for Syria Turkey earthquake through soft giving platform. You know, and you might also hypothesize, right, that if Hassan has just gotten a huge amount of donations for one issue, that there might be less money, like, available for people to give for the next issue, right? There might be other factors in there. It might be, I don't know, multifactorial in nature, how much a streamer raises on a given charity, right? I heard it. He didn't do his own. He participated in the Juniper one and donated 10K himself. That's what happened without playing the turf game. People only have, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, people only have so much money, right? So, you know, this might have been not the best time to be able to do that, regardless, right? Don't forget phone banking and canvassing. Oh, yes. GOTY, or sorry, GOTV. GOTY is the guy that sings, "Now you're just somebody that I used to know."
And all of that would be done while doing a charity stream for trans people. But maybe some of you out there are like, look, those games are awesome, but they're too small. The Wizard game is trending right now and relevant. Twitch will eat that up. We need to play a trending game. And okay, if that's your argument, I got you there too.
Okay, so did
play
I miss
Last
that?
of Us Part 2. That's a video game that is relevant right now because of the, I think, record-breaking HBO TV show. It's a video game that stars numerous queer actors and characters, including a transgender one played by Star Trek's own Ian Alexander, who is boss, by the way, especially in that.
I'm sorry. These are the most watched categories on Twitch, okay? Just chatting, Hogwarts Legacy, Just Chatting has almost 400,000 viewers. Hogwarts Legacy has 258,000 viewers. League of Legends, which is the next closest one, has almost 100,000 less viewers. Is The Last of Us even on this list? Or The Last of Us Part 2? Did I miss it?
Viewers will watch a streamer regardless.
Just
Yeah.
over 1,000 viewers total. Dark Souls 3, Star Citizen.
The highest numbers were recorded before the game was actually out. Also, weren't people saying that they were playing it but really spoiling the game? Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, that's more trans bullies, I guess.
Oh, there it is. There it is. We found it. We found it. It's currently the 136th most Oh wait, nope. This is part 1. Never mind. False alarm. Bubba Thag,
Yeah, they're missing the point, right,
I don't know,
Cryptid?
You do you, bud. Is it in the top 200 games? Nope, it is not. That is where I stopped looking. This is not an equivalent game to play right now. Forlorn 79 found it. It has 257 viewers right now. That is not going to bring in the same attention or interest. Also, didn't The Last of Us Part 2 come out like 2 years ago? When did that come out? 2020, so 3 years ago. My bad.
That game. And the game was also made with several trans developers behind the scenes, including at least one that I know of in a lead developer role. And there might be more. And that's not even to mention that the TV show that is relevant right now stars Bella Ramsey, who is non-binary, and Pedro Pascal, who is one of the most adorable human beings of all freaking time.
Jessie Gender and I can agree on that one. Pedro Pascal is adorable.
Okay, so they agree on
This entire
something.
discourse is Chick-fil-A sandwich all over again. 100% Keisha Bang. We were just talking about...
yeah, and you got shitty people that like can't stop eating a shit sandwich, right? And shitty people that can't not play a shit game. I don't know. This is really similar. That's true.
About,
not in the way you think.
Repeatedly as a historical parallel.
Not in the way you think, RiverBoatJack.
Pedro, we just as an aside. Oh, I closed out the tab. We had an adorable picture of Pedro Pascal with his trans sister, and they are just cute as buttons together.
And also a vocal ally to the trans community who himself has a transgender family member. Play that game. It's just as trending and relevant as the wizarding one. Right now, as I said,
it is absolutely not. It is absolutely not. It is the wizard game is literally like 100 times. No, wait, not 100. Sorry, 1,000 times? Is that seems incorrect? It's 1,000. Actually, no, it is. It's 1,000 times more relevant.
I feel like everything that RiverBoatJack has said tonight is like, source. I made it the fuck up.
Almost exactly.
I'm gonna quantify like the
1,000 times more relevant.
I'm gonna quantify the relevancy. I'm gonna quantify an intangible. Watch. That's pretty amazing, RiverBoatJack. That's pretty amazing.
I feel like no one remembers the huge stink that happened with The Last of Us 2 trans character. Well, I didn't play The Last of Us Part 2, so I don't really remember that.
I'm in an airport, and sorry for the terrible noise and weird cuts because the speakers have been coming on. But the reason I'm here is because I'm traveling to Los Angeles to visit the Star Trek Picard premiere that I was very kindly asked to attend by the creators behind the show,
nice.
with my fellow queer creator and Trekkie, Shaun and others. Shout out to Trek Culture, by the way, for being amazing. And as I said, I was invited here by the creators of Star Trek, who I know for a fact donated to transgender charities and didn't play the Wizard game. I saw online one of the producers
yeah, good call. Transgender. Just play Elden Ring. Call in a favor and do a co-op with another big streamer. There you go. 2 audiences in 1.
Would you have stopped watching Star Trek if you knew that, like, they did play the Wizard game? I guess, like...
I posted spoiler copy pasta and unfollowed somebody for playing the turf game. Jack has the cart before the horse on what's trending. Streamers like Hassan set trends. True. Yeah, good point, right? Here's great in Narcos. Just unfollowed and didn't say anything. She doesn't actually care if I leave or not. That determines if I say anything.
I don't know. This seems to be kind of a big cutoff point here. My thing has always been that if you support them, I'm not going.
I always like hitting the vape while it's charging. It's like smoking electricity. It's great.
Going to just leave your life or not be your friend. If there is nothing else to eat in the area, then eat the chip fucking food. But considering there are plenty of other options, maybe go to a different chain. It's not a popularity contest. Now here with the fucking game.
Yeah, if you want to taste the biscuit, you can do that in so many different places, right?
If you use it for good, then fine. I won't buy it. If you get it, pirate it. But if you're going to use it for some kind of major fundraiser for trans people, good. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at Cult Comics. Like, I have no intention of playing this game at any point. But, like, if you're going to use it to bring potentially over 100,000 people and introduce them to, like, trans-positive talking points and, like, also shit on the game and, like, have fun with it while raising unspeakable amounts of money for, like, homeless trans people, I'm in favor of that, you know? I'm getting a commercial for the game right fucking now. Yep, I got no control over what ads run on my channel. Sorry about that. If someone would like to gift Kasia Bay a sub, she will no longer have to see ads. But again, like, why stop at boycotting? Why stop at boycotting this? Boycott the Traveler's Tales Lego games. Boycott the Mortal Kombat games. Boycott literally every game that WB puts out. You know. Have you seen the gameplay? That would imply that I care enough to look at the gameplay, and I don't. I've had friends and family IRL tell me about how they've seen the game and want to play it. I'm not about to jump down their threads and be like, how could you? Do you want me to die, you transphobes? They're normies. They love and support me, whether they play it or not. True. Hopefully. It's mid. I believe you. My understanding is the trans character is actually pretty good representation, but the overall story is basically just misery porn. Well, also the entire, as I understand it, the story revolves around like anti-Semitic goblin tropes, stealing children to use their blood to further their own power, which is literally just blood libel. So like it seems to be steeped in kind of an anti-Semitism that seems pretty blatant, but again, you'll have to read reviews and confirm for yourself, okay? The end is the absolute dumbest. Okay. Let's see. Also, that's a lot. That's a laggy guy. First of all, I hope you don't mind that I read your name with Italian hands, because I really like saying it that way. But thank you for gifting us.
Let's do this while we can, right? Get in that. What the fuck?
There is a fucking Star of David on the floor of the Goblin Bank. That is true. The Harry Potter series isn't that good. Also true. The Harry Potter series is also pro-slavery. There's a lot of bad things about it. I'm not trying to argue that it's good. No ads on my watch. Thank you, comrade. Don't be ending friendships over a video game unless it's League of Legends, okay? League of Legends, not only once. You think you know your friends until they start raging and calling other people unspeakable names as they complain about the support stealing their farm.
So yeah, like that's RiverBoatJack's take for tonight. Like we're right. Oh no, I'm gone over. God damn it. Fake outrage. Look, I'm pissed. Okay, I was trying to raid some people. I was trying to keep the stream under 6 hours so I can actually edit it. That means that for people watching on YouTube, that I can edit the music in the beginning out of it. Pro-slavery is just funny to say, huh? Yeah, but it's too late now. I'm officially over 6 hours now. I don't know. That raid didn't show up. Like I'm unable to raid. Okay, like raid is not working. And I don't know why. And I'm not banned by these streams, right? It's not an issue like that. I mean, Can somebody give me somebody to raid really quick? I'm not supposed to even talk about the raid. I'm just supposed to do it like a let's try this. We are unable to raid at this time. I do not know what's going on. Look, I don't think it's about like who. It's everyone that I try to raid is not raiding. Like, and I've F5'd. I've tried resetting this, right? I don't know what's going on. This is weird. Am I just gonna have to stay on? That's it. I'm just gonna have to stay on and do more content, right? Is it really borked? Could the raid function be borked? Some of you just got ads. I hope those were fun for you. I hope those were not. Twitch has been like that. Wait, has been like this today? Twitch demands more NCC. I guess so, right? Should I just hang out here? Okay, I'm gonna hang out for a while. Are you okay with that, chat? Are you okay hanging out with me? It's fake outrage. Cause like, let's do the say her name video. I was gonna try. That's my first person that I tried to raid. Never end. We're just gonna do an endless stream. Apparently, I'm stuck here until until Twitch figures out how to let me raid somebody. Like, so I've got another streamer in here. Cryptid Mage is telling me that Twitch has been like this all day, I'm guessing, or like has been raid manually. I tried. Let me try again. Here, let's put on I do want to talk to you sometime, chat. How are you doing, by the way? How is everybody doing? Any discussion of Keffals' latest tweets? Yeah, we talked about Keffals' latest tweets lately. Keffals, well, a whole bunch of stuff happened. Let's see. Let's go back. So for anybody who missed it, Keffals requested lore. In other words, requested her Reddit community, her subreddit, to research, to look up for dirt on somebody that she'd had a falling out with. This was another another trans person on Twitter. Then accused this person of SA without any evidence whatsoever, not against her, but against someone unnamed, right? And then in response, this person outed Keffals' drug addiction, right? The Keffals' struggle with the addiction, that this wasn't just like a thing in the past, this was a thing that was currently going on now, and heavily implied that it was related to the fact that Keffals is doing... Wait, oh yeah, I'm trying to take you back to the beginning. So yeah, the revelation that Keffals was dealing with drug addiction currently, right? This person, Mobby Big D, said that this was the reason that that Keffals is doing so much drama and going for clicks and all this kind of stuff, like, just basically trying to be ridiculous in order to get attention, right? The money that Keffals had been given was not sufficient for the kind of habit that she had. Now, I can neither confirm nor deny any of this, but there was somebody who backed up the idea that Keffals is dealing with a pretty significant addiction issue, and that was left at London, right? So now you got two people that know Keffals that confirm the situation, and Keffals tweets out that she's gonna go into she's gonna get some help for this, right? And that's all we know. Keffals is taking a break, as both of these people suggested that she do, and she's I don't know how long. I don't know what the what's gonna happen, right? But for now, Keffals is not gonna be on Twitter, and ostensibly, I guess, not gonna be on Twitch. I mean, we don't know how long that's gonna happen. And please, if we could, let's not make fun of anybody's addiction issues, right? That's not that is not a moral failing. Keffals has got plenty of moral failings, and the addiction issues that she faces does not excuse any of those, right? Those are still significant. She should still try to make that stuff right as much as she should. Like people in my own community, right? Have been hurt by Keffals, by lies that Keffals told about them, right? So I can back this up. Keffals has done a lot of harm, and having addiction issues is not an excuse for that. But at the same time, having addiction issues is not in and of itself a moral failing. It's just an unfortunate thing that Keffals is going through, and that I hope she gets help for, right? I really do. So that's on the advice of Left at London, I'm going to quit covering Keffals for now. Hopefully a lot of people will follow suit, because I feel like this is just enabling a really negative thing to continue to go on. Yeah, I hope she takes enough time to get herself whatever care she needs. Yeah, me too. I don't think that stream would do well, but all these people actually fundraising Hogwarts stream would be so good. Why do they talk about? Yeah, why are they not doing it themselves, right? There's a clip of her talking about the GoFundMe lawsuit against the cops. Oh, should I look at this? Okay, well, since I'm stuck online, here, actually, I've got some food. Wait. What? Wait, I think I know. Okay, I think I know the crowd pleaser. All right. So we're gonna play the Weasel song one more time, and I'm gonna go grab my food, and I will be right back. Everybody, while you're at it, go follow Zarazarix on YouTube and on Twitch. This is the person this is the original creator of this Weasel remix of a famous song, right? And coming up pretty soon, you're gonna see a remix, a VIP remix by yours truly of this same track. So yeah, I'm gonna put this on for you, and no famished chick, exactly, right? That's right. I gotta go get my food before the weasels get me. Okay? Anyway, I will be right back. Weasel!
Weasel! Weasel! Weasel! Weasel! Weasel! What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 weasel, weasel. Weasel. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Weasel. What a weasel, weasel. Weasel. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Weasel. What a weasel, weasel. Weasel. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Weasel. What a weasel, weasel.
Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
Weasel. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Weasel. What a weasel, weasel. Weasel. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Weasel. What a weasel, weasel. Weasel. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Weasel. What a weasel, weasel. Weasel. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Weasel. What a weasel, weasel. Weasel. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Weasel. What a weasel, weasel.
So we are back. Celebrating the cultural song of the mythological creatures known as weasels. As we all know, weasels don't exist except for legends and stories, right? Weasels only exist in legends and stories, not in real life. But we can still sing about them, and we can still enjoy this mythological creature that totally does not exist. Because nobody's ever seen one. Oh my god, I gotta let it complete for the gestalt. There's like a gestalt here. Oh my god. Weasel.
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
Okay, so yeah, if you just joined us, like, we were gonna be done. We were gonna have rated out and everything by now. But something really weird is happening with Twitch. And I don't know what it is. I've literally tried to raid, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 people. Sometimes using the automatic raid function, sometimes using the /raid command. and each time it has told me like you can't do it right now. So I don't even know what's going on. I'll get you the Keffals clip about the lawsuit. It's in the Discord DM. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, let's take a look at that. That sounds more interesting than watching more RiverBoatJack right about now. Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, I'm trying to raid Shadow Legends, and Shadow Legends isn't on. No, yeah, I was trying to, like, raid Luna Oi, and then I thought, like, okay, you know, like, what's going on here? Maybe some people have their raid, you know, options turned off, so I thought maybe that was going on. So I tried ABC3, who I've definitely raided recently, and that wasn't working, and just like I couldn't raid anybody. Like I could not raid anyone. So some people are saying that maybe Twitch is broken. Maybe Twitch is busted. I want to at least, you know, send the raid somewhere, but like right now it looks like Natalie Marie has just made a tweet, and we're gonna take a look. We're gonna see what It's Me Natalie Marie has to say. Okay, so sensitive content, hopefully not TOS content, but sensitive nonetheless. Let's take a look here. I'm
tilted today. Yeah. Toledo poster, I'm sorry. I'm tilted today. You gotta understand.
Wait, is this coming through? Let me make sure. You can see this. Keffals update on the GoFundMe lawsuit against the cops. It kind of seems like she wants to wait until people forget about it so she won't have to do it. Okay, so yeah, this is what happened. Keffals, if you don't know, got raided by the cops through false reports that came from that horrible website that she did actually take down for like a hot minute. It's back up now, but she did actually take the website down, right? So you know the website I'm talking about, the fruit farmers, right? They somebody sent a police report that was basically impersonating Keffals, like, right? That's a big strategy. That's a big thing that harassment trolls seem to do, is impersonate people, right? And they actually impersonated Keffals in a email and you know, sent threatening stuff, right? This got Keffals swatted, sent the police to her home. You know, it was a scary thing. They did come with firearms. Some of the initial descriptions of what happened turned out to not be true. But one thing was that she said was that she was going to file a lawsuit against the cops that had done this, right? Because, I mean, like, they really should, you know, there should be some way to instead of, you know, taking somebody away, and I think, yeah, I think they took her away and they processed her and everything. They took a bunch of her stuff as like evidence. Obviously, Keffals is not the one who posted those threats, so she was planning on filing a lawsuit against them with some of the GoFundMe money that she raised, and apparently, well, anyway, let's see.
That the human brain is not meant to deal with thousands of people angry at you. And all things considered, I am doing my best, but sometimes I might snap at people who do not deserve it. It is not right of me to do this, but I am letting you know that this is a thing that will sometimes happen.
Huh.
What's the current situation with the lawsuit? The current situation is that I have to sign a piece of paperwork and then it gets submitted and it starts, but I've been like really scared of starting it because I don't want another media cycle to start. I've been waiting longer so people forget about it and then starting it, and then I'm never talking to journalists about it. I don't want it to be a thing. I don't want it to be public. It's going to take 5 years of my life rehashing one of the most traumatic events of my life. And the only thing I really care about is building this community and building my stream, and that lawsuit is not going to help me do that.
Okay, so what she's saying is she wants to wait long enough till people forget about Let me see that again. I wasn't entirely clear on that, right? So what was she doesn't want another media cycle. She doesn't want a lot of attention to go to this. And she's waiting until people forget about this so she can just kind of like low-key do this lawsuit without people noticing? Morbidly curious about the Vosh debate. Yeah. Wait, let's see this one more time. I just want to...
Toledo poster, I'm sorry. I'm tilted today. You gotta understand that the human brain is not meant to deal with thousands of people angry at you.
I mean...
And all things considered, I am doing my best, but sometimes I might snap at people who do not deserve it. It is not right of me to do this, but I am letting you know that this is a thing that will sometimes happen. What's the current situation with the lawsuit? The current situation is that I have to sign a piece of paperwork and then it gets submitted and it starts, but I've been like really scared of starting it because I don't want another media cycle to start. I've been waiting longer so people forget about it and then starting it, and then I'm never talking to journalists about it. I don't want it to be a thing. I don't want it to be public. It's going to take 5 years of my life rehashing one of the most traumatic events of my life. And the only thing I really care about is building this community and building my stream, and that lawsuit is not going to help me do that.
Okay. She tries really hard to farm negative attention for someone that doesn't like it. This is strange. This is kind of strange. I don't know what to make of it. Okay.
I prefer socializing on the internet to in person. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a bit easier because, you know, like, it's socializing
the
on
Arsler?
my terms, which means, you know, I don't know, it makes it a little bit easier. Like I said, you must combine your powers with Vosh. Well, I like Vosh a lot, but also, since we're both autistic and bad at, like, socializing, we're really bad at, like, you know, linking up to, like, hang out or whatever, or, like, talk on stream. I do like talking with him, though. He's a good dude. And you know what? Since I have 757 people here, y'all need to be better to that man, okay? He's for whatever reason, y'all keep crucifying him, and I don't get it. I don't get it. Stop it. He disappointed me. I disappointed my father, but you don't see me crying about it, because I do that alone.
The religious language, after criticizing your opposition for having like a religious mindset, purity testing, all this stuff, but now Vosh is, you're literally like, look, you're making it so easy for me, right? Vosh has a savory complex, okay? If I'm being real. Now Vosh's community may not be a cult, but it's definitely a cult of personality. And here we go, like, mask off, admitting it. You need to stop crucifying him, right? Because he is a good in and of himself. Despite all the fucked up things that he's done that you're not allowed to talk about. Oh my god, what a messed up way to...
He's an asshole, Arsler Andy. I mean, kinda, but also, I feel like, as someone with a mental disability, I feel like I have the right to say that word.
Do we really not understand the difference between the way that Vosh uses the Arsler and the way that somebody, if they wanted to... No, so what you're alluding to there, Jack, is the reclamation of the Arsler. That's generally done by applying it to yourself in a way that shows that you're not ashamed of being, you know, neurodivergent, right? in a way that owns that and says, yeah, what are you going to do about it? That's my word. I can use that on myself, and guess what? It doesn't hurt me. That's reclamation. That's not how Vosh uses it. He uses it the same way that Keffals does. It's a pejorative, right? It's a bad thing. He's reinforcing the idea that it's a bad thing. Let her cook. I ask him. Oh, you were the one that asked about that. Okay. See what she says.
And it's also not my place to tell another person who has, like, a disability that they can't say it. Vosh hasn't seen Cowboy Bebop, so we should probably crucify him. Well, look, Cowboy Bebop is good, but there's some better animes out there. Okay, look,
fair.
I know some heresy. Okay,
wait,
look, heresy.
Is that heresy?
Better animes out there than Cowboy Bebop. Okay, it's true. It's okay. I love you. Could you clarify? Are you saying it's okay to call other people the R slur because that's what Vosh and Keffals were defending? I have to be honest. Okay, when it comes to political efficacy, I don't really care. Personally, I wouldn't call other people the R slur, and I don't generally call people any kind of slur. But like when I'm talking about,
I would say I'm eating like Cowboy Bebop right now, except like, look, I mean, I do have green peppers, but I've also got tofu, and I'm eating a little bit better than Cowboy Bebop tonight, if I'm being honest.
Political efficacy, I don't really care.
It's not heresy.
Element of it. I care about who can actually get people out to like vote, who can get people motivated to like contribute to charity, who can get people to like do material benefits for others. That's mostly what I care about. And I don't really think that the
like,
words that
stop crucifying Vosh. Like, he literally is your edgy boy messiah, isn't he?
They use are going to cause.
You literally think that he is a good in and of himself, right? And that like nothing that he does, no one that he hurts, no one that he lies about, no W's that he hands to TERFs like J.K. Rowling, okay, on a silver platter, because he's that desperate for attention. None of that's a problem. Okay, I see how it is, right? You're inside a cult of personality. Just say it. Just say it. That's what we're dealing with.
As nearly as much material harm as like
Cowboy Bebop is really good. It was amazing for its time. I like it too. I haven't only seen a few episodes though. I think I caught some of them on like late night Cartoon Network.
Like anything else. That's just kind of where I'm at. I care more about their ability to organize and do good than I do about like mean words that they might say. Like you could also tell someone to go fuck themselves, and that's also rude and mean. And I'm kind
You could also tell someone you could also harass somebody on Discord when they tell you they're not interested in you sexually. You could continue to harass them. You could ask them what they think about maybe touching a horse in a erogenous zone. And then you could threaten to do things against their consent, yeah? That's who you're talking about. Stop trying to tell me that this is like the fucking savior of mankind here. Right?
kind of okay with that. Like I'm not.
I'm kind of okay. Okay, that's cool. You're cool. You're cool with abuse. Don't ever talk to me about DJ Mule again. Okay? Don't ever bring that shit where you tell me DJ Mule is an abuse enabler. All right? Because Bosch is an actual abuser, and you don't care. You just said you don't care. You don't care about his victims. You don't care about boosting his voice. You care about the fact that he can give you clout. You care about the fact that he's part of the reason that you've got 700 people watching your mid-stream right now, okay? That's what you care about. Just say it. Say it with your chest, RiverBoatJack. Say it with your chest. God damn. Sorry.
Judge someone for telling someone to go fuck themselves, even though that's objectively a rude, extremely rude thing to say. So, that, you know, I don't know. I
mean, look, you forced my hand. Go fuck yourself, okay? There you go. I'm extremely rude. I'm as bad as Vosh. I'm as bad as Vosh now.
That's where I'm at.
I don't have the moral high ground anymore because I told RiverBoatJack that she could go fuck herself. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, like I don't require people that I think are good political allies to be like saints, because everyone fucks up in some way and everyone's shitty at some point.
He's not a saint. He's not a saint. He harassed some girl on Destiny's Discord. Then he threatened her. And then he tried to intimidate her into silence. Nobody's a saint, okay? Nobody's a saint. Who am I to say that I'm any better than a guy that did shit like that? Oh my god. Oh my god, RiverBoatJack. I'm trying to have some like charity. I'm trying, like I said, I don't know you. I don't know you at all. I have no reason to dislike you, but holy shit. Holy shit.
Or in some way, and if you look hard enough, you can find it in literally anybody. That is my take. You don't care about them pushing people out of their communities? Well, I think people have every right to associate with what community they choose to. And if people don't want to associate with their community, I think that's a perfectly valid choice for those people to make, you know? But I don't think, for example, when I talk about political efficacy, right? Like, I don't think that, like, if those people leave their communities, I don't think they're going to stop being leftists. It might just make their communities smaller. But overall, I don't think it really changes the like political equation that much, the math. Anyway, you don't know who that is? Okay, that's fine.
It even happened to your little cousin Timmy.
That doesn't even make sense.
That doesn't matter.
Thanks, Grandpa.
That was weird as hell.
I'm picking up on a major double standard, okay? Professor Flowers is the devil. She can never be forgiven. DJ Mule is the devil, all right? He's the Eggman, actually. He can never be forgiven, right? He was mean to Sonic and Chaos the Hedgehog, right? But Vosh, he's all right. You gotta let bygones be bygones. I mean, whatever it was that was a long time ago, or it was out of context, or whatever the hell I need to say in order to maintain this cult of personality, right? That if people were to start leaving it, then my whole reason for being there might just kind of flitter away along with it, right? God, this is so pathetic. This is so sad. Right, and people are telling me that RiverBoatJack used to be a good streamer. I'll have to take your word for it. I guess I missed it. Right, I guess I missed out on the non-Vosh arc of RiverBoatJack. Wait, is her moniker actually Riverboat Jackson? A derogatory term for unionists who threatened to block the river? I don't know. I have no idea where the name RiverBoatJack came from. Look, now I have yelled at the Vosh River. Do my lips fall from my face? Then why do you act as if they have? Oh, in Game of Thrones? Vosh has been super racist and has argued that it's actually good for him to say the N-word, to own the Nazis. That's how you really own the Nazis, is you know, like, I mean, there's just like, where does this end? Where does this end? And would you be saying this about Vosh if he had 7 people in his audience? If he had 7 people in his audience instead of 3,000 or 4,000, right? She was saying that Vosh would still be a leftist if he pushed people out of his community. He argued that it was good for him to say, not just on the kill stream. Tactical inslurs cause white people know what's good for black folks. Cis people know what's good for trans folks. Rich people know what's good for poor folks. I don't know. Ask Vosh.
Scott, you know the rules. No shrinking and drinking.
Oh my god. Okay.
You hate yourself right there, but whatever.
Oh my god, I don't know if I can do one more. Can we do one more round? I don't know. This might be too much.
So, anyway, folks, I was canceled yesterday. Okay? I was canceled. I was canceled for the very radical notion, the controversial opinion that calling for a murdered trans girl to be properly named should be supported. The controversial notion.
Nothing but straw men, right? The people that had a problem with RiverBoatJack, appropriating like a hashtag used for black women is that they don't want Brianna Gay to be properly named, properly gendered in the media coverage. That's right. You were arguing with ridiculous transphobes. Or no, I'm sorry. Whoa, no, wait. You were arguing with strawmen again. Because you literally don't deal with reality. Because you exist, at least partially, inside of a cult of personality where reality is an unwelcome intruder, right? Actually dealing with people's takes, which are not what you say they are, it is just too intrusive, and you would rather deal with a caricature of people's takes that makes you look really good in comparison. Wow. Well, I mean, against somebody that doesn't want Brianna Gay to be gendered correctly, to be named correctly in news reports, I mean, you do look good in comparison. That's not who you were arguing with, though. Oh my god, I don't know if I can take this, chat. I don't know. I require some semblance. Some semblance. Can we watch Glow? Are we not Glow the show, but like Glow the actual wrestling thing? I don't know if I could get away with that. Look, I need unique instruments, okay? Unique and strange. Unusual and strange. Straw Kaiju. Her last name is pronounced like, so, Guy? Like Chai? Like, Brianna Jai. Okay, I'm sorry, I mispronounced. Okay, so I was pronouncing it gay, and it's pronounced Jai. Or Chai. It's between, like, Chai and Jai. Is this what purgatory is? I think so. Yeah, maybe. This is the music that the future wants. But Locker looks pretty dope nowadays. Yeah, true. Wait, what even is this? I want to see this. Tell me what this instrument is. Tell me what this instrument is. I need to know. He's not telling me. Okay, what? The second one is similar to a glass harp, the one we just watched before. This organ-like instrument is playing by running moistened or chalked fingers along on metal bars. Each bar is linked to a tube that is tuned to a different pitch. Okay, this is the sheng, a Chinese mouth-blown free-reed instrument consisting of vertical pipes. It is a polyphonic instrument, meaning that it plays more than one note at once. It can play chords, and enjoyed an increasing popularity as a solo instrument. Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it did. Okay. Oh, it's like a... Wait, a plastic can be modified into a didgeridoo and guitar? Oh, check this out. Check this out. The road is the musical instrument. What's that, I wonder? Is that Mario? Too? Dave Brubeck, take 5. Oh my god, I love this. Look at this. It's a Lao mouth organ whose pipes, usually made by bamboo, connected with a small hollowed-out hard-blown reservoir, or hardwood reservoir. Everybody know what this is? I think this might be an instrument that people are familiar with. Yep. You got it, Dweeb-chan. The hurdy-gurdy. Oh, damn. The glockenspiel, but with a piano keyboard? Makes sense. The hand crank looks I bet it is. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. It's that singing Tesla coil. I should have cat ears for this. Rasputin. He could play the full of ecstasy and fire, but he also was the kind of teacher women would desire. There was a cat who really was all. Meow. Okay, that was kind of cool. We do need to do this New York Times article. I feel like I've given you too much enraging content today. I am wary. I am wary of that, right? Oh, this is actual women's wrestling. Damn. That's what real wrestling looks like, apparently. Oh my god. Ban streamers. Oh no, what is this?
Hey folks, it's a boy. So I got COVID, and it sort of threw me off in terms of what I was planning to do this month.
Adier's
I was in the
activated.
middle of trying to plan like an intercontinental move, so it was very fun.
Bosch, Keffals, and RB. Yeah, it's been making people depressed, right? I just don't want to like push that too far. And we can do the Vosh content tomorrow.
Timing on that. In the meantime, I had been working on a video about a sort of local incident that you may have heard of.
A chemical spill from a train derailment in Ohio did reach the Ohio River.
We're learning new details tonight about chemicals burning and leaking into the air and water.
This is huge, huge environmental effects.
Ohio is not doing.
I honestly thought this was going to be about the Big Joel thing, but yeah, this is some clickbait.
Well, the
some
chemical
good
spills
clickbait.
in East Palestine were relatively close to
yeah,
where
this story is not getting nearly enough attention.
we are right now. So, you know, initially I was keeping up with it in a more selfish kind of way, but obviously being sick, I thought I would take the opportunity to, like, do research, look into the various failures. Apparently the companies involved had literally been lobbying against the safety measures that would have potentially prevented these incidents from occurring. People are now reporting symptoms, although we're not really going to know the lasting damage of what happened for, I guess, the next few years. And then, like, while I was writing it, there were more incidents. And then this morning I just got news that apparently there was a mass shooting, like, a neighborhood over from where my spouse's family lives. It's a lot. And I liked the fact that I was finally getting back into, like, covering these significant issues that are affecting many, many people. And then this weekend, I just got involved with online drama. I fear that, like, talking at all about the details of it would only perpetuate it. All that really struck me was the fact that I had been putting this work in to gain a greater understanding of this thing that is actually impacting thousands of people right now. I like doing my media takes. I like talking about just my general philosophy. I think for the most part people don't like being lectured to, and so it's good to sort of talk about like views that you might disagree on through like fun topics. But sometimes, like, issues are serious and they need to be talked about. And that was why I was really looking forward to putting out this video talking about this thing. There is obviously always, to some extent, an online culture war going on. And that's relevant to me because I'm very online. But I think something that gets obfuscated a lot in this kind of blurring between, like, entertainment and political advocacy is that a lot of the time, people want attention. It's very often financially lucrative to seek engagement wherever possible, to deliberately court controversy.
Anybody know what he's talking about?
There's a benefit to that, especially when you have connected your brand to political advocacy, because then you can kind of spin this idea that
JD Vance took 10 days to even mention it.
By having like fandoms engaging in this online drama, you're actually engaging in some kind of
Shakespeare.
political advocacy. I don't think the internet is irrelevant.
Railroad workers tried to strike over unsafe working conditions a few months ago, yet Biden, who we're supposed to ride with, and 219 House Dems voted to take away their right to strike.
Relevant when it comes to the material political realities that we live in. But I guess this is just a little reminder to not fall for the bait. I think we should always remember that when it comes to this kind of petty online drama, it is all essentially entertainment. I, as a personality, am not important. Obviously, I would hope that, you know, enough people care about me to the extent that I can earn a living doing this. Patreon.com/JackSaint, please. But the only thing that really matters is that I am a vessel for a set of views that may be worthwhile to you.
Okay, Jack Saint, I 90% agree with you. I 90% agree with you. The one thing that I would have you think of, one thing that I would caution you to think of, all right? Let's take a look at your channel here. Wait, how do I see? I'm gonna have to do this, right? 213,000 subscribers, okay. 2,013 subscribers here for Jack Saint. Keffals has like what, 40,000 subscribers on YouTube, more on Twitter, right? And Keffals is people know that Keffals is a liar. People are used to not trusting Keffals. People do not trust Keffals at this point. Okay, so here's what happened between Jack Saint and Big Joel. Nothing happened between them, but Keffals started to write a tweet claiming that in her conversations with Jack Saint, Big Joel had come up, and Jack Saint said that he only did content with Big Joel for the clout. He didn't like Big Joel. He thought poorly of Big Joel. Okay? Now that's funny, that's drama, that is meaningless, right? Because even if she put that shit out, people wouldn't believe her. But imagine if it was Keffals, you know, a few months ago. And imagine that you're not Jack Saint with 21,000 subscribers. Imagine you're somebody with less than 1,000 subscribers, right? If Keffals lies about you, then guess what happens? People believe it, and you never get here. You never get to make this video. You never get this audience. Your views don't matter because nobody's going to hear them because they're going to think that you're that you're just an asshole and a clout chaser, and that there's nothing to see here. They're going to have a bad taste in their mouth from you. Whenever they hear your name, they're going to boo your ass, right? It's not, you know, this isn't any kind of big deal for you, but understand that, like, for the victims of drama, it is, okay? So, right, just please take that into consideration. I know it's been a long time since you were under 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Please keep people like that in mind. Joel looks good with short hair, to be honest. Yeah, I think so.
Hey folks, it's a boy. Kind of blurring between like entertainment and political advocacy is that a lot of the time people want attention. It's very often financially lucrative to seek engagement wherever possible, to deliberately court controversy. There's a benefit to that, especially when you have connected your brand to political advocacy, because then you can kind of spin this idea that by having like fandoms engaging in this online drama, you're actually engaging in some kind of political advocacy. I don't think the internet is irrelevant when it comes to the material political realities that we live in, but I guess this is just a little reminder to not fall for the bait. I think we should always remember that when it comes to this kind of petty online drama. It is all essentially entertainment. I, as a personality, am not important. Obviously, I would hope that, you know, enough people care about me to the extent that I can earn a living doing this. Patreon.com/JackSaint, please. But the only thing that really matters is that I am a vessel for a set of views that may be worthwhile to you. Defending my brand is not activism. It's not fighting this political war. What it is, ultimately, is distraction that would serve my own ego. I'm not going to do a bunch of like drama streams and call out shit. I might sometimes use a controversy to talk about a subject. But again, my goal is to get you to maybe consider another perspective. I don't want you to be fighting online battles on my behalf or on behalf of any influencer. You are ultimately watching content, and there's nothing wrong with that. We're constantly consuming content, and I guess it's probably better that the content you're consuming isn't from like PragerU. I just think that increasingly what I see is content creators talking about strategies, rally their troops around this given drama, is essentially ego taking over to the point where they're letting it completely distract from the real things that are currently affecting people. This isn't a full video. I'm still working on that, but
I'll agree with that. I'll agree that the parasocial ego grift industrial complex is a real problem. I'll agree.
I guess I wanted to address what was going on in the most dramaless way possible. And I feel like this is probably it. I do want to leave a disclaimer that sometimes these online disagreements can represent something politically significant. And I say this, of course, all as a lead-up to the fact that what I'm talking about now is actually politically significant.
Okay.
Big Joel is an evil man. I've been holding this back for a long, long time. But he's just the worst. He's just the worst person. I went to New York, and I went into a New York pizza place, and I was going to get a New York slice. And he said, "No, Jack, get a Sicilian slice. Sicilian slices are way better." So I got that instead, and it wasn't. It was actually worse. I really tried to look past it, and I just can't. And now apparently he's doing some kind of call-out video about me. So really, what I would encourage my subscribers to do is to really just destroy Big Joel by any means necessary.
Okay, that's some wholesome drama. That is some wholesome drama. Speaking of wholesome drama, let's check in with Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson wrote a book of poetry titled An ABC of Childhood Tragedy, Volume 1, and it was something else.
Really?
You may not have heard of this book because
No.
all mention of it, including a video promoting its release, have been removed from Jordan Peterson's YouTube page and website. The reason why, I'm not entirely sure, but you might have a few guesses by the end of this video why Peterson is not, perhaps, happy to promote the existence of this book.
Oh my god, that food was so
Before we dive
good.
into this very strange collection, I must offer a word of warning.
JBP is wholesome? I don't know. Laughing at JBP?
These poems are very dark and have multiple depictions.
Oh no, it really is dark?
Of
Okay,
several
never.
types of child abuse.
What the fuck? No! This is anything but wholesome. NCC is wrong about everything day. What the fuck? Okay, I wasn't wrong about everything, but like everything that's not. I don't know about this. I don't know about this.
If that's an issue for you, consider dropping out now. I can't stress this enough. These poems go to some places. Now,
Oh no, do we want to see this? You heard about this? Do we want to see this, chat? There's also like a Shaun video about Andrew Tate. What sounds good? This or Shaun talking about Andrew Tate? Because I want to keep the Vosh thing for tomorrow. I know that I'm not going to do my best reaction to stuff tonight. Shaun, not poetry. Wait, is it poetry? I think it's just tragedy. Oh my god, so many votes for Shaun. Oh, there's some conservative kids books. Including Johnny the Walrus, huh? Okay, let's try this. I mean, Andrew Tate's pretty dark too.
Today,
But
I'd like to talk about controversial online
I haven't
influencer
seen
Andrew Tate,
a Shaun video in like forever.
who was recently arrested in Romania under suspicion of human trafficking and being part of an organized crime group. Tate.
I love the fact that Shaun takes so much time with his videos that he's able to say that this happened recently.
And his brother are currently being detained by
What about regular? I know, right? What about mid-Joel?
Romanian authorities while they are investigated.
I'm curious about Kermit's fucker. Oh my god, we have one vote for Kermit.
Andrew Tate is a former kickboxer who rose to internet fame by promoting a quote ultra-masculine, ultra-luxurious lifestyle in various clips and interviews that have been shared widely on social media. He gives a lot of self-help advice, and he's also made a lot of money with his website Hustlers University, a subscription-based service that claims to help subscribers get rich quick. Now, I call Andrew Tate controversial because while there are a lot of people who are outraged about
Shaun defended kerfuffles on Twitter.
A lot of the things he says, there are also a lot of people,
I don't think I follow him on Twitter.
Particularly younger men, who think there is a lot of value in his message. And this might be surprising to hear. For instance, Andrew Tate openly calls himself a misogynist and a sexist and argues men should have authority over the women in their lives, statements which have caused him to be banned from several social...
Andrew Tate defended Keffals? Not yet, Shakespeare. Not yet.
...media websites. These statements, coupled with his recent human trafficking arrest, might cause someone unfamiliar with Andrew Tate to wonder what exactly it is that his fans see in him. I asked on Twitter for anyone who is either a fan of Andrew Tate or knows a fan of Andrew Tate to message me with an explanation of what it is they like about him or his content. And I got hundreds of responses in tweets and
Talk
DMs
about a
and
cult
emails
of personality, right?
So
this
let
was
me
a
share
while
my
ago.
findings with you after reading all of those replies.
It'll happen soon
Firstly,
enough.
A lot of the time on social media, Andrew Tate is being deliberately exaggerated and playing a bit of a character. And the majority of the people watching his content seem to understand that. They get that he's being deliberately over the top. He says controversial things on purpose to chase social media engagement, and most of the people who watch his content seem open to excusing some of the worst things he says using that justification. And the idea that Andrew Tate is just playing a character is something his lawyer has already been putting out there to defend.
You know, I don't know. I feel like the people that are defending Andrew Tate, what they're saying is more akin to the defenses of Alex Jones, right? Or QAnon conspiracy theories, right? You have to be a conspiracy theorist to defend Andrew Tate. You have to think that somehow this is all a lie. The Matrix wants to deceive you. Andrew Tate is the savior of mankind, and the corporations and the establishment just don't want you to know all this good stuff that he has to share with you, right? They're suppressing him. That's what they think.
Him in his recent legal troubles, because unfortunately for Andrew Tate's lawyer, Andrew Tate keeps admitting to crimes on camera.
You know, I feel like there's like there's like jellyfish in the lava lamp or something.
So his defense is the same one that other over-the-top controversial media figures use when they get into legal trouble. They say, I just play a character. Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson have both used this line of argument. We're so ridiculous, we're so outlandish, we're so unreasonable that nobody watching could possibly believe anything we say. And indeed, most of the people who watch Andrew Tate's content seem to understand this and don't believe everything he says. But I know from reading all those responses on Twitter that there is also that minority of fans who do take everything he says seriously. They totally believe in the character. These are the people who are signing up to Hustlers University and sending Andrew Tate their money. You know, this is the less savvy minority who you can trick into thinking the best way for them to make money.
Andrew Tate literally sent a cease and desist letter to a plaintiff against him.
To send you all of their money. But regardless of how much someone believes in Andrew Tate's messaging, what is it he's saying that young men are connecting with in the first place?
There are lava lamps inside the jellyfish?
Well, if you watch a few popular clips of Andrew Tate, you'll see him tell an anecdote that I think is a good representation of why his message appeals to certain young men today. He talks about being a younger man himself and for the first time realizing just how vast the gulf is between regular people and the ultra-rich. So, as a young, poor man, Andrew Tate was thinking about buying a car and was absolutely amazed to see a Ferrari being sold for hundreds of thousands of pounds.
What he really wanted was that Bugatti.
Stunned the young Andrew Tate. He was broke, but there were people out there who could afford to spend all that money just on a car. He was struggling to get by at the bottom of the ladder, but there were people at the top of the ladder who got to do whatever they want, spending huge sums of money on unnecessary indulgences like fancy cars. He was blown away by the disparity in wealth, and he resolved to not spend the rest of his life as a peasant. He was going to make himself into a more successful man, climb that ladder by himself, and one
Is there like a lotion poop a meme that I'm missing?
day he'd be rich. And to a lot of broke,
he was not broke,
men in the same position as the young Andrew Tate at the start of his story, you can see why this would be appealing, right? He was in your position too, but now he's rich. So maybe if you listen to him and do the things he tells you he did, you'll also be able to afford a Ferrari one day. Now, regardless of the conclusions drawn here, there is truth in the foundation. You know, a real...
Oh, that's Nabil's emojis? I love that.
...problem with the world has been identified. And this is what draws young men in initially. If you agree with Andrew Tate's assessment of society being unfair, if you connect with some of his self-help advice, then you might be willing to listen to some of his more controversial ideas. And the most common controversy for Andrew Tate is misogyny. As I mentioned, Andrew Tate openly describes himself as a misogynist and a sexist and has repeatedly argued in favour of a patriarchal worldview. So let's talk about the idea of patriarchy. Now, I'm going to talk very broadly here, but typically patriarchy has been the norm throughout a lot of human history. We've had kingdoms and empires and religions overwhelmingly headed by men, emphasizing the importance of the male line.
Wait, a poop stream about Woodstock 99?
Men being considered the head of the household, with women often not having the same rights as men under law, or even just being considered property. Men have historically ranked above women in most power structures, is the point. Now, I'm going to say something relatively cruel, kind of an uncomfortable truth that I need to be careful about expressing. For dudes who just suck, like they're not particularly interesting or funny or kind or successful, for men who just don't have much to offer a woman, well, they used to be able to offer an income. They could at least be providers at a time when it was more difficult for a woman to provide.
I mean, my take on this is that, like, everybody experiences, most people experience, what Jung would call quiet desperation. Like, it's a kind of existential angst that just doesn't sit well with you. And it's hard to deal with. And we all want something to use to push that away. You're born, you live your life, of which it's hard to see the significance of a single human life in the grander scope of things. And then you stop living. And that's scary. Men used to use the domination bestowed upon them by the patriarchy, including what Shaun's talking about, right? The fact that a woman does not, really have a choice. If she wants to live a decent life, she needs to be married. She needs to find a man, to be with, right? Because she can't earn money by herself. She can't have a credit card by herself. All the things in life that are required for living, are coming from a man. And so, what Shaun's saying is this, forced more women to kind of settle for men that they weren't super thrilled with being with, right? I think it's more than that, right? I think that men used the patriarchy as copium against the existential angst that one is faced with when pondering life and death and the lack of meaning of it all. The phrase, "a man's home is his castle," while other men might live in literal castles, a man could at least be the king of his own home. And, if you look at, like, women as property, then, that's just another thing for you to dominate. And I feel like, this isn't like a real solution. Like, this doesn't actually get you away from that existential angst, but at least let you forget that quiet desperation for long enough. Right? Until like the Grim Reaper actually does come for you, right? You could push it off. You could forget about it. You could think of yourself as the great, like, ruler of your family, of your home, of your woman, right? And I think that's what has got men upset. Not necessarily this whole, because I feel like what Shaun is saying is unwittingly feeding into some incel theory about, like, what did they say? Like 80% of, like, there's some number of, the majority of men are just, like, not fuckable. They're not interesting. They're not desirable. and it's only like I think 20% of like the chads out there that women really want to be with. And so for the rest of these men, they're nowhere. And I feel like that is a serious doomer pill. That is not dealing with reality, right? That's a little too much, you know, that's a little bit too much giving yourself over to existential angst. And a lot of people have this feeling of inadequacy. Was it Thoreau that said that in Walden? I believe originally you are correct, but I would be so surprised. Did Jung not repurpose that?
For herself. However, with the advance,
I believe Jung repurposed that phrase for his
women's rights,
for his own good, and as he was known to drench everybody else's theories in his own.
Rights in a lot of places over the last century, with women being able to go into higher education and work a wider range of jobs, gaining the ability to divorce husbands they don't like, and so on, as well as it becoming increasingly acceptable to be unmarried later in life. There's simply
Wait, so is the human centipede, is the quiet desperation centipede then from Thoreau to Heidegger to Jung?
Less financial and social pressure on women to settle for men who just aren't very good. And there's something related to consider here too. What men are able to provide financially on one income isn't what it once was. We still live in the aftermath of the worst economic crisis.
No, actually, I believe it was Mr. Pink Floyd who said, hanging out in quiet desperation is the English way.
And the economy has not been doing too great for the average person, to put it lightly. Average wages have been relatively stagnant for decades in a lot of places. The ultra-rich control a larger and larger proportion of the world's resources. Most of the people watching this video will live in societies which are increasingly unequal. So for those men who only have resources...
And can somebody check on the state of Twitch? Like, what is going on with Twitch right now? Is Twitch really so broken that raids don't work?
...to bring to the table when seeking a partner.
Is that a real thing?
What they're providing is on average both less necessary and smaller in value than it once might have been. This is all a recipe for creating a group of lonely, aggrieved, and desperate men who feel unable to meet the expectations that society...
But yeah, like, I mean, as much as, like, look, there's a desire to, like, you know, there's a desire to shit on the incels, and I totally understand that, right? Because the existence of that culture is profoundly harmful to the human race. I just don't think that the right way to push back on them is to, like, reinforce their own weird, like, hang-ups. That's also, like, pushing this objective idea of, like, beauty, of desirability, of likability. I don't think that these things are as objective as that. I think that, like, you know, like, somebody that might be really likable to you might drive me crazy. And somebody that might be really beautiful to me you might judge as being, you know, quite mid, right? It's you know, I mean, I feel like there is a sense of, like, you know, what do we think is valuable? What do we think is desirable, right? What do we think other people think? We do have an internalized idea of what we think the majority of the people, you know, think, but I don't know that that's right, right? That's just me, like, you know, kind of pulling it out of my ass. Don't, like, 3 families own, like, more than 50% of the wealth on Earth, or at least, wait, is that right? Objectivity is, in itself, a subjective choice.
Has for them. And the reason I said I need to be careful in talking about this is because this set of circumstances can prime this group of lonely, aggrieved,
okay, so he knows what I'm talking about.
Fall for 2 ideologies
he knows what
in particular that
he knows what I'm talking about.
One is the incel path.
Yes!
Men who believe they are supposedly of irredeemably low value in today's quote
low value men,
and so they blame
low value men
things beyond their control. They claim nothing can be done, and they sink into despair. The other ideology is the reactionary conservative route, people who argue we should hit reverse on social progress and take society back to a time where women were in their rightful place. These are related sets of ideas because they both see women as something deserved by men. Women aren't really people in these worldviews, they're just another object a man can own to signal his status to other men, like a big house or a fancy
car. Oh my god.
This group of men are also very easy
Shaun.
prey for grifters. Andrew Tate's projection of wealth and superficial signifiers of success can appeal to lonely and economically anxious men.
And so when you're asking yourself, why does Vosh sound so much like one of these dudes right now? This is why. These guys are easy marks. These guys are desperate. They're looking for an answer. They're looking for a solution. They're looking for a daddy. And, you know, Andrew Tate will be their daddy, and Vosh will be their daddy, and Destiny will be their daddy. Like, that's what that red pill movement is all about, right?
To me and sign up for Pyramid Scheme University, you too can have a massive house and 10 sports cars and 20 girlfriends or whatever else. Now, this might seem silly.
Wait, so this is real. The 3 richest Americans hold more... Wait, are you serious? Like, I knew it was bad, but that's like... Really? Wait, the richest 3 Americans, what are we talking about? Like Bezos, Musk, and Zuckerberg? Or no, I probably don't even know the... Wait, who... Do we even know who... Do we know who these are? I mean, Musk's star is falling, but he's still pretty rich, right?
It is, but we're living in a world where even the sort of success enjoyed by the previous couple of generations is a ridiculous pipe dream for a lot of young people. You know, 1 regular house and 1 regular car and 1 singular girlfriend seem out of reach for a lot of young men. And if you're going to believe in a pipe dream, why not shoot for the moon, you know? This
used to be Musk.
There's something a lot of adults don't get about Andrew Tate and people like him. Because let's be honest, to most even moderately well-adjusted adults today, Andrew Tate looks very silly indeed. He's like a cartoon character of a pompous rich guy bragging about his money and expensive cars. You know, it's ridiculous behavior that signals to his fellow adults insecurity and immaturity. And as I mentioned earlier, even a lot of his fans aren't really taking him seriously all the time. They understand he is being deliberately provocative and exaggerated. But his target audience isn't those moderately well-adjusted adults who think he's silly. It's not the people who can tell when he's joking or being deliberately provocative. It's the few people who can't. It's the people who take him seriously. This is a point made very well by H-Bomber when describing Alex Jones in a video I'll link below, but it applies equally well here, so I will shamelessly steal it. Andrew Tate being over the top and ridiculous doesn't hurt him in reaching his target audience. It actually acts as a filter. If you can tell he's unserious, well, you're not going to be sending him money anyway. But if you take him seriously, if you believe what he's saying, even when he's being as ridiculous as possible, then you just might be gullible enough to sign up for Hustlers University. Those people are the real target audience. Any relatively mature adult knows not to fall for get-rich-quick schemes that promise huge returns for no investment, and the Hustlers University website literally promises to teach you how to get returns for 0 investment. But so what? We're not after them, we're after the immature, the inexperienced, the people who don't know that this is rubbish. This is part of the reason for Tate's popularity with young men in particular, because one group of immature and inexperienced people is, obviously, teenagers. Teenagers are insecure and immature and inexperienced, and often don't have much that they can call their own. And of course, they wouldn't. That's not an insult, that's just what it's like being a teenager. And to be fair to teenage boys, understanding how they should act as men can be confusing.
Oh my god, it's Warren Buffett! Look, for some reason I thought that I knew that Warren Buffett was a rich dude, but I didn't realize he was still on the list of the 3 richest. I knew that he was up there. Why did I forget Bill Gates? Why did I forget about Bill Gates? Yeah, Bill Gates still has a lot of money. I don't know. It just seems like there must have been people to like supersede him. Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, Larry Ellison, Steve Ballmer, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Mackenzie Scott. Oh, yeah, you think so, Shakespeare? You think so? I think so. I think so. Article from 2017. A fifth of Americans have a 0 or negative net worth. Yeah. And I know one of them very intimately.
You'll often hear from the right wing that masculinity is in crisis today, but it isn't really. What is in crisis is patriarchy. Patriarchy is being eroded over time. Conservatives simply equate patriarchy with masculinity. Those words mean the same thing.
Is anyone named Larry these days? Only the guy, the fake Seinfeld guy from.
But the social changes
from the AI Seinfeld,
as we've talked about today, are moving society away from patriarchy. But this transition is leading to some confusion in younger men, because during the transition they're hearing contradictory messages all the time. Younger generations are raised by older generations, after all, and their older attitudes to social issues can be passed down. Media from previous generations still exists and reflects the attitudes of the time it was made, and a lot of it still influences modern media. So, very broadly, we have two messages that young men are hearing as they're growing up. One is that everybody is fundamentally equal, women should be treated with respect, they should show kindness and understanding and empathy to everyone, right? The other message young men are hearing is that they need to be, quote, real men. Patriarchs, alpha males, and women are their lessers who should be put in their place and made subservient. There was some discourse on Twitter lately about what the left can do to appeal to young men, with one tweet in particular claiming that men flock to the right because the left gives, quote, brain-dead advice to young men. Now, I disagree with this opinion, firstly because I think it's overly simplistic. Young men today are not neutrally considering different ideologies.
Wait, some guy said something like that. I'm trying to remember what his name was. Something like Ian Miles... Kaczynski?
And picking the one that gives the best advice or has the most attractive branding or whatever. The truth is that these ideologies are offering completely different, incomparable things. What the right wing is offering is patriarchy and all its promises, backed up by an entire human history's worth of traditions and stories and myths. Follow us, act as we tell you to act, and you'll be a real man, the top of the pyramid above everyone else, and women, in particular, will have to do what you say. Now, the left, in turn, offers equality, nobody being inherently better than anyone else, but what that means in practice for a lot of young men is that women do not have to do what they say. They can say no to you. They don't need
Ian Miles Chong, Kaczynski.
your resources to survive. To attract a mate, you can't rely on
Ian Miles Chong
on being simply necessary anymore. Now you have to be desirable, and that can feel like a much more vulnerable, emotional position to be in. This is more than an issue of advice or branding or so on. It is in fact one of the major political divides. Actually, the single most important political question you could be asked, in my opinion, do you think some groups of people are inherently superior to other groups of people? Now, the right can offer easy affirmations to young white men here. They can say, yes, you are better than other people. You do deserve to be on top. Follow us and we'll make
sure. I remember what Vosh was saying about disabled people.
That's where you are. Now, the left has a much harder job. They don't have those easy affirmations. What they're saying to young men is that you are not inherently superior to anyone else. Everyone, including you, should be equal. Now, on the surface, that is a much harder sell. But admittedly, the left can make a mistake here. And that mistake is accepting the right's claim that life will be better for young, in particular white men, under patriarchy. I've seen some on the left claim that these men are unreachable because of course they aren't going to want to give up their privilege and live worse lives because of it. Patriarchy is beneficial to these men, is the claim, so they're never going to want to give it up. But the truth here is that patriarchy is not good for men. At the very least, it is not good for the vast majority of men. Now, I'm far from the first person to make this observation.
Okay, so here's how I split that hair. Okay, it's not good for men, but there are certain men that are gonna see it as a good, that are gonna see that as what they're striving for, right? The only way to stop these guys from trying to return us to tradition is to take that shit completely off the table. Change their society to the point that they no longer recognize it.
I'd advise reading The Will to Change by Bell Hooks if you want to see someone making this point much better than I can. But yes, the truth here, one that should be utilised as much as possible by the left, is that patriarchy punishes men far more often than it rewards them. The things that patriarchy promises to men are lies, and men have far more to gain in rejecting patriarchy than accepting it. So let's explore that, and we'll start off by talking about the concept of masculinity and
the best thing you can do for men is the best thing that you can do for, and it's not easy. Like, this is something that they kind of have to, like, if you're in a place of privilege, you kind of have to want to go out of your comfort zone to even see past that privilege. I think the best thing that you could do for these guys is encourage them to see themselves first and foremost as human beings, and to not look at the world through this male exceptionalist lens.
Traditional masculinity.
Because that's essentially what we're dealing with here, male exceptionalism.
Values. Now, different people will have different ideas about what exactly counts as a traditional masculine value.
And yes, I mainly mean, white, cis, male, it is correlated with intersections of privilege.
Of course, but typically you'll hear words like strength, leadership, confidence, independence, and things like that. And the first point I'd like to make about all these traits is that they are, by themselves, morally and ethically neutral. Take a man who is strong, for instance. He can use that strength to work hard and provide for his family, or he can use that strength to abuse and dominate his family and make them fearful of him. Leadership, obviously, isn't automatically a virtue. We can all imagine an incompetent political leader, for instance. Confidence can be misplaced and easily turn into arrogance, and so on. These words don't really tell us anything about the worth of a person by themselves. What matters is how those qualities are used and expressed. The next point I'd like to make here is that these particular values and the way they are both expressed and considered by others are relative over time. As an example, the modern West derives many of its founding ideas about philosophy, science, art, law, politics, and so on from classical Greek culture, but many places in ancient Greece had very different ideas to us about what counts as traditionally manly behaviour. My favourite example here is the accounts of the sacred band of Thebes, the elite fighting force of the Theban army, which was made up of 150 pairs of male lovers. And honestly, I can see an argument here. What's more masculine than a bunch of tough warrior dudes loving each other with no women in sight, right? Even something as simple as pink being associated with baby girls and blue with baby boys changes over time. 100 years ago in the United States, these colours were reversed, for instance, but people can still place a disproportionate amount of importance on these completely arbitrary gendered signifiers. For instance, I remember my sister once causing a bit of a stir among the older members of my family for daring to put her infant son in a pink car seat, as if by merely touching something pink-coloured, her son would be forever tainted by it. You know, he'll clearly grow up to be feminine or gay or whatever just because one time he sat in a pink chair. And I'd like to talk for a bit about that sort of masculine insecurity, particularly fears about men appearing feminine or homosexual. And as a fictional example here, let me tell you about my favourite scene from The Sopranos. So, The Sopranos is a crime drama TV show focused on mafia boss Tony Soprano. It's an interesting show to consider in relation to the topic of masculinity, as Tony often struggles with the expectations of the highly traditionalist and patriarchal criminal world he inhabits. So, minor spoilers for The Sopranos for this next part. In the scene I want to talk about, Tony is talking to his therapist Dr. Melfi about the fact that one of his mafia subordinates, Vito, has been outed as homosexual. Tony is pretty stressed out. Vito is one of his best guys, he says, but his other criminal associates aren't going to want to work with a gay man. Melfi asks Tony how he personally feels about homosexuality, and he immediately says he thinks it's disgusting, an opinion which would be expected and unquestioned in a room full of his male peers. But as Tony continues to talk and tries to defend this position, he starts to contradict himself. He complains that every TV show these days is rubbing his nose in homosexuality by including gay characters, but then he admits that he likes to show the L word with Jennifer Beals. He points out that he's a strict Catholic, even though he's a murderer, an adulterer, and various other things that make that defense very silly. When Melfi points out that many of Tony's associates will have had sex with men in prison, he says they, quote, get a pass for that on account of there being no women in prison, to which Melfi replies sarcastically, well, that's nice. Tony is quick to point out to Melfi that he didn't engage in homosexual behaviour when he was incarcerated. He's worried that she will question his masculinity. And when she obviously doesn't care either way, he accuses her of thinking he's lying. Tony is worried about accusations of homosexuality, and Melfi's refusal to judge him or consider him less of a man is a challenge to his patriarchal worldview. That she wouldn't think any less of him if he were gay, actually.
Okay, so for those of us just joining us, you can tell how long I've been on stream. I literally can't read out. I don't know what's going on with Twitch night, but yeah, Keffals, there's been some revelations about Keffals. The person that Keffals was asking her subreddit to research and then made some allegations about, unsubstantiated allegations about this person. This person leaked that Keffals was dealing with some pretty severe addiction issues, right? Now, it's, you know, a lot of people not happy about this. This is, you know, a personal thing that you probably shouldn't say, or definitely shouldn't say about other people. If Keffals wants to talk about this, then she should talk about this. But regardless, right? I mean, you can kind of understand why this person was doing it. Like, right, they're being lied about by Keffals, and they're under attack by Keffals. But at the same time, I don't, you know, if I obviously doesn't justify leaking that information. But after it was leaked, it was substantiated by another former friend of Keffals, and Keffals went on to Twitter, and I basically acknowledged it. She stated that she's going to take a break. I can't talk. This is how long I've been streaming. She's going to take a break from streaming. and she's going to get help. So good for her. It's a tough thing to deal with. Definitely not encouraging anybody to look at addiction as some sort of a moral failing or a reason to make fun of somebody like that. Obviously, Keffals has done a lot of bad stuff lately, hurt a lot of people. That still stands, right? Nothing about, her addiction, that's not an excuse for what she's done. But hopefully she will get some help, and we're gonna try to stop talking about her as much, right? Because that's what her friends are asking, and it makes a lot of sense to me not to feed into this stuff. She's been just farming drama for clicks, and that might be due to necessity for money to buy stuff that's really expensive, but we don't know that for sure. Holy Hannah, regardless of all the harm she's done, oh yeah, I hope she gets I hope she gets the help she needs. Absolutely. Seeking drama to fuel an addiction may explain her actions, yeah, even though it doesn't excuse them. True. Yeah, me too. So that's what's going on with Keffals, for anybody who missed the earlier part of the stream.
It annoys him, funnily enough. My favourite part of this scene is when Tony runs out of steam trying to justify his homophobia. He gives up trying. Away from the judgment of his male peers, talking to a woman who will not consider him less of a man for saying so, Tony finally admits that he doesn't really care if Vito is gay. It doesn't really bother him. He can't actually defend his initial display of disgust. However, when Dr. Melfi salutes Tony's new outlook, he responds, "It's a tall fucking order, I'll tell you that." And he's right. It's all well and good for Tony to be accepting of gay people here in his therapist's office, but back out there in his day-to-day life, Tony is expected to be and act homophobic. If he doesn't act like he finds homosexuality disgusting, other men will judge him and question his masculinity and his heterosexuality, and maybe even get violent with him. Even though Tony is not actually homophobic when he sits and thinks about it, he's still expected to, in a sense, perform homophobia for his male peers in order to signal his own masculinity to them. Now, obviously, the response Tony might face as the head of an organised crime family is probably a bit more dramatic than for the average person, but even if it doesn't always start a mob war or whatever, men can still face social repercussions for refusing to act in a way that reinforces traditional notions of patriarchal masculinity. Now, regardless of what he thinks, Tony Soprano is still homophobic in his actions, I think it's important to say. And he actually ends up ordering Vito be killed, something he doesn't actually want to do, but ends up feeling that he has to do because it's expected of him. My point here is that Tony is the boss, the patriarch, the alpha male, but instead of that bringing him freedom, he finds instead that his behaviour is tightly restrained, controlled by a patriarchal social system and its expectations of him. Patriarchy makes him miserable, it makes him insecure, and it makes him do things that he doesn't actually want to do. So I have 2 points to make about patriarchy here. The first is that patriarchy, more often than not, steals the qualities it expects men to exhibit. It demands confidence and self-assuredness, but really it will make you insecure and afraid of appearing weak or feminine and worried about not being considered enough of a real man. Any confidence patriarchy can give you will be a false front propped up by insecurities. The second point I want to make is that, funnily enough, challenging or breaking with patriarchy often requires you to exhibit those very same qualities that patriarchy would expect of you. It can take courage and confidence and strength to challenge norms or break with tradition, and someone can go along with tradition not because they actually want to, but out of cowardice and fear and weakness. So what's actually more important here? Adhering to a particular set of traditional masculine norms, a particular look or set of social behaviours, or is it actually embodying qualities like courage and confidence and leadership, even if doing so means breaking with those traditional norms? As another example in fiction, let's look at Billy Elliot. So Billy Elliot is a movie about a young boy who discovers he really likes ballet dancing, a traditionally feminine activity, and he insists upon practicing ballet even though it causes the men in his family to get angry with him and question his masculinity. But Billy keeps on doing it because it's what he wants to do, and he's good at it. So we can ask, who is actually being more manly in this story? And it really depends on what we mean by manly. If we're only talking about the way people present themselves and the sorts of traditionally gendered activities they engage in, Billy isn't being very manly at all by ballet dancing. On the other hand, Billy is the one with the courage and confidence to stand up to his older male relatives, to do what he wants to do, whereas they're being controlled by fear of how people will react to Billy dancing, how it will make him look, and how it will make them look in turn. I guess I'm taking a long time to say, what's more important, the way you present yourself, the way other men perceive you, or the way you actually are? There's a scene in Game of Thrones I like, where King Joffrey is being a cruel little wanker.
Yeah, I mean, like, so this is the whole irony of, like, the types of, you know, and, like, I feel like I got some phrase from feminist theory that talked about the different kinds of masculinity. That there's like an authoritative masculinity where you're the mob boss, or you're the king, or you're the, you know, you're in charge, right? And then the other kind of masculinity is like a subservient one. I can't remember the exact terminology for this, right? But there's like a subservient form of masculinity. And it's weird because the essentialized traits of masculinity, independence, strength, dominance, you know, not bowing down to anyone, are not actually what is expected or even allowed of most men. The society doesn't let them all be dominated because they can't. Most of them have to be subservient. And so, yeah, it's kind of ironic. It's kind of weird, right? They're gonna be dominant, I guess, you know, in terms of, you know, compared to non-men on the, you know, social stratum, but they're gonna be subservient to, you know, other men.
As usual, causing his uncle Tyrion to insult him, again as usual, to which Joffrey gets incredibly angry and shouts, "I am the king."
Oh, that's
Joffrey then gets
Tyrion,
put in his place
okay.
by Tywin, the real power in the room, who rebukes Joffrey by saying, "Any man who must say, 'I am the king,' is no true king." I get reminded of this scene whenever I see a, quote, alpha male influencer yelling about their own manliness and insisting other people recognize it. Not that I believe in the whole alpha male thing, of course, but they do, and if they really were alpha males as they understand it, they wouldn't need to shout about it, would they? They just would be. If that's really how people worked, how they naturally related to each other, then they wouldn't need to shout about it. We've spent a lot of time talking about negative expressions of masculine stereotypes today, so let's move on to have a think about the concept of positive masculinity. So I asked on Twitter what people think of when they hear the phrase positive masculinity, and I got a lot of responses. Most people who responded did so with either a picture or a name of a good man, usually a historical figure or celebrity they admire, or a character from fiction who is a man with many positive traits. I got a lot of characters from video games and comic books and animated shows, and a lot of Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. Just so much Aragorn. The people really love Aragorn, it turns out. And when I first read through the replies to this tweet, I was confused. I asked about positive masculinity, and a lot of people just sent me pictures of good men. You know, aren't they misunderstanding the homework assignment here? There has to be more to the idea of positive masculinity than just being a man who is good, right? Or does there? Let's have a think about it. So when I think of positive masculinity, I think first of my dad. My dad is a typical man's man. He's traditionally masculine in a lot of ways. He's big and strong. He works a traditionally masculine job. He's a truck driver. He likes having a pint with the lads down the pub and watching the football, all that sort of thing. And I have no memories of my childhood where I saw my dad engaging in any traditionally feminine hobbies or pastimes. It was all sports and poker and action movies. And my dad likes and values those aspects of himself, and since I know he watches my videos, I'm certain he'll be agreeing very happily with this description of himself. Anyway, all we're doing so far is describing a traditionally masculine man. The thing that actually makes my father an example of positive masculinity to me is that he's never insisted other people have to agree with or accept his notions of gendered behaviours. I have no memories of him trying to force me to be a particular type of man, nor my sister a particular type of woman. If I ever wanted to play with traditionally feminine toys, for example, or if my sister wanted to dress in more traditionally masculine clothes, he was happy to support that. He never insisted that certain toys
part of the
were only for
hierarchy of
girls, or
patriarchy,
only
yeah.
boys wear those particular clothes, or so on. Now, this permissive outlook is maybe unusual for a man of his generation, although even though he's my dad, I don't want to be too flattering here, so I'll say he can still be a stubborn old git in a lot of typically masculine ways. You know, he's reluctant to accept help when he needs it, he doesn't like to express his emotions and all that. But still, whatever the concepts of masculinity or femininity mean to him, it's always seemed like it was a personal opinion, one that he never tried to force other people to adhere to. And this was a common theme in most of the examples of positive masculinity people sent me on.
My dad thought cooking was gay, but loved grilling. Masculinity is doing things, but putting a strong spin on things. Yeah,
Twitter.
It's
Whether
like
fictional
branding
or real,
or
people sent me examples
LARPing
of men
or
who do not
whatever.
force a particular
What's up, V?
type of masculinity on others. They themselves might be very traditionally masculine, or not at all, but whatever they are themselves, they're confident and content enough in themselves to exist alongside other ways of being. This would be the core of a positive masculinity to me. You can possess all those typically masculine...
My dad actually liked to cook. I mean, he really liked to grill. really, really, really liked to grill, but he also liked to cook. He just wasn't very good at it. But it never stopped him, right, from trying.
Descriptors, but not use them to control others. You know, you can have strength without using it to dominate. You can offer protection without needing to claim ownership. You can lead without demanding others follow you. Positive masculinity is, to me, a masculinity that doesn't lay sole claim to its descriptors, that recognizes abstract concepts like
doesn't stake itself on domination, maybe?
Strength and leadership do not belong exclusively to masculinity, especially not to just one particular type of masculinity. So, this all sounds nice, doesn't it? What if we had all of the good parts, but without any of the bad parts? It is easier said than done, isn't it? But you might be wondering here, what does masculinity mean, really, if we don't insist that any of the adjectives we use to describe it are exclusive to it? Or indeed, what does femininity mean for the same reason? If a woman is strong, say, is that woman exhibiting a traditionally masculine trait, or is it an example of feminine strength? Or if a man is compassionate, say, is he exhibiting a traditionally feminine trait, or is it an example of masculine compassion? Maybe it can be both, or maybe it doesn't have to be either. You might ask why we bother to gender these behaviors at all if anyone can exhibit the traits. I personally like to think of the gender aspect as more of a flavoring than a strictly necessary ingredient. You know, if you're a man and you're trying to be a good man, you should first try to be a good person, and being a good man will follow on from that. You know, if all you worry about is the man part, you're just going to come across as insecure. I feel like I should wrap up today by giving some actual advice to young men. Why not, right? It can't hurt. So, not to brag, but I am a generally happy and relatively successful 34-year-old man. And here's all the best advice I can think of that I wish someone had told me when I was younger. Firstly, if you value yourself by the acquisition of things, you're never going to be satisfied, because there's always more things. If you give someone who values themselves like this 10 fancy sports cars, you know what they're going to want, right? 11 fancy sports
Oh my
cars.
god, yeah.
A lack of money can make you miserable, but an excess of money is not going to make you happy. Next, you don't actually want a fancy sports car, trust me. If someone hands you a mega expensive supercar, you should sell it immediately and buy something that can go over a speed bump without cracking in half.
And if you don't believe that, you need to watch the Fellini film called Never Bet the Devil Your Head.
Or like...
Wait, no, that's the Edgar Allan Poe short story that it's based on. What is this one called? Chat, can anybody tell me? The one with the little girl with the balloon and she's actually the devil? You know what I'm talking about? That Fellini movie? The guy gets the Ferrari and drives it through the countryside?
Bicycle. They're not real cars.
You don't really want a sports car, okay?
Things. They're expensive
you don't need it that
ornaments that you have to pay to maintain. If you actually get one, most people are just going to assume that you're compensating for something.
Oh my god. I mean, I don't know.
If you're going to improve yourself,
look, I don't really judge it either way. Like, I like somebody with a, like, I mean, okay, so I'm not a car person. I don't know how to drive. I don't know how to go fast. I don't know how to do that stuff. So I kind of appreciate a partner that does that stuff and that knows that stuff. But like, I mean, they don't need to have, like, I'm not like more turned on if it's like a Ferrari rather than just like a kind of fast car. Like, if it's a kind of fast car, I'm impressed.
Are going to improve.
You don't need to go out of your, like, you know, way to impress me, right? If you can drive fast, then you're better than me, and that's, you know, a fun experience for me, being with somebody who can do that.
Anyone on the internet who is selling some indispensable method to make you successful and happy and rich is lying to you. Also, if it were that easy to get rich quick, nobody would be poor. Only one person is guaranteed to get rich in those sorts of schemes, and it's the person running the scheme. The person most likely to get rich in a gold rush is the guy selling the shovels. There's usually two parts to these sorts of scams, right? The part where you can get rich doing it, which never lasts very long, because then people find out about it and it stops.
Okay, I mean, I feel like we know this stuff, right? Let's try.
After that, the only way to get rich with it is to sell the scam on to other people.
Oh my god, it's working!
I got rich doing this, so
it's
can you,
working,
even though it doesn't work anymore. If
it's working,
worked,
look at this.
Telling you about it, and if you're
look at this.
About it,
all right, everybody, I'm going to be back tomorrow.
It's too
at 11. We're going to do that Vosh thing where he berates a trans person. That was on the schedule for today. Didn't happen today. We watched RiverBoatJack and it broke me. I got broken by RiverBoatJack. We'll probably watch a little bit more of that. I feel like Natalie made some clips that are interesting. And now I'm curious on that. But like, I could not take any more. I could not take any more.
Let's talk about women. Now, if you're a young man,
say hi to my friend Amy C3 for me, okay? Haven't seen her in a while.
What women want, You know who you should
Twitch
listen
is
to?
working now.
That's
Twitch is
right,
now
it's
working.
other
Yeah, I just
single
couldn't
men
raid
on the
people when I
internet.
was sitting at
it's
60.
Not, it's women.
When I was sitting at
Because
60
women are
viewers, I
people,
couldn't
they're
raid
individuals,
anybody.
they
So
have inner
please,
lives and
everybody
thoughts and
get in there
feelings
just
the
to
same as
impress
you.
Amy
They
and make
can
her
tell
think
you
that
what
I've
they
got a
want,
big
but
crowd
it's
over
on
here,
you
right?
to listen to
We're
what they
getting
say. There
bigger.
are
We're
plenty
getting
of women
bigger.
out there who
We
are
were higher
desperately
than
lonely for a man
Stardust,
to
right?
treat them as a person.
We were a
But
bigger
they're
stream than
surrounded by dudes
Stardust
who only
tonight,
treat
so
them
I
like
mean that makes
characters
me
in a
happy.
dating sim,
We're a
trying
bigger
to
streamer
speedrun their
than a
clothes
lot
off
of
by using the right
scumbags.
ratio of pickup lines to negs or whatever
And
else.
you know that we're growing. That's what's important. Thank you so much. Also, like, look at this. My financials are doing much better tonight than they were when we went into this, right? And it's all thanks to that person, Macabre. Macabre, if you're still there, like, right? We don't hate you. We're not laughing at you, but you gave us a lot of fun tonight. Anyway, hi Vadis. This is a really long stream that I am not going to be able to mix down. We're rating in with 40 people. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Saying hi to Amy C3. Go follow Amy C3 if you haven't already. It's a great thing to do. Amy's great. She's a housing advocate, and we need more of those, right? She's good at what she does. Go over and check her out. Meanwhile, I am going to get some sleep. Anyway, good night, Vadis. Meow. Meow.